I'd like to call this meeting of the city, the special meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council to order. Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials. Grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Ms. Riska. Can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Here.
Mrs. Koski?
Present.
Mr. Radke?
Here.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Present.
Mr. Yanis?
Here.
And Mrs. Yarko.
Present.
Thank you, Council. We need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda. Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This is another budget workshop. We have a number of departments we'll be discussing tonight. And to kick us off, I'll hand it over to our city manager, Mark Vanderpool, who will take it from here. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you very much, Mayor. As you noted, this is the second hearing for the fiscal year 2022 city budget. And we do have a few presentations, much like we did for the first hearing. And afterward, we'll have plenty of time for questions and comments from the City Council and the audience, of course. Budget and Finance Director Jennifer Varney will begin with a financial overview of the departments under consideration this evening. She will be followed by the Police Chief, who will highlight the proposal to hire 7 new police officers. The Public Works Director will then discuss a number of noteworthy initiatives in the Public Works budget. And our final presenter this evening will be the Parks and Recreation Director, Kyle Langloy. Please be reminded that any budget amendments need to be made this evening so that they can be incorporated into the final budget adoption on May 4th. So, Mayor, at this point, I'm pleased to introduce our Budget and Finance Director, Jennifer Varney, to start us off this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Kaszubski. Tonight we continue our budget workshop, including discussion of the last 4 general fund departments, the public library, the police department, community relations and public works, as well as the water and sewer fund and the parks and recreation fund. As a reminder, the total general fund budget is $115.5 million. And first up, the public library, which represents 2.6% of the total general fund budget. The library has 13 full-time and 28 part-time positions and represents 2.6%, and the budget is of $3 million is primarily made up of personnel costs. The public library budget increased about $107,000 or 3% over last year. And the increase is primarily related to wages, pension, and insurance costs. And the library is also investing in a strategic plan, stack map software, and a 3D printer for the maker space. Next up is the police department, which is the largest department, totaling over 34% of the general fund budget. The department has 214 total employees in 4 divisions, and the budget totals $39.4 million, and over 90% of the budget is personnel costs. The total budget increased $1.7 million or 4.6%. Personnel costs increased $2 million due to the addition of 7 police officers and a social worker, as well as wage increases, higher pension costs, and higher health insurance premiums. Supply costs increased due to the purchase of bulletproof vests, uniforms for new officers, and canine supplies. And the cost of the new officers is offset by savings due to the proposed transfer of jail operations to Macomb County. Highlights from the capital budget include the replacement of 7 investigative vehicles and 12 traffic and patrol vehicles, the purchase of replacement ballistic helmets with protective face shields, the replacement of binoculars used in surveillance, and the completion of the installation of in-car cameras and body cameras in all police vehicles. Next up is community relation, which makes up 1% of the general fund budget. The budget for the community relations includes 8 full-time and 2 part-time positions and totals $1.6 million. The total budget represents a $360,000 or 28% increase over last year and includes a new position of Marketing and Communication Manager that was added as part of the manpower study. There are increases, like in all departments, in wages, pension contributions, and health care and premiums. And Sterling Fest costs, or Oktoberfest this year, are also included. So last year, because we canceled Sterling Fest, there were no expenses in the budget at amendment time. So adding them back this year represents an increase to the budget. And the capital budget includes the continuation of the Public Art program and replacement video cameras and tripods to replace obsolete equipment. Our third largest department is Public Works, which combined with refuse makes up about 10% of the general fund budget. The department is made up of 4 divisions, and there are 34 full-time and 17 part-time and seasonal employees, along with many contracted services. And the budget totals $11.5 million, about 4.7 of which is for refuse costs. The total budget increased about $78,000 or 1.2%. Again, personnel costs increased due to wage adjustments, pension funding, and healthcare premiums. Irrigation costs for the medians on M59 and Van Dyke also increased. And a fleet study is included to examine vehicle needs and best practices. Savings were seen in fuel costs and due to the transfer of the cost of police vehicle accessories to the capital projects fund. The capital project includes the replacement of 2 tandem axle snowplows, a walk-behind floor sweeper, equipment to service air conditioning in new vehicles, and 3 replacement pickup trucks with plows. Now, that concludes the overview of the general fund departments. Next is the water and sewer fund, which makes up 25% of the total city budget and totals just under $57 million. And includes 3 divisions with 39 full-time and 12 part-time employees. Over 77%, or about $44 million, of the cost in water and sewer are controlled by the Great Lakes Water Authority and the Macomb County Public Works Office. Of that $44 million, 37 or 85% of those costs are fixed, which means we incur those regardless of how much water is used. Expenses in the water and sewer fund increased about $2.9 million, or 10.6%. Personnel increased due to the addition of 4 full-time employees resulting from the manpower study, as well as wage, pension, and health care cost increases. The cost of water from the GLWA increased this year by 2%, and sewer costs from Macomb County increased by 3.5% over last year's budget. And the debt service on the bonds issued for the water and sewer main work under Mound Road is also reflected, and that's new this year. The capital budget includes, again, the Mound Road water and sewer main work, the meter replacement project, which you'll hear about later, critical sewer main repairs as identified through the SAW grant, and the replacement of a 21-year-old Vector truck, which is used to clean out sanitary and storm sewer lines. As discussed at strategic planning, a water and sewer rate study was approved by City Council in November 2019 and was completed this winter. The city contracted with Raftellus LLC, who is a national leader in rate design and has worked with cities across the country to ensure water and sewer rates are fair and equitable. This expert review of our water and sewer structure was performed to ensure equity in our water and sewer rates across all customer classes and to ensure our rates are sufficient to build a sustainable financial plan. As a result of this study, the following rate changes are included in the proposed budget. Lower variable rates for smaller users that will help lower income households and seniors. Higher rates for high usage will discourage wasteful water usage and creates an incentive for conservation. And the implementation of the winter consumption model that eliminates the irrigation penalty and minimizes the large increases seen in summer water bills. So again, the average winter consumption model charges sewer for the entire year based on the usage during the winter quarter. So So any usage over the winter amount is assumed to be irrigation and therefore does not receive a sewer charge. So no second meter is required, so there is no upfront investment for residents, and that ensures that all residential customers will have the opportunity to benefit from this rate structure. The proposed rate changes will benefit low users. About 4,000 to 5,000 customers will actually see a cost decrease over the current rates, and that's because they were previously paying our minimum bill charge, which was higher than they'll see under this rate structure. And snowbirds will benefit because they will not pay the minimum usage while they're away. They'll still have fixed fees, but the total fixed fees are lower than we used to charge for the minimum bill previously. The winter consumption model eliminates the irrigation penalty and encourages outdoor watering. These rate changes increase overall equity in the system by more closely aligning rates with actual system usage. Furthermore, the rate structure is advantageous to those who use water wisely. It discourages users from watering during the rain or every day by charging a higher rate for high usage. Lastly, with the implementation of the proposed meter replacement project, we will be able to consider dynamic pricing in the future, which will further encourage water use at off-peak hours, giving us the ability to charge a lower rate for residents who choose to water during those hours. And over time, this could have a large impact on the cost of water purchased that would benefit all residents from the Great Lakes Water Authority. The goal of these rate changes is to create a more equitable system, and along with the proposed water meter replacement program, which will facilitate the implementation of monthly billing to give residents more control over their water usage and costs. And although water and sewer rates are rising throughout the nation, Sterling Heights residents continue to receive a good value for their water and sewer services. Since 2008, Sterling Heights rates have increased an average of only 4.1% annually. And although this is higher than inflation, Sterling Heights has worked hard to pass on minimal increases. Nationally, water rates continue to rise above the rate of inflation and are up more than 30% over the last decade, and nationally average $104 per month. And as you can see from this chart, the average household in Sterling Heights pays $64 per month for water and sewer services, and that's less than $1 per day for water consumption and $1 per day for sewage treatment. And when you equate that to a cost per gallon, it actually equates to 1.1 cents per gallon for both water and sewer treatment. The proposed budget will allow the city to continue to build up water and sewer reserves that have been severely eroded over the past 10 years. As of fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020, unrestricted fund balance in water and sewer fund totaled $4.5 million, or 8%. The proposed rate changes over the next 7 years will increase the water and sewer fund balance to 25% level, a level that is considered a best practice by the Michigan Government Finance Officers Association. Water and sewer reserves are important to fund future infrastructure improvements, and adequate reserves can mitigate large rate increases. And last for tonight, the Parks and Recreation Department. As a reminder, the Parks and Recreation Department is a special revenue fund and totals just under $9 million. The department has 15 full-time and 3 permanent part-time positions, along with numerous seasonal staff. The total budget is depicted here and consists primarily of personnel costs and debt service. The annual debt service on the bond of $3 million is funded through the Recreating Recreation millage. The millage also funds operating costs arising from the new amenities and services resulting from Recreating Recreation. And the pre-existing Parks and Rec expenses and contractual park maintenance are funded through a transfer from the general fund, which totals $3.5 million this year. The total Parks and Recreation Fund budget decreased $1 million, or 10.6%. Capital expenditures decreased by $1.4 million, as nearly all the projects funded through the Recreating Recreation millage are completed. The only project included in the current budget is the bocce ball court. Personnel costs increased by $400,000 due to the addition of a full-time facilities maintenance mechanic. However, this is offset by savings in contractual services. Wages, pensions, and health care premiums also increased, and that is the last department for tonight. And with that, I will conclude my overview of the city budget and turn it back over to Mr. Vanderpool.
And Mayor, moving on, we'll now begin with our first departmental overview, and that includes the police department. The budget includes, as was mentioned, the addition of 7 police officers. The positions will enable the department to have a stronger presence in neighborhoods, commercial areas, including the ability to focus more on speeding complaints. The additional manpower will also bolster community policing efforts. While the city is among the safest in the country, as most know, additional officers will help raise the bar even higher. The proposed budget also includes funding for the city's first ever full-time social worker. This position will work with city departments to address the growing societal needs related to mental wellness, including drug addiction, PTSD, and the like. Excuse me. These issues impact the manner in which our police, fire, code enforcement, and other departments provide services. Employees need to be well equipped to deal with these challenging situations, and having input from a certified social worker who collaborates regularly with agencies at the county, state, and federal level will be invaluable and further enhance the quality of life for residents that may be struggling for one reason or another. So at this point, I'd like to introduce our police chief, Dale Wojciechowski, who will elaborate further on the positions and other initiatives in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Mayor Taylor, members of council, it's my pleasure to introduce the 2022 Police Department budget. Some of the highlights: the hiring of 7 new police officers, a jail restructuring plan, new vehicles being purchased, technology upgrades, and our performance objectives. I thought it would be important to start off with the hiring of 7 new police officers and why that's important. Our last citizen survey that came out in 2017 asked a very specific question, and that was public safety services that should receive the most emphasis over the next 2 years. And by far, the #1 selection there by our residents was the visibility of police in neighborhoods, followed by the city's efforts to prevent crime and the visibility of police in retail areas and the overall quality of police protection. I believe with this plan and these additional officers, we will target those concerns from our residents. Another question from our citizen survey: how safe do you feel in certain situations in the city of Sterling Heights? And it should be no surprise that in your neighborhood during the day, people felt the safest. Going down the list where they didn't feel as safe was commercial areas and retail areas at night, in city and parks and recreation facilities, and in your neighborhood at night. Again, these 7 officers address all of those concerns of where people do not feel as safe. The 7 new police officers, 5 of which would be a new directed patrol unit. 4 officers and 1 sergeant would make up this unit, working primarily evening hours. They'd be assigned to the operations division, which means they would be full uniformed police officers in police cars, driving around the city primarily during the evening hours. Officers will be assigned into documented problem areas of the city for enforcement efforts. The officers will be in semi-marked cars and wear a full police uniform. Officers will address all problems that are difficult for patrol officers to dedicate the proper time and resources to. Officers, after they clear one run, within 30 minutes can be getting another run. So the idea of sitting around a parking lot or a trouble area doesn't always happen because of manpower needs and being dedicated to the next patrol run that gets dispatched. The areas of focus: residential neighborhoods, all of those speeding complaints, additional speeding complaints that our traffic officers can't get to, shopping plazas that we are seeing some problems in. They would be dedicated to any of those plazas where we're seeing problems: motels, hotels, commercial areas, and large manufacturing areas. The unit will focus efforts on criminal behavior that targets our residents and business owners, residential speeding complaints, stolen cars, larceny from cars, home break-ins, commercial break-ins, illegal activities at motels, hotels, and criminal activity within city parks. These are all things the Director Patrol would focus on and take care of. The next would be our Community Services Bureau. 2 officers would be assigned to the Community Services Bureau. As you know, right now, Sergeant Aaron Susala is the bureau. It's a one-man bureau. When I started here, we had 4 school officers / DARE officers. We taught the DARE program, and the 4 officers did nothing but community programming. After the recession, we got rid of all community programming. We went to 0. We've climbed back, and with the council support, we were able to secure a Community Services Bureau position and start offering public programs. These 2 positions would definitely bolster our efforts and be able to offer a wide variety of programs throughout the city. Again, these 2 officers would be assigned to the Community Services Bureau. They would be, their duties would extend to community outreach efforts, middle school and high school drug programming, which at this point we have none because of manpower needs. Programs through Parks and Recreation, which we host here in this building. Quick response team, the opiate quick response team, which we go out twice a week. Again, house calls for people who have overdosed on drugs. Park patrols, especially in the summer months. Right now, we rely on overtime details and grant funding to get officers in parks, a dedicated patrol time. These officers would be assigned to the parks in the summer months, which would be fantastic. Meeting with neighborhood associations, dealing with our Sterling Heights Drug-Free Coalition, which has grown leaps and bounds and offering a lot of programming. And they would be involved with our department's recruitment efforts, which are so vital. As we know now in law enforcement, it's becoming more and more difficult to recruit, to find officers, and to get them hired. There's no doubt there's a problem there. And working directly with the city's new social worker, and I envision the social worker going out on calls that we have to deal with, whether it's a hoarder, homeless person, and having the Community Service Bureau officer be the person that goes with our social worker out to that scene. Again, so that the road patrol officer is not pulled away from road runs to deal with this. Our Community Service Bureau officers, again, school programmings. And the reason I thought this slide was important, this is Officer Chris Moreau, Detective Chris Moreau, and this is him teaching the Smart Moves program. And I had a conversation with him a few weeks ago, and I asked him how he got into law enforcement, and he told me he grew up in Sterling Heights as a kid, never thought of law enforcement, no one in his family was in law enforcement, and I said, well, how did you become a police officer? And he said, I had the DARE program with Officer Zulch at Plumbrook Elementary. He said, I loved that DARE program. I loved a police officer being in my classroom. I thought it was the greatest thing ever. And from that moment on in 6th grade, I said, I'm going to be a police officer. And he did. After high school, he joined the Detroit Police Department, and then he came to us from Detroit. But that is the story. You never know where you make that connection with our community and our residents. Just fantastic story. Again, the summer months, our parks, last year, COVID 2020, we saw unprecedented use of our parks. The trails were packed, the parks were packed. I don't have dedicated officers to be in the park on the trail systems and patrolling. These Community Service Bureau officers would be doing that for your summer months. On bike patrol, our new Kubota off-road vehicle, and our recently purchased Segways out there on all the trail systems, not only the park at Dodge Park, but all the other auxiliary parks and trail systems that we have. Again, working with the Sterling Heights Drug-Free Coalition, this was an event at Stevenson High School. So many different events that the Drug-Free Coalition is doing. I know members of council are on this Drug-Free Coalition, and they'd be working to do even more outreach programs on a daily basis. Even little things like this with the Zeke, if you remember Zeke, little guy used to show up in our lobby, loved the police, dressed up as the police. We made him a custom Sterling Heights police vehicle, gave that to him on his, this was his birthday party at his house. And these were a bunch of our community, our officers that do the Smart Moves program, some of our other outreach programming. We gave it to the family, but this would be another area where our Community Service Bureau officers would make sure these programs happen, and we had this engagement with our community. Recruitment efforts, this is one of our events at the Chaldean Community Foundation. Again, we just use officers on staff, pull them off, and have them do recruitment efforts. But these Community Service Bureau officers could be specially trained to do nothing but recruiting and to make a better impact and actually go out there and do more recruiting to get these officers to apply at Sterling Heights. And working with our clergy forum, as you know, members of council, you've been meeting with our clergy forum. Again, there's a lot we could be doing with our houses of worship, and this again is another area for our Community Service Bureau officers would engage with our houses of worship for programming and outreach efforts. And finally, working with the city's new social worker. And this right here it's a great picture, social worker on scene with a police officer at a homeless encampment, figuring out what to do. And this isn't a Sterling Heights picture, but we recently had an issue in the northern part of our city with a group of homeless people living in the woods. We had 7 or 8 police calls out there. The officers really not knowing what to do to get them to pick them up or move their property. Very, very difficult. There's a lot of things to decide with what to do to get these people help. A lot of times they don't want to move. And we're out there many, many, many times, and a social worker and getting help and resources for these people would have been so beneficial when our officers go out there without the proper tool set. So we're really, really excited about having this opportunity. The jail restructuring plan, to pay for a lot of this, there is a proposed transfer of jail services to the Macomb County Jail. Currently, Allied Universal, formerly G4S, runs our jail, and it costs about $600,000 a year. That cost covers the jail, 2 jail officers working 24/7, plus a jail manager that works 40 hours a week during the day shift. The last 3 full years of arrest data for adults and juveniles, we average about 3,158 arrests per year. That's 8.6 per day. And our current budget year is not really that great of a indicator because of decrease in everything from arrests to tickets. We actually saw a 50% decrease in arrests, so only about 1,500 arrests, which equates to about 3 or 4 people a day that we arrest this last budget year. And not only that, but also state laws have come into effect this April and in October. They're going to further reduce the crimes that we can even incarcerate for. But in 2019, we averaged 1,900 people that were actually lodged in our jail. Were taken in, booked, fingerprinted, and stayed a few hours or overnight until they could pay their bond, or if they had to be arraigned, waiting to the next day to see a judge to be arraigned. And about 1,200 people were booked and then just released. They came in, they were booked on their charge, and then walked out the front door, either on personal bond or they posted a bond, but they were not lodged in our facility. Just to give you a breakdown, out of those 8-9 people a day that we arrest, that's the breakdown. And again, the new state laws are reducing incarcerations that we saw April 1st and again in October, another round of law changes. The cost reduction, again, I covered that, $600,000 a year for our current jail operations. The city residents already pay county taxes. Every single person in Sterling Heights pays Macomb County taxes. Your taxes pay for the Macomb County Jail. It's already paid for. And we would eliminate liability for in-custody death or injury. If we're involved and we're housing, we're probably going to get sued. Not in all cases, but there's a high likelihood that Sterling Heights is going to be named in that lawsuit if someone dies in that jail. Another benefit, Macomb County Jail has a full medical facility. We do not. Macomb County Jail has a full mental health facility. We do not. If someone gets sick in our jail, which we call it incarceritis, as soon as they get lodged or put in our jail, they instantly have a heart pain or a stomach pain, and we're not going to roll the dice. We call the Sterling Heights Fire Department. That person then has to be taken from our jail to a hospital. We have 2 officers stay there with the person until they get cleared from a doctor, and 9 times out of 10, they're faking or lying, and then we return them back to the jail. The county doesn't have to do this. The county has a full medical facility based right in the jail, so it's another benefit. The ultimate benefit of this is the ability to add additional police officers to increase presence in residential and commercial areas of the city, and the ability to increase community outreach and resident engagement through additional officers assigned to the Community Services Bureau. New vehicles for next year, we're getting 12 brand new patrol cars. We're really excited about the new Dodge Durango Pursuits. They just came out this year. They came out last year, but they weren't ready to go with the right tires and rims, and we already have a couple of these. They're actually cheaper than the Ford Explorers. Better cars, bigger cars, faster cars, and cheaper. So we're really excited about getting those Dodge Durangos outfitted and into the fleet. We're also getting the Dodge Chargers. Both of these cars, by the way, are all-wheel drive, which in Michigan is fantastic. And we're getting additional Ford Explorers, which again is another all-wheel drive car. And then in our detective or plainclothes units, we're going to have 7 cars added to that fleet, and that's a mix of cars, SUVs, pickup trucks, depending on what job assignment. And the average cost of those cars are about $30,000 each. Technology upgrades. We're replacing our 152 our crowd control helmets, 81 ballistic helmets with protective face shields. We're doing about half of them this year. These will actually have ballistic protections. Our old helmets did not stop any kind of bullets. They were good for bricks and rocks, but not bullets, so we're really happy to get those upgraded. We're getting 20 new rugged in-car computers as part of a 3-year replacement project. And we're going to be finishing up our 50 WatchGuard in-car camera systems with body cameras. That, just to give you an update on that, the body camera project was delayed because of COVID. They could not get their techs out to upgrade our servers. There was a months and months delay before WatchGuard could come out. They came out to our facility about 2 weeks ago. Our servers are finally upgraded, the new antennas are installed, and we are ready to go. So I'm very, very excited. We'll have 19 units, hopefully in the next 6 weeks to 8 weeks. Those 19 units can start getting into the actual fleet, and the officers can be trained on how to use our body cameras. So we're really excited about that project. We're also replacing 10 Stalker radar units. It's a multi-year replacement project. That's the in-car radar units that we use. 20 tasers are being replaced, again, a multi-year project. We're getting 2 night vision binoculars and 3 Noptic thermal cameras for patrol cars. These are the ballistic helmets. They look a little different than our old helmets, but again, these helmets stop bullets, which is a good thing. This is the Noptic camera on the right. That is the spotlight you see on a patrol car, but this spotlight has a thermal imager added to the top of the spotlight, and it pops up an image on the computer inside the car, and you get a thermal view of what's going on. So in total darkness, they can see body heat. If a car was just recently running, just a great tool to have in the fleet. We're excited about that. That's a monocular on the left, a night vision monocular, which amplifies ambient light. We're going to have those into the patrol fleet. And on the right is our WatchGuard in-car camera system, and you can see the body camera there on top. We did upgrade from their basic body camera to their upgraded body camera, which means we're going to have a battery that lasts the entire shift with better recording quality. So we were able to do it at the same price as what we first budgeted for, so we're really excited about that technology upgrade. Performance objectives. Expand and continue services offered by the Overdose Quick Response Team, the QRT team. As you know, Sterling Heights, Michigan was the first department in the state of Michigan to offer house calls for people that overdosed. Something had to be done. People were overdosing, and we would do a medical run, and then we'd show up at their house a week later. We'd show up at their house a month later, and nothing changed. Now we are sending caseworkers out, a peer recovery coach, a family recovery coach, and a police officer, all specially trained to get that person into drug treatment right after the overdose. We were a pilot project for the state of Michigan. There are now 20 agencies on board with this. We've been meeting with state senators and representatives about getting state funding through FAN to have this program go statewide. So again, a bunch of departments have signed on. The program's been hugely successful with over a 60% success rate getting somebody into treatment, either a family member or the person who overdosed. I'm also proud to announce the completion of our Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police accreditation process. Captain Ken Pappas has worked tirelessly for the last almost 2 years on this project. We'll be one of the largest police departments in the state of Michigan to become accredited. 105 different standards had to be completely changed. We are now meeting all national best practices from use of force to car chases, foot chases. You name the policy, we've upgraded, we have trained, and hopefully come June 1st, we will become officially accredited through the state of Michigan. So very excited about that and appreciative of the work from Captain Pappas. The body-worn camera project implementation, that is going to be rolling out here in the next couple of months. Expand and enhance our drone unit. Our drones have been used on more and more runs. Recently, Shelby Township called for assistance. They had a barricaded gunman in a house. They didn't want to send an officer in there because the guy was armed with a AK-47. We flew a new drone that we have, a mini drone. It fits in the palm of your hand. We launched the drone. We flew the drone into the house. We flew to the bedroom and looked and saw that the guy was dead in the bedroom. No threat to officers. We cleared the scene with no danger to police. This is going to become a very common thing into the future, using drones to make sure everyone stays safe. The other project we'll be working on is, as you know, the feral cat calls that you receive on council become an issue, and our animal control does a great job, but we got a $5,000 grant. We're going to give people a live trap and a certificate. If they catch a cat, they can bring that cat to one of our nonprofits or animal hospitals, and that cat can be neutered and then released back to where it was found. So we're really excited about that program. And continue to work with the fire inspector, code enforcement, and the city attorney to address the large number of residential commercial marijuana farms in neighborhoods. We just met with the fire chief last week about the problem and about doubling down on efforts to really tackle these residential marijuana home growing operations. And the last thing is the target to address increase in auto thefts throughout the city. We've had a rash for the last year and a half of Dodge vehicles, Dodge Challengers and Dodge Chargers. The vehicles are very easily stolen through software keys and an iPad. A data port, they can have that car started, unlocked, and stolen within minutes. And Sterling Heights has a large, not only our factories that are manufacturing these cars, parking lots full of Dodge Challengers and Chargers, and we are really combating the theft of these vehicles. And we're working with the Macomb County Auto Theft Task Force to do that. That's all I have.
Mayor and Council, you can see there's a lot of value-added services in the police department's proposed budget. And now we'll shift gears and move on to the Public Works Department. As we know, the past year has been mostly consumed by the pandemic crisis and all that was required to respond to the crisis, which included establishing community testing sites, public education programs, opening vaccination centers, all while continuing to provide normal city services. In the case of Public Works, road projects had to be completed, streets had to be plowed this past winter, refuse had to be collected, and all while maintaining our vast water and sewer system throughout the city. To make matters more complicated, construction on the new DPW facility began just as COVID hit last year. Thanks to a strong team effort, the project is well underway and nearing completion later this summer, fall. DPW Director Mike Moore will now provide an update on the building construction and highlight other initiatives in the proposed Department of Public Works budget.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, and good evening, City Council, Mayor Taylor, and City Attorney Mark Koszewski. I'm excited today to talk to everybody about the 2021-2022 Department of Public Works budget and a couple items to highlight. And first, I'd like to note that all three of these items, our environmental safety supervisor, our water meter replacement program, and the DPW building construction were all part of our 5-year DPW goals. And we're glad and proud that we're moving through this list of items. So first up is environmental safety supervisor. We've been watching closely our colleagues in the police department and fire department, and what we really admire to have is our own training division similar to them. Right now, our supervisors are tasked with doing many different things throughout the day, which also includes making sure their staff is safe and trained. So the objective here is to have this position, environmental safety supervisor. We want to blaze a trail in our industry. Other departments of public works do not have a position like this, so we want to start the trend. We want to blaze a trail and have somebody that's going to oversee these three items you see in front of you. First and foremost, the environmental side. Oil spills, fuel spills, anything related to the environment could be grant opportunities for a multitude of different things. This individual would be the safety supervisor for the entire department and oversee training for the entire department. So to go through each briefly, the constraints that have been placed upon the department have really been accelerated a lot over the last few years with the different jurisdictions that we must follow, the different policies and procedures and guidelines, and those range anywhere from the county, Eagle, GLWA, MIOSHA, and EPA. So this new employee in the proposed budget would be responsible to adhere to all the guidelines, conform to all the paperwork, and oversee all the policies to make sure that not only the city, but the department as well is in line with everything desired of us. Importantly, too, is safety. Safety is really our first objective every day at work. And now we'll have a dedicated individual who can go to the safety classes, bring that information back to our team, train our team. This individual would also have the ability and authority to show up to a job site. If they see something unsafe, he or she can stop work, make the correction, and then allow work to continue again. At the same time, with our new building, this same individual will make sure everybody's wearing, whether it be, eye protection in the appropriate spot or steel toe boots, or importantly out on the job site, the reflective safety vest. So a very important task that we've never had this position in the past, but we're excited to have. And then thirdly, this position would oversee, as I mentioned, training for the whole department. With our new training room that we have in our DPW building, we now have the ability to, instead of shutting down the department and holding trainings in the shop, we actually now have the appropriate means to hold training. So this employee would now be tasked with, same as with the safety side of things, going to different trainings throughout the country if it's budgeted properly, and bring that information back and make sure that our staff has the most up-to-date training, skills, and knowledge to complete the job. So it could be in something as far as a classroom setting. However, majority of our operation is out in the field, so what I would envision would be something that you see in either picture here, on-site safety training or on-site training, whether it be chainsaw training or a multitude of different things that our jurisdiction is responsible for. So very exciting topic for us, very exciting opportunity for us that keeps our staff well-trained and safe. So if we switch gears a little bit, we'll go into water meter replacement program, which I think everybody is pretty familiar with, but I just want to give a quick overview of this program and then get into what residents can expect when we're completed with this program. So just by way of a little bit of background, just so everyone is aware, we receive our water from the GLWA through water main, as you can see in this picture depicted at the bottom right. The water main is located either under the road or between the sidewalk and the street. The city responsibility is up to the curb stop, which as you go for your walk, you'll see in the sidewalk the little four-inch cover. We have a key to open that, and from there we can actually shut the water off at the curb stop. Past the curb stop is the property line. This is the service lead that this becomes now homeowner responsibility from here back. So the service lead is underground, which leads to a water shutoff valve, and then ultimately the meter, which is going to be the topic of discussion here in a moment, which then reads how much water is consumed throughout the house, which then the city can bill appropriately. So to dive in a little bit deeper, here's your service lead coming into your house, your shutoff valve. If you're handy enough to make some of your own repairs, you can shut this valve off. And as long as the water shuts off, you can make those repairs. Otherwise, the city has to step in and shut the curb stop off, as explained. But the topic of discussion is right here, the water meter. So why are we here and where did we come from? Well, our technology is a bit dated. What you see on the left side here is an ARB box, and that has a hard wire that is wired to the water meter in your house. So DPW employees, staff members that read meters all year round, 5 days a week, a very long and cumbersome task and also very dated and inefficient task. These employees have, the middle picture is a pin probe. These employees carry the pin probe and they plug into the ARB box to get a read from the meter. From there, the pin probe sends a signal or a reading to the picture on the right, which is the handheld PC unit or handheld computer. The issue we're having is not only is the technology old and outdated and inefficient, we surely can't go to monthly billing with this type of system, but also these parts are not replaceable. We are unable to find replacement parts, and we're unable to find anybody to manufacture these parts. So we're looking for other solutions, which has brought us to the meter replacement program. Ideally, with the meter replacement program, what we're looking to do is convert every residential home to monthly billing in a 6-month period. We fully understand that there's a strong desire to transition the community from quarterly billing to monthly billing. So therefore, conceptually, the idea is we would install a transmitter on the outside of the house within a roughly 6-month period if the project is approved. So from date of award, roughly 6 months. All these transmitters you see on the bottom right picture here would be installed on the outside of the house, essentially replacing that black ARB box that we recently spoke about. That then would give every home that has a transmitter the ability to go to monthly billing. After that 6-month period, for an additional 2 years, we would look to get into every home and all the businesses in the city, roughly 40,000, and replace the water meter. The way this system communicates is all wireless, and there would be 11 different areas in the city that a unit would be affixed to a tower, that it would be radio read, and we would have the ability to go to monthly water billing. When the meter is changed out, what the residents would see different, or what they can expect, is not only a monthly bill, but they would have the ability from their smartphone, the laptop, their PC, to be able to monitor their usage. You could set a leak alarm, set a parameter that says anytime I use more than X units or X gallons, send me a notification. If you're out of town or you're a snowbird, you can have the app notify you if there's water usage at all. Additionally, too, there will be a help notification on the app to where they can talk live with someone else on the other side. They can screen share, they can walk them through concerns and issues. There is the potential to have the ability to pay your water bill through this app, through your smartphone. And then as Budget and Finance Director Jennifer Varney said earlier, there's also the possibility of dynamic billing with this software as well. So some very exciting ideas for not only the department, but for the city as well too, with the new innovating technology that we're proposing. And lastly, but certainly not least, DPW building update. We are extremely happy, extremely pleased. We're thankful for council and everybody's support to be where we're at right now with our building project. We really couldn't be happier. There's a fantastic buzz going around the whole building. So I thought it'd be a great time to share some pictures of the building and some of the progress that we made, and voice our appreciation to everybody and further support for us to get to where we're at. One item, I shouldn't say one item, what we really took to heart was involving the staff in the development of the building. We wanted everybody to have their opportunity to speak with the architect, to speak with the general contractor, and express their needs, their wants, their desires. And one thing we found that was high on everybody's list was windows and bright lights. The building we came from was a bit dated and a bit dark, and what you can see here is a lot of natural light, a lot of high ceilings. We put a lot of elevation changes that you can see here. This is the office staff. This is one of their highest requests. In a different view, you can see the same thing, just a lot of windows, a lot of bright lights. And we consider ourselves leaders in the industry, and we wanted a building that shows that we're leaders in the industry. And I think this conference room and many of the rooms in the entire building really shows more of the type of folks that we are there, professionalism. We get it done, and we are top-notch from top to bottom in that department. I think some of these pictures you'll see will start to represent who we are and what we're trying to be. A picture you may remember very well. This was one of the supervisor's offices, kind of an unpleasant area with a sanitary lid cover, so that consistently became a very questionable area for him. And, you know, a before picture, and now how about an after picture? Still roughed in a little bit. We just moved into phase 1 a week ago, so he's got his new office now, and in comparison, it's quite better. Here's our old break room, training room, and I've been talking this evening about training and safety, and as I said, we used to have to shut the whole building down, and we'd be all sitting in the garage area with these mixed match chairs, and if we could, we'd have a couple people in here, maybe 12 at the most. And now our new building, we've already held 3 trainings at this time, and just far more professional setup. We have the smart boards. Staff was able to use the smart boards, draw on the smart boards, and just receive the proper training and the appropriate conditions. So light years ahead of where we were. Here's kind of the crown jewel of the Department of Public Works. It's the backbone of the department. It's the Fleet Maintenance Division, and this division kind of has, in some regards, a relationship to every department in the whole city because every department needs their vehicles and equipment. So, again, staff had a lot of their requests put into this building here, or in this section of the building here. You can see the overhead crane. That crane can lift a fully loaded salt truck, move it around the shop. No need to do that, but if we need to, we can do that. Staff also requested things like different wash areas here, here, which made sense. So a lot of different things put into the building here. You can see overhead exhaust here. And then here's our vehicle parking area. And what we did with the vehicle parking area, and keep in mind, this is only phase one. We've got quite a lot of building to go. But you can see here another elevation change, so a lot of natural light around the whole building, really bright lights, bright floor. And in the vertical structure here, we included either air, water, or electricity on each pole, because in our environment, you may need compressed air in the morning to release your brake chambers. You may need electrical to pull for a battery charger, or you may need water to wash down the floor to fill a tank. So, staff provided a lot of good information. The architect provided a lot of good information, and couldn't be happier with the way the building has turned out thus far. And then lastly, to think a little further about the safety and health of staff, in the actual fleet maintenance area, we included a separate cutout for this structure here, which is our fabrication bay. And at times, mechanics can be tasked with cutting, welding, any sort of type of work. But if we know there's going to be a big job that's going to get ugly and nasty and dirty for a long time, no need to expose all the other mechanics to that as well, too. So we created a separate area inside the fleet area, which has its own crane, a smaller crane, which actually has more capacity than our current crane in our old building. And it has its own separate exhaust system. And one cool little trick we added here was we put steel in the floor right here. And what that is designed to do is, as a mechanic, you really have to think outside the box, and you don't have the tools you need. So the theory behind the steel in the floor is you can weld to the floor, and then at that point you have a pinch point or a pivot point to use a chain or use a breaker bar and pull something from the truck towards the floor as a tension. So a lot of good thought put into that too, and we thank the mechanics for all that thought. So 3 really exciting topics from the department. We're excited about it and happy to answer any questions that council or anybody may have. And again, we thank you for the opportunity, and we appreciate the support with the building.
Mayor and council, you can see with the presentations throughout the budget process that all the proposals are centered on excellence. And you can see there's just a lot of really exciting work going on and really exciting projects proposed. And speaking of excellence, I'm really pleased to introduce our next speaker. In 2016, voters approved the Recreating Recreation Initiative, which included a massive investment in quality of life services, upgrading local parks across the city, improving Dodge Park across the street with new and exciting amenities, extending bike hike trails, building the city's first ever dog park, and constructing a new state-of-the-art community center, which of course we're in this evening. And not to mention improving the Clinton River for recreation uses. This $50 million plus investment is paying significant dividends, generating excitement from residents of all ages. And the person leading this effort over the past few years is our Parks and Recreation Director, Kyle Langloy, who will now provide an update on the Parks and Recreation budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of council, and all gathered here tonight. It is, of course, my honor to be in front of you this evening to briefly wrap up the single largest Parks and Recreation investment in our history, as Mr. Vanderpool already mentioned, as well as discuss a couple of exciting initiatives within our department's proposed budget for fiscal year 2022. It may seem hard to believe, but we are almost past the finish line for recreating recreation projects, which were approved in November of 2016. And while the initial development of our parks decades ago may have rivaled the scope of recreating recreation, there is no comparison to how we have completed this build-out in less than 5 years from the approval date. In turn, I'm also confident in saying that the more recent project has brought a greater diversity and recreational opportunities than would have ever been imagined in our city's early existence. As a quick look back, we've accomplished many great things. We've completed interior renovations to the Nature Center, opened a new dog park, we've installed athletic field and court lighting at 4 parks, installed 2 universally accessible paddle docks, installed 17 new park signs, renovated athletic courts, installed 22 new playgrounds, surfaced 3 new parking lots, resurfaced paths and added the nature trail to our non-motorized inventory. We renovated all of our park restrooms and pavilions and installed 2 new restrooms throughout our park system. We opened a skate park, we opened a new community center, and we renovated Dodge Park, including a splash pad, ice rink, farmers market pavilion, amphitheater, and miniature soccer field. And while this grouping of projects has fully transformed our park system, in most any other case would be more than enough if that was our final list, we still have one more project to go, and we hope to complete that this fall. The indoor bocce ball courts at the senior center will begin in June. The facility will be a 3-season facility, and we expect that our residents will be able to enjoy that facility yet this year. The facility will consist of 2 club-sized bocce ball courts, protected from the weather and the many flying insects that seem to be found over by the wooded area behind the senior center. And although the last 5 years have gone by in a flash, we know there's a lot of people out there that are anxiously awaiting the completion of this one specific project. And so we appreciate everybody's patience as we get past this project and cross the finish line officially later this year. Would also like to present on another familiar topic, which is our fleet of smart buses that is operated through the senior center. As you know, the city has enjoyed a very successful partnership with the Suburban Mobility Authority for Regional Transportation, better known as SMART, for multiple decades. And they have provided funding to operate our transportation program annually, but also have been instrumental in seeking and allocating grant dollars to subsidize the buses that we have in our fleet. As is the case with all vehicles, the fleet must be turned over as buses age and become less reliable over time. This past year, it was decided that one of our 28 passenger buses had reached the end of its useful life and was scheduled for replacement by SMART through proposed grant funding. The bus is a 2005 model year with approximately 70,000 miles and has been in the shop multiple times for service due to frequent breakdowns. However, SMART also had made a new policy change, which included no longer replacing large capacity buses through their community partnership program. Their goal instead is to provide 13 passenger and even smaller transit vans that don't require drivers to possess a commercial driver's license. And while this policy works for quick shopping trips, transporting people to the senior center for programs, and taking people to doctor's appointments, does not fit our needs for day trips throughout the city, throughout the Tri-County area to shows, walking club destinations, museums, and of course the smaller capacity buses don't do nearly as much for us for our annual Sterling Fest event. However, after a number of conversations, SMART has agreed to replace the larger capacity bus and commit funding for the city of Sterling Heights, acknowledging that our high utilization of these greater capacity vehicles is superior to other communities. Just as a quick note, the last fiscal year, which was 2019, fiscal year 2019, we transported almost 36,000 patrons with our smart bus system through the senior center. So through this arrangement, SMART would be procuring the new vehicle on behalf of the city after June of 2021, with an expected delivery in January of 2022. And it is estimated that the new 28-passenger vehicle will cost $130,000, but there will be no general fund commitment. Instead, SMART is scheduled to cover $88,000 through a grant, and the remaining balance will be covered through our SMART Community Credits balance, of which we currently have over $415,000. Now switching gears, pun intended, I would like next to share an exciting new venture that our department is planning for the upcoming fiscal year, and that is the installation of an esports arena within the community center, along with additions to our services provided to the residents through this initiative. Esports and e-gaming is one of the newest trends around the country, giving children, teens, and adults a new way to participate in team and individual competitions, but without the traditional physical activity. While esports is the common term, I often use the term e-gaming interchangeably, as I believe the term esports lends itself to more of the sport-related games like FIFA soccer, Madden football, and the like, while e-gaming covers all games. E-gaming provides individual players and teams, depending on the different type of game, a chance to compete in tournament-style competitions, playing, of course, video games. Popularity of this activity is blossoming greatly throughout the country and around the world. High schools and colleges are starting varsity-level teams. Higher learning institutions within our state, like the University of Michigan and Adrian College, have developed esports management programs, and tens of millions of dollars are given away in prize money for tournament winners each year. To date, the Parks and Recreation Department has started offering smaller-scale e-gaming activities, including drop-in play, league play, and tournament play, which has all been done remotely to coincide with the health, the global pandemic and the health guidelines that we've had to follow throughout the last 14 months. And while this has been a moderately successful venture, we know that taking the opportunity to the next level will allow us to provide yet another diverse set of programs for our residents by means of an esports arena. The proposed esports arena will be stationed inside the teen room of the community center, which is fitting as the teenage demographic is one of the highest targeted age groups for this activity. In addition, there is room in this space to install the equipment and not negatively impact other functions of that room, which cannot be said about other locations within this building. As you can see in the diagram on the screen, we would be installing 2 sets of 6 gaming stations for a total of 12. This is the ideal setup for us and allows us to host tournaments and league play for individual games like Super Smash Brothers, or for team competitions like Overwatch or Call of Duty. The furniture itself will be designed and purchased to match the existing room furniture, and each station will contain a full high-end computer setup and comfortable gaming chair. Between the furniture and computer equipment with 5-year warranty, the estimated cost to install this new gaming arena in the teen room is $50,000. While we are confident that the user fees collected for existing and new programs will help offset the cost of this gaming facility, I am proud to share the news that one of our city's recently relocated businesses, Christian Financial Credit Union, has stepped up to be part of this initiative, as they too see the magnitude of this trend and potential for widespread participation. Christian Financial Credit Union has been a supporter of the Parks and Recreation Department's programs for over 10 years now, and today I am announcing that they have signed on for a 7-year presenting sponsorship of the esports arena and will be contributing $25,000 towards the new gaming space. The sign, as you see it on the screen, will be affixed to the wall above the teen room entrance from July of 2021 through June 2028, or longer if the sponsorship gets extended. I will be making arrangements to have a presentation of funds at a council meeting in June or July of this year. With this newly installed arena, the sky is ultimately the limit for expanded programming of in-person leagues, tournaments, and continued drop-in play. In-person gaming will allow our younger demographic to participate where they cannot now because they are too young to use and negotiate the Discord servers. And with additional spaces at the community center and senior center available for special one-time tournaments, our department has the capacity to work with local vendors and entities to provide large-scale events showcasing our great city buildings. In shifting around job responsibilities, we have one supervisor that will be taking the lead on developing and implementing this initiative with the assistance of other department personnel as needed. And in closing, the Parks and Recreation Department is continuing to push forward with providing the high level of services that our residents have come to expect, while also applying the Visioning 2030 and recreating recreation principles of having fully utilized spaces and bringing diverse recreational opportunities to our residents. We're excited to progress further through this global pandemic and get back to doing what we do best, which is bringing our residents and community together for a common purpose. As always, I'll be available to answer any questions that you have about these initiatives or the remainder of our budget. Thank you.
And Mayor, that concludes our presentations this evening. I just want to say in my concluding remarks, I really want to thank all the directors that presented tonight. They've put a lot of time and effort into their presentations, but even more importantly, months of time and effort into their budget proposals. So I know you join me in thanking them for their good work. So we're available now to address any questions or comments that the council or audience members have. Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on any of the items in the budget workshop tonight? If not, council, we can, what we've got on the agenda tonight is, so we can talk about, the way I propose we handle this is that if we have any questions regarding the police department, public works, and parks and recreation, the presentations tonight, we should ask those now, and then we can move on to budget amendments next. Without any objection, we can handle it that way. And given how long the discussion lasted last time, I'll offer up right now, if the council would like to take a brief recess, and then maybe 5 to 10 minute recess, and then come back after that to complete our remarks about these presentations and then the amendments. Sound good? Okay, we'll stand in recess for 5 to 10 minutes. Let's be back and get things underway no later than 7:45. So we're brief recess.
I don't even know where it is.
where we left off, we had just heard the budget presentations, and there were no members of the audience who wanted to participate. So I'll open it up to the members of the city council for any comments, questions, or further, I guess we can wait for further amendments until the next item. But any comments or questions for the presenters? Mrs. Sarowski.
Okay, I'll take the first round here. So thank you very much, Mayor Taylor. And I do want to initially thank everybody, all the department heads and all of the department members who put this budget together and helped bring us our presentations. Very nicely done. So through the chair, I'm going to start with Police Chief Dale Dwozhikowski. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
So I do have a couple of questions, and then I have a couple of comments. So I am excited, as I would expect most residents are, to have more police officers, that we have found a way to get the police officers without having a tremendous hit to our budget, because people are very valuable and expensive. So, but I am concerned with a couple of little things. Or big things, if you want to take it that way. So first of all, I wanted to mention, when we removed dispatch and we went to county dispatch, we had a lot of high hopes. We had a lot of very high expectations, and there have been some downsides. It has not been as positive as we have expected. It's still working, but we removed all of our city, our dispatch officers, and located those that could be over to the county. So my concern is the same type of not meeting our expectations with this jail movement. So I have a couple of questions, and I might even have a question to Mr. Vanderpool, if I may, but I'll start with, so Chief, we are going to be able to fund these police officers, the 7, with removing the jail funding that we have for it right now, correct?
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay, so that's going to be a saving, or a push, basically, of about $600,000 per year. Okay. Now, if we find that, because I have it on fairly good authority, that the capacity at the jail is being decreased a little bit due to COVID, and if we are going to increase our usage of that jail, we are going to have a bit of a challenge, we may have a bit of a challenge getting these incarcerated people placed when they need to be placed. If we find that it is not as effective, we are having a slow down, a time where the officers are waiting for hours to be able to process some of these offenders. Do we have the option to go back to reopening our jail? And that might be to, I don't know if it's best to you, Chief, or would it be to
Yeah, I've talked to Mr. Vanderpool about this. Our jail is built out, right? We have 24 jail cells upstairs. Right now, there's no plans to demolish that area, touch that area, leave it as is, for that exact reason. The capability of going back to an in-house lockup facility is absolutely there, and we would not get rid of that area until we knew this plan was fully functional and operational. And I do share your concerns. When we went to the county for dispatch facilities, there was a lot of doom and gloom, and the world was going to end, and there was hiccups at the beginning, and there was problems. We had to work with the county, and we got through those things. I'm proud to announce right now, if you ask the average road officer, they would say it's pretty good service. And you would say, was it better when we had our own in-house dispatch? Probably a little bit better. At the end of the day, the runs come out. They are very well trained at what they do at the county. We're happy with the service, and it's worked. And the consolidation has worked, and all those extra benefits of having the county dispatch for us, including the capability of, like the last accident I just heard, the dispatcher gets on the radio and says, yes, I'm looking at the camera right now. There's 2 cars in the intersection, and they're looking at their large, gigantic wall of video, calling out to the officers what they're seeing. So definite benefits when the county, has definite assets that we do not.
All right, okay, very good. And I have been in that dispatch center and seen it fully operational. It is impressive, and it is amazing the technology that we can use, but you were right, there were hiccups, and I do want to have that opportunity that if this doesn't work, if we find that the jail's at full capacity, because in the past there have been issues with that, with the judges have had to release off prisoners sooner than later and put them on tethers or whatever. I don't want to have that option. I don't want to have to just use that only option, but be able to go back to our in-house. Understandably, what would that look like then? Would it be we would rehire the security team that we've used, or would we use current officers to staff that?
Security is definitely cheaper. That's why we left. We used to have 9 officers working that jail. It takes about 9 to staff that jail with 2 bodies every day, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. So we stopped doing that because the cost of an officer is way more than contract security. So we stopped that. So if we went back, we would hire an Allied or any other security. Could we put it out for bid, figure out who can run our jail, and then have that facility literally turn the lights back on, hire our people, teach them how to fingerprint, do our booking cards, and get back up and running if we had to do that.
Okay, great. Well, that's very helpful, Chief, and I do appreciate your time. So thank you. That's all I have for you right now. Thank you, sir. So I think we're going to do the round robin of just each council person, and then, I know. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I'm so sorry. You can go ahead.
Ms. Sarowski will finish, and then.
Yes, I will
we'll call you
finish.
back up
I
if
will
you
have questions for each presenter tonight, so. My next through the chair to Mr. Kyle Langlos, if you could. I'm going to start with you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Kyle. So thank you again for your presentation. It was wonderful. And I've always said since we've started these projects, like, gosh, I wish these parks were here when my kids were little. I'm happy to have a granddaughter that I can have come and enjoy them, but gosh, they're beautiful. And on that note, I have I can't call her an employee because she works with me. She's one of my clinical managers. She is relocating from Lake Orion on the lake to come into Sterling Heights. She finds the amenities here are beautiful. She's asked me a lot about it. She is bringing her 3 children. She is a single mom, and she really is a nurse. She's got the grand scheme of things that she wants to have it all for her children. She wants the big backyard. House doesn't have to be so big, but she wants the yard. She wants the parks, amenities, and everything. And she goes, it has everything. Sterling Heights has everything. And she meant not just the parks, but certainly that was one of her biggest attractions. So I sat there and was very proud to hear that. It made me feel really good. And I said, that's our city. I'm so happy. But it's true and she's mid-30s, 3 small children. That's what we like. We need to have our cities continue to grow and to continue to be a place where we can age in place, which is what I'm doing now, and we can also bring in the younger children and the younger families to continue to support and to build the city even bigger and better than what we've done so far. So I thank you for that. I do have questions about the bocce. You said it's 3 seasons, so I would expect that means no heat, and we're not going to be running it in the winter time. Is it going to be locked, or they can come and use it and freeze to death?
Yeah, it'll be open.
Okay.
Certainly throughout the winter, being that it's going to have 4 walls around it, and the windows will be closed, and it's an insulated building. On a nice winter day, certainly, if people want to go out when it's freezing, they will have some cover from the elements, certainly, and can jack it up and play if they want, but it will be open year-round. We just won't have it at a nice balmy 70 degrees.
And I think that's great after this past year where people have learned that they can do a lot of things outside they didn't expect they could do in the winter, even dining on a patio. So yes, I think that's a great idea, and I was hoping that was the answer. So, and I was writing a lot of these little notes about the smart bus, so that is 100% grant, or it's going to be covered both by the grant and the balance fund and our funds. Okay, good. Because yeah, those buses are expensive. So, and then to esports. So I think this is very exciting, but as a former, because I'm too old, athlete, I do appreciate physical active sports. So this is a little bit of a new concept for me. I live with people, or they live with me. They don't pay rent. And they play a lot of this. I hear a lot of yelling in my basement when football is being played. So I understand the concept. I think this is a great option. The only thing that I'm concerned about or have a question about really is that we are going to have this done in the teen room. The teen room specifically was set up for teens, but you mentioned that we would have adults intermixed. How would we make sure that we're supervising, that the adults aren't hanging around with the teens? Because that really wouldn't be a very good idea, I don't think. Or if they are their parents, how are we going to manage that?
Yep, no, I appreciate that question, and it's a great question. So as we continue to evolve, the use of our spaces, there will be times that it won't be a teen room in the traditional sense of what we wanted it to be, or what we planned it to be, which is just kind of open drop-in activity. We found that teen rooms, this teen room in the 10 days that we were open prior to having to close down for COVID. You know, there's certain times of the day that the teens are coming to utilize that space. And that's generally right after school till about, 5, 6 o'clock at night. So this gives us the opportunity to program that space maybe in the evening time after most of the teens have gone home for the day, or certainly on weekends, or if there's something that can be done, maybe there's kids or teens or adults that are home during the day and we can utilize that during the day. So it gives us the opportunity to really look at it and schedule it a little bit more than what we were planning to do. And in turn, I think it'll be, even more utilized of a space than what we were expecting it would be.
Okay, and would you plan to then have a specific supervision of that room? How would you?
Yeah, anytime there's an
specific
activity going on, esports related, there will be a staff person in that space for multiple reasons. Obviously, we have expensive equipment that's going to be in there, but, too, the ability for people to get into things online that we don't want them to get into in a public space as well. So we will have that staffed. Like we do, we'll be watching that with our front desk staff, but when it's a more specific esports activity, it'll be staffed by a specific staff member in there all the time.
Perfect. And then I do appreciate and thank Christian Financial for their sponsorship. You said it was for 7 years, and you said it was for $25,000. Is that $25,000 a year or a total over the 7 years?
It's a total over the 7 years. They're actually going to front load that in the first 4 years of their sponsorship, though, so we'll have that money, I won't say all up front, but gives them an opportunity to have kind of a stake in the game, for lack of a better term, for that 7-year period of time.
Okay, very good. Okay, well, those are all the questions I have for you, Mr. Langlois, so thank you again, and congratulations. Okay, thank you. And then through the chair to my final victim, Mr. Moore. How are you, Michael?
Good evening.
Good. I have a couple of questions on those meters. Can you tell me, or I don't know if I missed it, is this just a budgeted item, or is this an additional cost to the residents for these meters? How is that going to be funded?
So that will be a budgeted item. We're going to go out to bond for that.
Okay.
And that we're looking at a cost of less than $12 million for that project.
Total throughout the city, and the expected time frame to have that completely done is how long?
So that will be throughout the entire city, and the plan as of right now, we're fine-tuning some details, but the plan is 6 months from the date of award to 6-ish months, 6 to 8 months. We'll convert everybody to monthly meter monthly billing, and then after that 6-month period, an additional 2 years to put all the meters in. So we're looking at 30 months.
Okay, very good. I do have one of those old pin meter things outside my house that the case is broken off of and vines have grown into, so I am looking forward to having something a little less challenging for you guys. And then I want to congratulate you on your building.
Thank you.
I drive by it every morning on my way to work. It is beautiful. It is lovely. I'm expecting that everyone is happy, but I do want to ask, and I think that we did put in a workout facility for you guys, correct?
Yes, we absolutely did.
And how is that going?
Oh, well, that's actually going to be phase 2.
Okay.
Some of the logistics, initially we had that as a phase 1 completion, but COVID has really gave us some challenges that we've had to work through. So now that space is being occupied for different reasons to make everybody's social distance.
Okay,
But
so.
that absolutely is in the plan.
Okay, very good. And then I think those are actually all the questions I have for you, Mr. Moore, so thank you very much. And through the chair, thank you. I have no further questions other than to, again, say I'm happy with this budget as it stands now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Anyone else, council? Mrs. Koski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like our police chief to come back up. The community service, you're going to designate 2 officers to that. You're asking for 7.
Yes.
5 are going to basically work the neighborhoods and that type of community service. The community service 2 officers will work like the old DARE program or the SMART moves, And would you just lightly go over again their activities?
Yeah, so they would be assigned to Sergeant Aaron Susal in our Community Services Bureau. They would be in charge of, they would more than likely take over our quick response team, that we do those weekly house calls for people that have overdosed on opiates. We want to start a middle school program, doing some middle school anti-drug program, which we do not have any exposure in our middle schools, and in our high schools outreach programs, which we have none of. We don't have the people or the time. I also envision the community services unit, a big hunk of their summer will be park patrol. They'll be out here in Dodge Park and all of our other park systems, whether it's on bicycle or Segway. But again, a welcome addition to patrol those parks. And also working with the new city social worker, which we have well over 1,000 runs a year that could start with that social worker. And again, the road officers have runs that they're responsible for. And as soon as they clear one run, they might have 10 minutes off or 30 minutes off, and then they go to another run. This Community Services Bureau could go out that day with the social worker and make that house call, because it's most cities that have a social worker assigned to a police department, that social worker would go out sometimes that day if they're working. A lot of times it's the next day after a referral, and they go with a police officer to go handle that situation and make sure they get those resources out to the people.
Well, Chief, I'm not in favor of a social worker at this time because I have not seen a job description yet, exactly how that person would be used, whether you would be the only department that would use that person, whether they would be available to city staff, as an example, for issues with the fire department personnel or police department personnel. So I'm going to, I'm letting you know, I'm going to ask that that be deleted from the budget at this time, simply because I don't think that we have that well planned. I don't think we're ready to bring somebody on board because we really don't know what we're going to do with them. And so that's something great for the future. Maybe at this point we can rely on the county to maybe use their person, because you have good ideas there, but I don't think that we have thought that completely through. With the jail, I have concerns with the jail. I know that the county, they've had a great reduction in, I don't know what to call it, personnel there at the prisoners. I know it's down to something like, I was told like 500 to 600 occupancy, that they're closing down portions of their building, the older sections of their building. What is their security like? What kind of liability will we get when we send our prisoners over there? Or are we completely covered because we pay taxes to the county for this service? Are we completely covered? We have no liability whatsoever if, let's say, we take a prisoner over there and the prisoner has some really major issues and they hang themselves. Are we going to be liable for that person because we just dropped them off because overnight stay kind of thing? Can you reassure me that this is the proper move to make?
Yeah, we did. I met with the sheriff a couple of times on this. We did a tour of their jail facility with my upper command staff, and we took a look at their lockup facility, their booking facility. They definitely have the people. They have the deputies there. It's a well-oiled machine. We walked around the building. You're right, they are at lower capacity. There's no doubt about it. Two reasons. COVID, just less lockups. People are just not going to jail as much. Judges are less likely to sentence people to jail time. Change in state laws, stopping some incarcerations for certain crimes, that's going to continue. And as far as the liability goes, once we drop off that prisoner, they won't take a beat up or battered prisoner. If someone has a medical issue, like we can't bring someone that is clearly should be at a hospital, they won't even take them in. It's our job to bring them to the hospital before they'll take them in. But if they're a normal lockup, which is 98% of our people are normal. They can be housed immediately. There's no glaring problem. We bring them to their jail, their check-in desk, their booking desk. They do a quick assessment, a suicide risk assessment questionnaire, drug and alcohol screening test. Then they do their fingerprints and photographs. And that's, once they become an inmate of the county jail, the liability is on the county. The city of Sterling Heights is not housing them. We're not watching them. And unless barring some, I can't think of the scenario, but in almost every case I can think of, the county would be liable if that person hung themselves or did something, or there was lack of care, or the corrections officers didn't make their rounds, or something happened, it would be on the county.
Do they have all their cameras functioning there, even though they have low capacity?
Yeah, I would imagine so. I guess I haven't done a full security assessment, but that's what the county jail does every single day. They literally house prisoners, professional staff, not only corrections officers, but corrections sergeants and bosses that run those wings and those units. A captain oversees the entire facility. I saw their command center. All their monitors were up and running, and everything seemed to be accounted for. And again, we were there during the middle of the day during an arraignment time, and they had these 5 arraignment booths plus 2 gigantic pseudo courtrooms set up. The jail deputies taking people in and out, and it seemed very well organized when we were there. And it was the middle of the day on a Wednesday.
Well, the only reason that I asked that is because I recall that they wanted to build a new jail because the current jail was literally in disrepair. And that was a big issue, and that was something that they were going to pursue to the voters, to build a new jail. And now, because they have a reduced capacity, I'm concerned that what condition is that jail in? And you're telling me that we would have absolutely no liability there, that once we take them, drop them off, we're done, correct?
Yes.
And as you said prior to that, if this is not a workable situation for us with our courts and our officers and so on, that we would be able to reopen our jail and go back to doing that. My other question is, what is it going to cost us to do this way? How many officers do you project that we're going to have off the roads to do this delivery service?
Yeah, in a typical arrest, someone gets arrested, it's one officer drives here to the station with their arrest, or they would drive to the county. That's not going to change. It is longer to get to the county jail. It's 6 miles from our eastern border, Hayes Road. It's about 8.5 miles from here. So they have to drive to the county, so they're away from the city a little bit longer to get there. But it's one officer that goes there. They pull up to the garage door opens, they pull their car in, they fill out the booking card, and they hand over the prisoner to the county, and the county does the fingerprints and photographs. As soon as they hand over their prisoner, they're back in the car, driving right back to Sterling Heights. If the prisoner was combative or fighting, just like any other arrest, we'd always send 2 officers with them. So we made an arrest at 19 and Ryan, and the guy was fighting. They'd send 2 officers, and they would drive together into our own lockup. So when they got into our garage area where our Sally Port, they would have 2 officers there for the combative prisoner. The same thing would happen here. 2 officers would drive to the county, we drop off that prisoner, and we're done.
And there's no extra monies that we would owe to the county for this service. It's strictly paid for by the residents of Sterling Heights in their county tax, correct?
Yes, that is true.
And you're in favor of this?
I am.
I like the idea that you're keeping up on the vehicle replacement. You have a 5-year plan?
Yeah, so with patrol cars, obviously that changed everywhere. We go to the fleet supervisor at the Department of Public Works. He looks at all of our cars, the mileage of the vehicles, the condition that they're in, and decides how many we're going to need to replace to make sure we get the old cars out of the fleet. And on the patrol side of things, Councilwoman Koski, we take those old patrol cars and they turn into new DPW cars, new Parks and Recreation cars for summer programming. You'll see a lot of old decommissioned police cars being utilized throughout the city and other departments. So those cars get a second life in the other departments throughout the city.
What's your mileage deadline?
I think it depends on how many vehicle repairs. If that car has had like chronic transmission issues or engine problems, it might get deadline at 70 or 80,000 miles because there's just problems. They don't want to pay to fix anymore. But otherwise, we've had cars easily get up to 100,000 miles, depending if the next car is ready to go. And then when you get around 100,000 or over, it's probably time. The car becomes costly. Police cars are driven totally different than an average car. Cops floor it to a run, they slam on the brakes, they floor it. It's aggressive driving to and from runs, unlike driving to the store. Police officers at times have to drive under emergency situations, pursuits, which we still have, and the cars get beat up faster than a normal vehicle does.
Now, does Ford Motor Company or any of the three major companies build police cars specifically?
Yes, so our Ford Explorer, you would know it as a Ford Explorer. That's the name you know. They call it a Ford Interceptor when we buy it, the police version. The Ford Interceptor is really just a Ford Explorer. They put bigger tires on it, bigger brakes on it, bigger like transmission cooler units. I'm not a big engine guy. They beef up all the parts of a car that fail when you drive, at a high rate of speed. Quick starts, slamming on of brakes. So that's why the brake pads are almost double the size of a conventional brake pad. So the cars are purpose-built for police work, including all vinyl floors, no carpet. So if someone is bleeding or throws up in a car, we can hose it down. And the car there's a big metal plate between the two front seats that we mount our computers and all of our control systems to. So the cars are purpose-built for police work.
And that's basically what we got. Good to hear. The marijuana farms. You have a task force that you are part of. When I say you have one police officer, one firefighter, or fire marshal. Can you tell me a little bit how that works and what it's composed of?
Sure. The fire inspector, Sean Allen, George Sorolis, works in our narcotics section, and a code officer will travel to these complaints. If we get a complaint today, they show up at the house, they knock on the door, they find out if they're registered to grow marijuana. If they're not registered, the fire inspector has powers we really don't have. The fire inspector a lot of times can get us into houses and backyards if there's a violation that he sees. And we work together to get what we need done. Are they illegally hooked up to power? Have they stole power from Detroit Edison? Are they stealing water? Are they running 3 or 4 electrical or AC units on the outside of the house? Is the smell, can you smell the smell of marijuana from the street? All of these observations come into play to get inside the house. Then we find out, are they in compliance with our city registration process? Are they growing the right number of plants? As you know, the maximum number is 72 plants that you can grow. You can grow 12 for yourself, and then you can have caregiver cards and grow plants for other people. And oftentimes they're not in compliance. They're not registered with the city. They're growing more than 72 plants. You can smell the marijuana from the street. They're running additional air conditioning units that they never got electrical permits for. So that's why the holistic approach of having code enforcement there to say, no, they didn't pull power, or they didn't pull a permit for this power work for these AC units. The fire marshal, they're saying that's a fire hazard. You can't have this, this, and this. We're going to pull power from the house. And then the police, have they done something illegally with violation of the Medical Marijuana Act or having too many plants, pounds of marijuana in a basement? That's the 3-prong approach to dealing with these grow operations.
If a resident suspects a grow house in their neighborhood, what would you like them to do? Call the police department, and if so, what number?
Yep, they can just call our general front desk number, 446-2800, and say they want to report a marijuana growing operation, and get us, that information goes straight back to our narcotics division, and it gets investigated. Usually within a couple days, we're out the house. We'll make the rounds, knock on the door. If they don't answer the door, we put a big placard on the door that says, we were here, we're going to come back, and we keep on making those house calls until they show up, they open up the door, and we can verify whether or not they're growing legally. And the guys doing this, from the fire department, Officer Rules from our side and code, they're really doing tremendous work addressing these grow operations and letting the ones that are legally doing it do it, and the ones that are not legally doing it, we're shutting them down.
Very good. One last question. How's my K-9 unit doing?
They're great. Yeah, we have our 4 dogs up and running, and we'll see if we can have trials this year, because last year we did not have, because of COVID, the National Canine Trials. So we're excited about getting that back again. And as you know, Sterling Heights is we host those trials for the entire Midwest region here, right here in Sterling Heights. So we're excited, and hopefully that comes back this year.
Will you make sure and let us know when the trials are so that we can come in and watch them perform?
I will.
Well, you're doing a fantastic job there. Thank you very much for the information.
Thank you.
Next, I would like Public Works. Mr. Moore.
Good evening.
How do you like your new building so far?
Oh, I think you can tell by my enthusiasm. We love it. Very happy.
I noticed you've been smiling. When do we get a tour or a ribbon cutting or a celebration of some sort?
Well, you know, that's a great point. That's one thing I forgot to mention was our goal is set that building completion would be this fall. So at that point, we'll have a good ribbon cutting.
Well, the building looks absolutely wonderful. It sounds like you're doing a great job there. This environmental safety supervisor, that's a new position. And can you just touch on that a little bit more?
Sure, yeah, really exciting position for us that we have in the proposed budget. Something clearly we've never had. And as I mentioned, we want to set a standard. We are going to set a standard in our industry. And to have an environmental safety supervisor allows us to be similar to our colleagues in the police and fire department, where they have dedicated employees who train their staff. We don't have that. We just do our best, and we train our staff to the best of our ability, but it's not good enough. We need someone who's dedicated, who's going to train our staff, and that is one of their core responsibilities, to train our staff. Our department is so diverse. I think sometimes folks don't realize how diverse, from one individual has to make sure we have fresh drinking water, to the other one has to operate machinery, to taking down a tree, to going underground in a sewer system. So having such a diverse background of individuals, we need someone who can focus solely on training these individuals as well as keeping them safe. We do our best to keep our staff safe. I think we've done a great job, but this individual will really drive home those core competencies of safe working environment for the staff, as well as on the environmental side. As I mentioned, all the different jurisdictions that we report to, making sure we have the water quality report to storm water management plans, this employee will be dedicated to make sure all that is top-notch as well.
I think that's a fantastic idea. That's something that's really, really necessary as far as I'm concerned. You talk about the environment. Do you have someone on staff that is, I don't know the proper word for it, the person to go to if you have a funny vine going up your pine tree in the back along your fence as to what is this? Do you have a person that residents could call and say, is this poison ivy or poison oak, or how do I get rid of it?
We do. In fact, a very educated employee that we have, and I would defer that to our tree inspector, very knowledgeable about trees. However, there's many individuals I can think of in our department that are very educated, knowledgeable about those types of items. So if any resident had that concern, by all means, call up and we're happy to help them through it.
And your number is the DPW number at?
586-446-2440.
Very good. One other thing, the new water meters, you went through that pretty quick. Go over it with me one more time. You're going to start putting these little instruments on the homes now, and then within 2 years, replace the meters, be able to read these electronically. One more time, how does that work? When is that going to start?
Sure. So upon approval, if approved by council, within 6 months of approval, there's going to be some ramp up to do this. We also need a very thorough public education program. But on the onset, within roughly 6 months, the awarded vendor would visit every home, but not have to enter the home. They would only be on the outside of the home, cut wires, remove the black box currently on the house, install a new box, reattach the wires. That's it. It's more complicated than that, but at least in conversation. That process would take roughly 6 months. During that 6 month time, we would work closely with the finance team and get the water billing software all ready to go. Those folks would then be on monthly billing. After that's completed, after that 6 month window is closed, then we'll keep an eye on COVID and how things are going. That's why we're looking at this timeline. We don't want to get into houses right now. We want to kind of get the temperature of COVID. But after that 6 month window, then we're estimating 2 years that it would take us to get inside of every residential home and then swap out just the meter.
So there wouldn't be any more estimated bills. It would always be actual billing, and you could take your little phone and find out how much water you're using, and the bell goes off when you've exceeded?
That's correct. There's a little bit of fine print to that, though. During that 6 month window where we replaced the transmitter on the outside, these meters are a bit older, so they don't all have the technology to where you can do that with the software right away. It wouldn't be until your meter is physically replaced that then you have the capability with that software. But yes, everybody will eventually have that ability to do that.
That'll be something we'll be able to look forward to. Sounds like you've got some great ideas and some improvements. And I'm looking forward to our tour of your building. Thank you. Parks and Rec, Kyle? I'm really pleased with what you're doing with the teen room. That's something that we've always worked for, is find something to entertain our children, something to keep them active. And now that we've taken over, was it baseball? Great improvement. I think that's going to be very successful. I'm really pleased. And now this esports, e-gaming. I will give you my grandchildren, and they will never come home. I think that's really a great idea, and if there's anything else that we can do to help support that, you know, I'm sure the council will be right there. Just ask. The transport was SMART. I thought that SMART just automatically replaced the transport buses as needed. Was there some difficulty with the 28 passengers? Please go over that again.
Yeah, correct. So SMART, there's lots of different ways that they procure vehicles for us. We've actually even purchased some on our own with city dollars, but in this instance specifically, they were prepared to get a federal grant through the Transit Authority for a new bus. They did not want to replace the 28 passenger vehicles because, again, larger buses, there's trouble finding drivers with proper CDL licensing to be able to drive those. You're also looking at larger capacity buses that use more fuel, worse for the environment, and just are a little bit clunkier to drive around kind of for basic city services. And so we've really tried to move away from the 28 passenger bus. They were willing to commit X number of dollars, which was $88,000 towards a vehicle, which we ultimately settled on, and then said they would agree to support a larger capacity bus if we would utilize our credits, which we have a significant balance of community credits available to us. That it's basically a rainy day fund for these exact type of purchases. So they supported our efforts as long as we were willing to put up some of our credits to use for the 28 passenger bus. And I know I had a picture up on the screen of one of our walking club trips. You saw 5 smart buses. It's what it took to take, all the walking club participants to that venture. So only one of those was a 28-passenger bus, if you were counting. But certainly when we look at the volume of people that we transport for those types of trips, taking down to shows at the Fox Theater or even ball games, or certainly our Sterling Fest event, having the additional capacity goes a long way. It allows us to engage more people in whatever activity that we're doing.
Yes, I know that we do have great participation with the seniors. One last question for you, Kyle. You've done a great job with the rec center and with our parks, major parks and minor neighborhood parks. Do you have any suggestions or any plans to patrol some of our paths, like Delia Park? Some of the trails back there, they kind of wind around and follow the Clinton River and so on. Do you have any ideas as to how maybe we can have a little more security there, patrols?
Yeah, and this is something that I know Police Chief talked about too in his presentation with really assigning more people to that task. We have staff, we've worked with the police department over the past year since we opened the nature trail to have additional patrols out on that trail specifically. Our staff is out on the trails more than we've ever been on the trails, whether it's full-time staff members or even our park monitors. We don't have plans per se for a 24-hour patrol of our trail system, but we have a much higher presence in all of our parks than we did prior to recreating recreation. One of the things that we saw with investing in our park system was really the need to be out there, be more visible, and keep our eyes and ears out in the public. And so we've taken that challenge up, and we have been more visible in the parks than ever, and trying to certainly encourage positive behavior and positive use of the parks. I know that's one of the major initiatives that Chief Wojciechowski is planning with his community policing resources, though, as well.
Have you thought at all about using teenagers, a type of teen bike patrol where they would be in pairs or so on, where they might be able to use it as a means of assisting, just patrolling during the summertime as an example? It's just a thought that maybe something that you might bring up with the teen programs that you're involved with. So
That is note.
other than that, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, one last comment through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. Good comments here tonight, and I just want to end my comments with letting you know that I'm not in favor of any kind of a tax increase, and I'm going to be asking for a motion to eliminate any new millage and cover any expenses that we have with fund balance. Just to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Koski. Mr. Yanez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could have the police chief step up, please. Good evening, Chief. Thank you for your presentation this evening. I just need some clarifications on a couple of things. First of all, in your discussion with Councilwoman Soroski, you had mentioned that hiring the 7 officers is a push. We're going to close the jail. It's a push. But I'm using a figure given to me by Ms. Varney of $135,000 for the fire inspector. I'm sure a police officer is much more, but I'll stick with the $135,000. Times 7, that's $945,000. So we're missing $345,000. I know in the past you said that you felt that this new, what what are we calling you here? Directed Patrol Unit would be able to generate money through enforcement. Do you think that we'd be generating $345,000?
Yeah, I do know a fire inspector costs much more than a patrol officer.
I don't think that's true.
Is our
You're
lowest
under
paid,
oath?
it is, lowest paid person in our police staff, clearly. Then sergeants make more, lieutenants make more, captains make more. So they are the lowest paid. I think they start off in the 50s, and then obviously they get pay raises every 6 months for 5.5 years. So eventually they get up to that $80,000, $90,000 base pay, plus I get it with benefits and everything else. The jail cost this year, $615,000. Next year, there's an increase to that jail cost, obviously every year, that contract that we have. And then with additional revenue from tickets being written, conservatively, we'd be in the 700s somewhere in that category. Instant savings, but that's not what the city is obviously out day one. But eventually, yes, that money could exceed that dollar amount.
Okay, so you're saying at initially, because the pay rate is at the lowest level, it'll be a push between closing the jail and enforcement.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. So tell me what exactly are evening hours in your shifts?
Yeah, I would try to keep that flexible because our typical afternoon shift runs 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. And I would like to move that shift around depending on what's going on in the city. If we need a little bit more time during the beginning of the day or later into the shift, I would like to have a little bit of flexibility to decide what hours those guys work, and then occasionally even having those hours adjust. If you're looking for a crew of guys stealing cars between 2 and 3 a.m., to have them work a little bit later into the night. But the bulk of those hours would be around there, 3 p.m. to about 1 a.m.
Because it seems to me that a lot of the speeding through the neighborhoods is during the daytime, especially when school lets out 2:30, 3 o'clock, something like that. Are we going to see more patrols in the neighborhoods at that time, or are we still going to have a speeding problem in the neighborhoods?
Yeah, obviously they're not working daytime hours. I do know we probably have the lowest number of calls Monday through Friday. It's, where people go to work. Their kids are at school. It's pretty quiet during those daytime hours. On the weekends, yes, you do get complaints of cars flying down the street because that's when people are home. That's when they call in the complaints. We know this. We know when they get home from work, as the former traffic lieutenant for 7 years, a lot of our complaints were during that rush hour time when people get home from work, people flying down city streets, kids coming and going after school hours, which is going to be 3 o'clock or later. They get out of school at 2:30 p.m. from a typical high school. So we know a lot of those complaints are generated later in the afternoon, not at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning or even at noon on a typical Wednesday. Most streets are a ghost town during the middle of the week. There's not a lot of traffic.
And I'm assuming when you write a ticket, the ticket has the timestamp on it, right? So you would know when the vast number of tickets are being written, correct?
We can run a report, when people are, when our officers are writing tickets, yes, absolutely. It doesn't correlate to when most people are speeding, it's just when the officers wrote the ticket.
So, so what exactly, so when you have this new directed patrol unit, sometimes they're going to be in the neighborhood, sometimes they're going to be in shopping plazas, sometimes they're going to be over at the assembly plant. How do you make those determinations when and where these folks are going to be?
Yep, we have our crew, our community resource unit, that is our surveillance unit that goes out and picks up bad guys, criminals. They do more covert, undercover operations in plain clothes. We have an officer, Josh Selby, that's our intel officer. Every single day, he gives out an intelligence bulletin update. We know exactly what's going on in the city, not only in Sterling Heights, but we know what's going on in Troy, Clinton Township, Roseville, East Point, and he says these guys in this car just hit 10 cars in this Chrysler parking lot in this city or a manufacturing facility. Gets that information out to our guys, so we would use that intelligence to decide where we're going to be or where problems are occurring. We have a full-time officer dedicated to just that assignment. So we'd go where the data says to go. where we've had car break-ins, where we've had miscellaneous complaints, maybe it's a rash of subdivision issues, car windows broken out, whatever it is. You can think of the hundreds of different complaints that we get, and stuff flares up and it dies down. So we go to that area where we're having the most number of complaints.
And can you tell city council and the people watching this tonight that they will definitely recognize more police officers in their neighborhoods with these hirings?
They would be driving around, and I mandate, that was clearly what was needed in our citizen survey. That's what council has talked about, seeing people in subdivisions, and that would be a marching order that they're going to spend time in those residential areas, absolutely.
And then, last thing I have for you is the marijuana grow houses. Right now, you're dedicating one officer to that. We may be adding on another fire marshal tonight. Do you have any plans of adding on any more police officers if we add on another fire inspector to help get rid of this problem in these neighborhoods?
Yep, I just met with the fire chief last week. We had a meeting, and clearly we see a big peak in calls, especially in those summer months, because they're running those air conditioners nonstop. The smell becomes very obvious. You as council members have all contacted me, giving me an address of a possible grow house, because your constituents have sent you the address. I get the address, I send it to my guys, and boom, we go, we put them out of business, we padlock the door, we pull the power, whatever we need to do. So I'm going to see what happens coming up this summer. Right now, we do more than most communities. Our unit is extremely effective. Sean Allen at the fire department and Officer Sorolis and our code guys are really doing some unbelievable work, and I'm sure you guys have seen some of the stats and the numbers of the number of grows they've tackled here in the last 6 months, the number of houses that they've closed or shut down. So they've done some unbelievable work, and if we need more, if there's a new fire inspector and they want to start a second team, I could repurpose someone from our Detective Bureau narcotics unit to work with that unit, if we need to do that going forward.
Thank you, Chief. That's all I have. And Mr. Mayor, that's all I have as of right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Mrs. Schmidt.
Mayor Taylor, thank you. Through the chair, first of all, to Mrs. Varney, I guess, you briefly said this during your presentation, and I just wanted to ask about it. You talked about median irrigation on Hall Road. Do we irrigate just our side of the median, or are we irrigating the entire median, and why isn't the neighboring communities helping with that, or are they?
Maybe Mr. Moore could help me with that.
Sure. In reference to Hall Road, we maintain the irrigation system on Hall Road.
So are we reimbursed from Utica and Shelby for any of that expense? I mean, we have to pay for water just like everyone else.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Mr. Vanderpool, is there a way we can approach those communities and have them cost share with us?
Sure. Let me first clarify, Councilwoman Schmidt, when you look at the landscape areas and the signage, they are situated on our side of the median. So that, technically speaking, is occurring in Sterling Heights. Now, is there some runoff benefit and so on to the other side of the median? Potentially, but those communities did not participate in the level of landscaping that we chose on their side of the median. So that's kind of how it stands.
We're not watering the grass on the median, just the landscaping?
We're only watering at Shaner. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mike.
That's a correct statement. It's just the landscaping on Hall Road that the city manager referred to. We don't water the entirety of the M59 median.
Okay.
Probably only where the landscape is.
Okay. That makes more sense to me now. Okay. I know it sounds kind of petty, but I thought, why should we have to? Well, since you're there, Mr. Moore, I have to say I've never seen someone smile so much through a budget presentation about a DPW building, and congratulations.
We're super excited.
I just have a couple of things. As for the safety supervisor, training supervisor, I think that's a fantastic position to have. It keeps us environmentally in compliance, which is really important, and it also keeps our employees safe in their day-to-day work. So I'm in full favor of that addition to your budget. As far as the new meters, do we, and I'm not sure who can answer this either, because the fact that eventually we're going to get into homes and some residents may refuse to let us into their homes, are we going to have an opt-out fee or an opt-out situation? I mean, we can't force ourselves into homes, not that I know of. What is our recourse in that situation?
Those are discussions that we've had a lot of those discussions with our references when we called during the RFP process of this project. And frankly, I think those are going to be some discussions with our legal team of how best to approach those. It could be COVID related. It could be many other reasons why we can't get into the house. So our team is expecting that there's going to be a small percentage of that, but we do believe we'll be able to find a solution, whether that's a denial of access fee or the potential of yet to be discussed, maybe an ordinance change of some kind. But we expect it, but we're confident we can get through it.
Okay. And speaking of meter readers, you just gave your Employee of the Year award to a meter reader. And tell me what we're going to do with our meter readers once we don't need them to go to homes and physically read meters.
Great question, and that was one of the first internal questions we had for ourselves before we even kind of went down this endeavor. Is we're very family oriented at the department, so we would never want to pursue something that would negatively affect one of our own staff or colleagues in general. So we have full intentions to keep those employees hired on, but in a different capacity. So it would not be an increase to the budget. What I mean is there's the part-time window for, as you can see anywhere right now, there's hiring signs everywhere and there's always vacancies. We currently have vacancies at the DPW for the similar type of part-time position. So we would have the full intentions to keep those staff members on board with us.
Great. Good to hear. I think that's all I have for you. Thank you. Let's go to Parks and Rec. I'm just going to shake it up a little bit. Just a couple of questions. First of all, for the bocce building or whatever, is there going to be official signups that people will have to do, or you'll probably have some organized tournaments and stuff, but just some open bocce time, or how is that going to work?
A little of everything. So I expect, again, as we start getting into the process of programming that facility and utilizing it, we'll find times where we will have scheduled activities during the day specifically. That is one of the main components for our 50-plus population. That was part of recreating recreation. Not that there's not other components, but we want to make sure that since it's replacing the two bocce courts that are outside there already, that we are providing at least the same amount of time for our 50-plus population as what they had before accessing to those courts. And then evenings, weekends, we might see leagues that we don't have right now. We might see tournaments, certainly open play. I think it also provides the opportunity for some private rentals down the road as well. So it's going to take some time to figure out what the best mix of use of that space is, but the short answer is it can be any number of different things, and we would staff it accordingly at that point.
And do people have to bring their own bocce, or are we going to be supplying them?
I expect during our, normal hours, we will have bocce balls available for people to use.
Okay. Are there lights inside of that facility?
Yep.
Okay.
We'll have lights. Also, we'll have large fans to circulate air, so it won't be stagnant air in the summertime. So between opening windows, because there will be windows with screens as well, So with the windows open and the large fans, we'll at least have some air circulating to hopefully make it comfortable.
And it will be locked at some point during the night?
Yep.
And it's not just for 50-plus, even though it's stationed over by the senior center, it's available to all of our residents.
Correct, because it's built with recreating recreation dollars, it will be available to all residents at certain points of the day. There will be times where it will likely be 50-plus only, but then it'll open up to the general populace as well.
Okay. And as far as the esports, as with Mrs. Sarowski, I hear the yelling through the bedroom wall myself. I think it's a great opportunity, and, you know, that segment of our population, those teens and the older teens, we really don't have much for them to do, and this is really, unfortunately, something that they're really into, and I know my daughter's college actually offers an e-gaming curriculum, which I think is insane to all of us that we didn't even have video games. So that's why we were more active physically instead of like this. But I think it's great. I think getting Christian Financial as a sponsor is what a coup that is, you know, thank you to them. And I think that that will now become one of the busiest rooms in this building. I think it's a great idea. So I'm glad to see that room more utilized because I was afraid it wouldn't be. And it was not mentioned, but I want to thank you for the addition to the kayak situation over off of Utica Road in Hayes. I think having the ability to pull your kayak up to the parking lot, that was done in record time and was much needed and eliminates a lot of unfortunate situations over there. So kudos to you and your department for getting that done so quickly.
Thank you.
And I think that's all I have for you.
Thank you.
Chief? So as far as the directed patrol unit, it's 5 officers that we're adding. And their jobs are pretty specific. However, if there were situations when they're on duty and a need arose somewhere in the city, they would still be available to help with the situation.
100%. Domestic violence run, husband stabs wife, it's chaos. Those guys, 5 officers, full uniform, they're at that house in 2 minutes. That's the other bonus. You have 5 guys, 4 nights a week, because they're going to work 4 10-hour shifts. They're out there, 5 additional guys. We've never had that kind of manpower during the evening hours, which is clearly by far the most number of runs we have, and the more serious runs all occur in the evening time. So that is 5 supplemental guys out there in full uniform to answer any serious incident or emergency call.
Okay, good. I mean, I understand they have a specific task, but I also want to know that they are available if needed in other areas of duty.
Yeah, the key thing with directed patrol, a lot of cities have this exact unit. They don't get dispatched runs, so they don't have to clear. If they're going to sit at a motel or hotel where we've had problems with people selling drugs in the back parking lot, they can sit there for 2 hours, pull over every single car that pulls in that's doing something illegal, and making sure they belong there, they're not loitering or trespassing or committing a crime without being called off on a police run. That's literally all it is. But if something big happens or serious, they can leave in 2 seconds to be part of that run.
Okay, good. And as far as the jail, I think, you know, I had said this before privately, that it's not like dispatch. The jail is there. If we need to go back to it, we can go back to it. If this doesn't work, it doesn't work, we go back to our old way. And you've heard from at least 3 of us now that you're all on notice that if it doesn't work, that we are willing to go back to our old way. So, you know, I would hate to see us fall into a trap of something that isn't more than stellar because we've eliminated the jail. So consider yourself on notice that we're watching and we're going to make sure that it's working correctly. And as far as, you know, having an officer out of the city, I understand that. On average, how many arrests do we make a day or a shift?
Well, this last year, we did about 3 to 4 a day.
A day?
A day.
Okay, so.
Then
that-
years prior, again, using last year, not the greatest year
Right,
in comparison.
right.
But this year is not shaping up to be any better. Record low number of arrests. And so the years prior to COVID and before these laws changed, about 8, 9 arrests a day for the whole 24-hour period. So that could be, 2 or 3 per shift.
Okay, so I guess where I'm going with this is the concern of having police officers outside of the city. And I have to look at it from the fire department standpoint of, we have no hospital in the city, just like the jail won't be in the city any longer. And at any given time, we can have 10 firefighters out of the city because they're at hospitals because we have 5 different ambulances. And we make it work. It may not be the best situation, but it's the potential of what can be. And so I think I'm comfortable with this for now. But, I think we're going to all keep an eye on it too. As far as the Community Service Bureau, so the 2 additional officers, are those the officers that will now be part of the, I have it written here, the quick response team?
They would be doing the quick response team. That'd be part of their daily functions. Right now, we're doing that all with overtime. We have officers coming in on overtime to do that detail. But this would be something they could do as part of their normal routine and their normal 40-hour work week.
Okay. And so they will have the special training, just like the officers that are involved now?
Yep.
What happens to our core officers? Are they intermingled with any of this at all?
100% core officers are still there, alive and well. We use them every single day. On those calls, like the loud exhaust on a pickup truck and the neighbor's going crazy and doesn't know how to remedy a situation. The core officer, that's a real example, went out there multiple times and sound meter, decibel meter readings, and these ongoing neighbor problems that don't go away. That core officer is the perfect person. That's their beat area, they're assigned to that area, and they address these problems. And we've had great success. All of you have called me with concerns, and I've conveyed that concern to a core officer, and they've made that house call and made that thing better for that resident.
Okay, great. And looking at the car purchases, I'm glad we're keeping up with that as well. However, I was surprised to see the Chargers on there because I thought that they were too small.
Yeah, so some of the officers hate them. I'm
Yeah.
6'2". To me, being in a Charger all shift, not my first choice. But some of the young guys that are here tonight, they love those cars. They're quick, they're sporty, they're stealthy, they don't stick out. They handle extremely well. They're all-wheel drive, and some of our officers love those Chargers. So that's why we've been doing this mix. Instead of just everyone gets a Ford Explorer, we found guys that said, I'd rather drive a Dodge Charger. And then this Durango, when this hits, I got a feeling a lot of guys are going to say, give me a Durango. So now we're going to have a Durango, a Ford Explorer, and a Charger. The guys love them. And that car is awesome for traffic. We have I shouldn't be saying this, but we have a green one and a blue one that'll be doing traffic enforcement. So you will never know that it's a police car. There'll be a green Charger parked on a street running radar, a blue Charger. So we have some different colors coming on board too.
Well, and we have one red one right now, correct?
A maroon color, yeah.
Okay, so an officer gets to choose the type of car they want to patrol in?
Yeah, when they do the quartermaster system, if they know the number of the car, some don't care. They'll just give me any car, I don't care. And some will say, yeah, I want car 114. They'll pick that car because that's their car.
Gotcha, okay.
Chief, you're giving our public a great reason to watch the budget hearing.
And last but not least, the body cameras. Can you explain to me what the capability, are officers, do they have to physically turn them on? Can they turn them off? How are they going to function?
Yeah, the body camera is going to be mounted for most officers. They'll mount it right to the center of their chest bone, right here. That's the best place that we've found, and that's what most departments wear them. And in the car, kind of cool technology, if you turn on your overhead lights, that body camera automatically turns on because it knows you're about to do something, about to pull over a car or get involved in something. And that automatically happens. But if the officer didn't turn on their lights and was just got out of the car to go talk to somebody and something happened, like, oh my God, this guy is trying to do something, they just hit a big square button on the front, they tap it one time, it turns on the body camera. So there's two different ways to turn on the body camera. One's automatic, the other one's manual. They only are going to be required in our policy, the way we're drafting it, with this the way most departments have it. When you have citizen contact, if you're actively on a call dealing with someone, a traffic stop or a police call or domestic violence run, you will have that camera on from the start of the run until the end of the run, and then you'll turn off the body camera. You'll turn off the body camera when you come into the station, when you're having private conversations with police officers. Those are times you'll have it turned off.
And how long is that footage kept for?
The footage goes on the body camera, and it's about, I think, 50 gigabytes is the actual body camera. The second they come in at the end of the shift, they hand their body camera to the boss, and there's a big charging rack of 8 banks. They take the body camera, they push it in the charging rack. It instantly downloads that 10 hours of video. The officer works 10-hour shift. It takes the 10 hours of video, it downloads it, puts it on the city server, so it's completely secured. It charges up the battery. So it's gone. I mean, the second the shift's over, the video's already backed up on the city server, which is double backed up. So very, very secure, and the thing gets charged and it's ready for the next shift.
And how long does it stay on our server?
It depends on the type of event. If it's a serious incident, it could be there forever. If it's capturing something, a shooting or some kind of murder scene, that would just be logged forever. Mundane stuff, that is like a typical traffic stop, 90 days, most stuff 90 days and it's gone. A drunk driving stop, that's going to be a default, I think 6 months. So when the officer is done with the run, say they did a drunk driving stop, they get back in the car, they have a little screen in their car, their watch guard video screen, they hit stop. And when they hit the stop button, it turns off everything. Then the screen says, what type of run were you on? Drunk driving run, a traffic stop, it gives them a list of options. If they hit drunk driving, it knows that video, when it gets stored on the city server, save this video for 6 months. It's a drunk driving call. So it'll be some technology built into it for retention. Michigan Retentions Act, Michigan requires us to hold records for X amount of time. That's all dictated by the state of Michigan.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'll start with the chief because the chief is standing the closest, and give me 1 second to get my notes all set. First, I want to talk briefly about some items I saw in the capital budget. I believe we were going to install a security camera system in Dodge Park. Is that correct, Chief?
No, there was no security camera system inside of Dodge Park. We bought some covert cameras.
Because there was a $38,000 line item for security cameras for Dodge Park. Well, I guess that's to Kyle.
Okay.
To the chair to Kyle, I guess. I'm sorry, Chief. Well, I'll hold that one for right now. We'll get back to that one then. I still have questions about the chief, the community bureau officers, because I've talked with our police officers and their union representation, and one thing they've really discussed is the need for more patrol. So I was very heartened to hear that these directed patrol officers would be on for calls that were necessary. Not going to be on direct runs, but if there was a situation in the city, they could be called off to do that. The 2 community bureau service officers, it seemed like they would be helpful, but I guess I'm just not sure if they're necessary at this point, especially with my colleagues, I guess going to propose quite a few budget amendments right now. But I'm wondering if, at the worst, could you make do with 1? If you had 1 more person, would that help, Sergeant Sosella? Do you need to? I guess I'm curious where we need to go with this.
Yeah, as the police chief, I would say you need 4, Councilman Radke, but I'll settle for 2. Yeah, so the difficultness, so I would like them to do a lot of our park patrols and summer park patrols. So with 2 officers, there you go. You have 2 guys patrolling our parks. 1 isn't going to go out there on a Segway or on a bicycle. We never send 1 person out on a foot patrol or a bike patrol. We always send out 2 at a time. So that's one small example of why 2 would really, really benefit me, and I could really check off a big box, like, what are you doing to safeguard parks? I have these 2 people doing this. We talked about hiring part-time officers for parks. That's probably not going to happen, not in the union environment, and hiring part-time people. So this was a huge thing for me to have these 2 officers take care of that whole section of the city that just is under police that we could do way more in. So that is a concern of mine. Now, would I take 1? Oh yeah, absolutely. And have them, try to tackle the 8 projects that I have here with Sergeant Susala. But that's ultimately a question the council has to answer.
Of course. You know, and I hear what you're saying. Some cities operate reserve departments or volunteer departments. Hamtramck's one that comes to mind, Inkster. There are a few ones. The Macomb County Sheriff's has a reserve department to help patrol the waterways and parks. I guess in this current environment, we can't even consider that, or with our union contract, we can't even consider that?
It's a difficult process. We'd have to engage with the unions to figure out what they would do, as long as that, you know, the lot of stipulations, it's not going to take away jobs from the union members, and what are they going to be doing, and staffing that is, are they reserve officers, are they part-time officers, and we've never, you know, really studied that.
Mm-hmm. I just want to do what's most effective for the residents, because, you know, we're talking about spending an awful lot of money, and I want more police, don't get me wrong. I'll do it anyway, hook or crook, part-time, reserve, or if we can hire some more officers, I'm for that too. Because I know that the number one thing that I hear from residents when they call me is, it's mostly speeding, but also these marijuana farms and different things. And I'm concerned about the marijuana farms. I spoke with Fire Chief Edmond when he was here 2 weeks ago, and, you know, we're putting quite a bit of resources into these large legal grows. I want people to be at home to be very clear about these. These are not some guy growing a little teeny bit of marijuana in his yard. These are commercial operations with hundreds of plants that basically abuse our neighborhoods because state law doesn't let us ban them. Is that correct, Chief?
Yeah, we've had many conversations, Councilman Radke, about this, and the marijuana is really, as a police chief, it's legal in Michigan. So this really, I've said this to you before, you almost have to remove the word marijuana. They are commercially farming in a residential area. That is the true crux of the problem. Marijuana, it's legal, doesn't matter. But they're doing commercial farming operations next to where you live with your 2 kids who are trying to ride a bicycle down a sidewalk, and there's marijuana wafting across the sidewalk. A bunch of air conditioning units humming 24/7. So we know the problems, we know the concerns, but it's commercial farming in residential. That is really the best way to frame the problem.
I think that's excellent, because I personally don't care. I mean, I'm not going to smoke marijuana, but I personally don't care if someone does it. But what I'm thinking about is whenever I see someone post on Facebook, there's a brownout in their neighborhood, I can cross-check our list, and it's someone drawing way too much power for this commercial farming of marijuana, and they blow the transformer, and then residents don't have power. Correct?
Yes, that is true.
Yeah. So I want to make sure you have the resources, and I know I've talked to the city attorney, and hopefully we're going to draft a better ordinance here to slap some heavier fines on these folks, but we're only so limited by both state law and what the legislature allows a local community to do. So I was hoping, have you spoke with Prosecutor Lucido about hopefully bringing some of these illegal commercial operations to account? Again, I don't want to prosecute someone for having a joint. I want to make sure that people can live in the community without being afraid that a power line is going to fall across their fence and kill them or their family.
Yeah, before Prosecutor Lucido was elected, I had multiple meetings with him. After he was elected, I've had multiple meetings with him. He's given me his assurance that if we have a house that flagrantly thumbed their nose at our local laws, the state laws, doing this huge commercial farming operation, multiple violations, they're not going to stop. 5 air conditioning units stored in garages and basements, just ridiculous. Then he said, bring that case to me, I will help you. And I'm going to take him up on that.
Well, that's good to hear. And then you spoke earlier briefly, I'm in favor of this jail plan. One, because I think what we do right now is unconstitutional. I believe it's wrong for us to man a jail with paid security officers, essentially. I think that's a disservice to the residents because, constitutionally, I just don't think that they should have the power to take care of even for a night, prisoners. I think that's wrong, especially because they get paid for it. So it's in their interest to make sure that there are prisoners. That's how they fund fund their operations for a profit. I think transitioning to the county, it's only a few miles longer. Even now, we transfer prisoners there on the regular, do we not?
Yeah, we do. If they can't post their bond, they go to the county. Every night we drive them to the county jail.
So for us, it's just a better option, especially now that, from all intents and purposes, the county jail is at almost empty, I want to say. It's not like it was even a few years ago. So they have the capacity, they have the trained staff for inmates, they are ready for it, and if it can give us even $600,000 toward police officer or other objectives in the city, I think it's wrong for me to tell my residents we should have to pay for a redundant system that the county already offers us for free. And other cities have done this. St. Clair Shores does this, does it not, Chief?
Roseville I know for sure, just stopped housing prisoners. And they do a little bit of a hybrid model. They'll fingerprint and photograph, and then they put them in a car and drive them to the county. They're on a different computer network called Clemis, and they have to use their system first, but that adds complications. When you arrest someone, you don't want to arrest them, take the handcuffs off them, bring them up to jail, do that, put the handcuffs back on them, bring them back down to your car. That just adds more steps, more chances for confrontation. So we feel the county said they're on the same computer network as us, they use the same software as us, and
they're not going to charge us to fingerprint them or anything? That's just going to be considered part of the service?
Yes.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm really excited about this. I think it answers the number one question we hear. We want more police officers, and this is a way to do it. And we're not getting rid of the jail. The jail is still there. And like my colleagues have stated, if this doesn't work, we can go back. We're not ripping it out. We're not knocking it down. But to me, this solves several problems I've always had with our current system. And I think it's for the best. I am totally in favor. Off of that, you spoke earlier about the legal changes, and what you're talking about is that we're going to be summoning people instead of arresting them because of several changes in state law, including not having a license on your person and things like that. Could you talk more about that briefly, Chief, so people at home can know?
Yeah, one of the big things now, the state legislature has made it illegal for basically incarcerating someone because they're poor. If you're a person with no means and you get a ticket, guess what you don't do? You don't pay the ticket. You pay your rent, you buy food. Then we give you another ticket because you have no valid driver's license. You know what you do with that ticket? You don't pay that ticket. And then you get another ticket, and then pretty soon that person's suspended 11 times over, and they go to jail for unpaid fines and fees, and they're sitting in jail. So the state legislature now has said we can't send people to jail for not paying fees and fines on a driving regulation charge. On driving while license suspended, they want us now to not house or charge a bond. We bring them in, fingerprint, photograph, release. So this is the future. I can see the state legislature for this time frame, and who knows if a different party takes office or how these things change over time. So we've seen a national trend to less incarceration, prison systems and local jails across the country.
And the average cost to house an inmate overnight, do you have that? Do you know what we pay basically, essentially, to house someone overnight before they go to jail?
You're asking me to do some math.
I think Mr. Vanderpool is ready at that question.
Councilman Radke, it's just over $300 a night.
Okay, so we're basically paying for the Hilton Hotel downtown to have someone stay in our lockup overnight before they're transferred to the county jail. And the taxpayers of Sterling Heights are paying that up front. I think we can put that money to better use, Chief. The one final thing I want to talk about briefly is a deputy police chief. I know we talked about that. It's in the personnel study. I'm hoping that we can, even with these officers, take some action to hopefully get you a little bit more help in administration. It's not a sexy job. It's not on the street, but definitely I think it would take some burden off your shoulders because we have you doing all kinds of things. You come in here, talk about smart moves and everything else, and it's obviously a 24/7 job. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get with the union and negotiate that out.
Yes.
Oh, and then through the chair to, I guess, Kyle English to Parks and Rec. Thank you, Chief. No, I'm really excited about a lot of the things we're doing. Our Parks and Recreation Department is really like cutting edge, and it's very exciting compared to the Parks and Recreation Department I had when I grew up here in Sterling Heights. We didn't have all these cool things, but I'm curious, even with the $25,000 sponsorship, I'm excited about that for the esports arena, but what is the total cost of this project?
$50,000 to install the entire esports arena. So that's furniture, that's the technology, the computers, et cetera.
So essentially, it'll be off, the 50,000 would be halved by the Christian Financial. I assume we're looking for some other sponsors or some other ways to hopefully offset this cost? Maybe some gaming companies or someone would be interested?
Yep, we certainly have the ability to go after and have discussions with a number of different entities about this. There's no exclusivity in terms of only working with one sponsor, although we would not bring in another financial institution as a sponsor. But we are pretty confident that once the approval comes to move forward with this plan, with our budget, that then at that point we'll have the ability to really go and talk to a number of different entities and ventures that are out there to potentially help lower the cost of equipment. There's a lot of private companies that are looking for public-private partnerships as well. So, I kind of mentioned, sky's kind of the limit. once we get this off and running. And I think through conversations with a number of you and through conversations with a number of cohorts throughout the state of Michigan, I think that we're going to be able to have a first-class operation here like we certainly expect. And kind of equate it to, as I was talking with a couple gentlemen back here, Field of Dreams. You provide a facility that people don't have access to at their own home, they're going to want to be here. And other people are going to want to be part of it as well.
And I've come around on it. When I first saw the budget line for it, I said, is this really something we need at this moment? But you've sold me on both the sponsorship and the ability, I think, to offset some of our costs. And we had something like this at the University of Michigan when I attended there, and they had LAN parties. I don't know if that's what they still call them, but that was definitely what we did back in the day. Briefly, this camera system for Dodge Park, which I believe costs $38,000. Am I wrong about that?
That's what's in the budget, or in the proposed budget, yes, so.
And what would this cover? I guess, I understand that we have some issues with the park. We've had some vandalism and some things, but have we had $38,000 worth of vandalism? Is this a necessary purchase? Because to me, that seems an awful lot for security cameras, but I'm not an expert. And I'm wondering, are we trying to kill a bug with a hammer? What are we doing here? So if you could explain it to me a little bit better, I'd appreciate it.
Well, technology, the price of technology is high for these types of things, and we have challenges with really how expansive the park is and how many acres we need to cover. I'll be honest, $38,000 doesn't cover every square inch of Dodge Park. We have had a lot of vandalism. We've had instances of vandalism and defacing of public property in Dodge Park twice over the past 2 weeks, actually. But I look back to some of our bigger issues that we've had. Just a couple years ago when we opened the splash pad, we had a theft of an entire safe.
Across from the police station.
Yep, across from the police station. And so we like to use these types of tools, not as much for, certainly we want to catch any perpetrators who do that type of work in our parks, but we also like to use it as a means to, I guess, discourage negative behavior. It's kind of like I equate it to the background checks that we do for youth sports, right? If people know that they're getting background checked and they have a bad history, they're not going to come try and volunteer in our programs. And the same with the cameras. If people know that there's cameras, in the park, it's going to make them think twice about what it is that they're doing. So we want to try and discourage as much as police with it.
And so these cameras are going to cover, I assume, the parking lot or something like that. They're not going to be put up randomly in the park. What I would hate to see is some kind of surveillance state that we're going to create in our parks to monitor our residents. Personally, I think that that's a step too far. So if you could tell me about that a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we want to protect our investment. We spent almost $10 million in Dodge Park, and we don't want the actions of, some bad apples, in the park, taking away from that. So we need to protect that investment. We're looking to really place cameras in the high-profile areas where there's a lot of people, specifically the areas where we're taking money and storing supplies and materials, splash pads, ice rinks, things of that nature, and the hot spots like the bridge, areas where we have people congregating that are tough to see at night. Those are really the high-impact areas that we've seen the most issues with over the past 3 years since we've redone the park.
Who's going to be monitoring the cameras? Are they just going to go to tape, or is there someone going to be watching them, or is the police department going to be monitoring them?
They're going to go to tape, and then we will, if there's an issue, we'll go back and review that footage and see what we can't get from it. And certainly the police department will take that and try and make whether it's make an arrest or try and resolve that situation. We've had moderate success over the past, handful of years of catching people, finding them on Facebook, matching up people's names for graffiti, and we've worked with county and the prosecutor's office, and we've collected money and we've gotten retribution financially for some of that. So.
And these cameras are mobile, or are they fixed?
It's a combination.
Huh.
So some of them around are more set areas like the splash pad and the ice rink will be more constant, but we certainly have the ability in this plan to have mobile camera that can move around to different areas of not only Dodge Park, but anywhere else around the city as well.
And I assume they'll be marked. It'll say camera, so people know not to be stupid, I would assume.
We'll certainly do a good social media campaign to make sure people know that.
I'm still not sold on them. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it, because to me, I can understand like the splash pad and the farmer's market pavilion and things that we have invested in, but just to go around and throw cameras up in the park and cameras here and cameras there, that starts to make me think about when I used to live in Washington DC, and they have public cameras almost everywhere. And that's just the virtual panopticon. That's the surveillance state at work. And that makes me a little bit, my civil libertarianism kind of gets to me, and I go, I don't know about all that. So, is there anything else? That's all I have for you, Kyle. Thank you so much. And then through the chair to Michael Moore, DPW Director. Hi, Mike. How are you doing?
Good.
Your new building looks wonderful. It's a night and day change, and I always felt for not just the gentleman who had the storm sewer or the storm manhole in his office, but there was a picture you showed us some years ago of a person who could see outside from their office through cracks in the foundation, and hopefully that person is having a little bit of a better time now. Just like the idea that you could like look outside and see someone out there, kind of, that's not a proper working environment in any way, shape, or form.
Much warmer now.
That's good. Briefly, something that I've really pushed for over the last couple of years, and I think we really need to start examining, is a stormwater utility to kind of make sure that we're apportioning costs properly for our stormwater infrastructure, which you will agree is not getting any younger, and we're going to eventually have to start replacing, which we already replaced several storm grates and sewers already, do we not, every year?
Oh, absolutely.
And those replacements come out of the general fund generally, or the water fund?
For the storm-related items, general fund.
General fund. General fund is funded by everybody, essentially, not the people who are the most responsible for the stormwater that probably degrades our system and destroys it. So I guess I'm asking, what do you need from us to even get the ball rolling on the stormwater utility to make sure that people who are most able and who should be paying, people who have severe impermeable surface, like say SHAP, what is the proper system to start this going so that we can make sure that we're apportioning costs properly here in Sterling Heights?
You know, I think at this time, I believe it's just going to be some internal discussions, Councilman Radke, how best to move forward. I don't know if I have a good answer. If there is something needed from council at this time, I would probably say that needs to be a conversation only we have,
Right.
And then probably report back.
Well, I don't want it to be a five-year thing. So for me, you know, Detroit already does this. Grand Rapids does this. There are several communities who are doing this. You know, I think this is the next step for us to improve our water infrastructure. And I guess I would urge you to move along with this process. You know, we briefly talked some weeks ago about street trees and hopefully regreening. And I see that we have an urban forestry plan in our thing. Could you tell me more about the urban forestry plan and what our goals are with it?
Are you referring to the sustainability plan?
Well, the sustainability plan, but there was some line item I saw for an urban forestry plan. So I was trying to figure out what we're paying for, I guess.
Yeah, that wouldn't be anything related to the Department of Public Works.
That's more the planning department, maybe?
I think that would probably be more for.
Okay, well, that's helpful. It's like you plant the trees, but they monitor the trees. It's,
Well, we're essentially, the Department of Public Works is essentially the maintenance side of the organization.
right.
So I think when it comes to trees, while we have done a great job getting grants for trees, we are kind of the maintenance side of things. So overall master planning, it's.
I was just trying to figure out,
combination of-
who speaks for the trees, you know? So,
Well, we're advocates for the trees, you know, absolutely. We're very pro-tree, you know.
I got it. I'm just teasing you, Mr. Moore. Yeah, you're doing a great job. I appreciate the grants. I know that I was just recently contacted by a resident who had a tree placed in front of her home, and it surprised her, and she was very excited, especially because trees cost, I think, about $300 now.
Right.
And we have a sale going on right now to hopefully get people trees.
Right, so for the month of May, we try to encourage, we discount the trees to encourage more purchases of trees for $50 off, so residents can expect $255.
I'd urge, if you can afford it, to get a tree, because we've been losing our tree cover in Sterling Heights, and one of my goals is to hopefully improve it in my tenure here. Briefly, I don't know if I should ask you or if I should ask Jennifer Varney about water rates. Is that best in you, or should I refer to Jennifer on that?
I would defer to Jennifer.
Okay. Then through the chair to Mrs. Varney. I'm greatly concerned about I think that's all I need from you, Mr. Moore, for right now. You can sit down, I think. I'm greatly concerned about the water rates proposed here. I'm curious, how has our rainy day fund for water been so depleted? Did we not estimate well in the past, or have we not used or used too much? Or I'm curious how we've gotten to the state where we have 8% rather than 25%, which the MML, I think you said, mandates?
Yeah, so it primarily happened over 3 years during the Great Recession. So 3 years in a row during the Great Recession, we lost $5 million per year in the water and sewer fund. I think through a combination of trying to keep rates low, because it was, a hard time for residents. We didn't want to increase rates. The other thing that severely impacted is over the last 10 years, the usage has gone down tremendously beyond what I think any reasonable person could have predicted. And so because 85% of our costs are fixed, when you base a revenue on a volumetric charge, and if the usage is significantly less than you had planned on, it's not going to work out so well. So, I think it's a combination of those things. Over, like I said, the last decade, the usage has dropped tremendously, and that's throughout the whole Great Lakes water system, not just in Sterling Heights. But then, the past few years, we've been we have been raising rates to what they need to be. We've been coming much closer to break even. But the other thing that's always unpredictable is the weather. So again, you're basing your usage on average weather. So we've had a few wet summers where we lose money. The last really dry summer was 2016, where, bills were much higher. This year was a drier summer, so this year we will do better than what was budgeted, because again, usage was higher. So those are, I guess, what I would say the main reasons over the last, like I said, it's taken about 10 years. It didn't happen overnight.
No, I understand. I guess I'm concerned from the budget documents, and tell me if I'm wrong, it looks like we need a 5.9% increase just as levied by the Great Lakes Water Authority and the Macomb County Public Works Department. It was 2.4% for water and 3.5% for sewer. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, so if you look at how much more revenue do we need to raise just to cover our costs, it's about 6%.
And we're proposing a 7% increase?
Again, the increase varies greatly depending on the customer. So it's hard.
How much for overall? So it's basically going to be 7% overall an increase?
That's how much more revenue we need to raise, but the actual rate increase varies tremendously depending on what kind of a customer you are.
Well, I'm on the record as being against our changeover in plan. For someone who doesn't have sprinklers, doesn't water my grass, I'm going to end up paying more. And I assume my neighbors who live similarly to me are going to end up paying more. I guess heavy irrigators will end up paying less. That seems to kind of go against our stated goals of raising more revenue, but it is what it is. I don't think I can change it. I would try to amend it or maybe lower it, but I don't think that'll go anywhere. I think that we have to really rethink our water department. And you say that no one could predict that we would be using less water, but almost every ad I see on TV urges sustainability. Almost every device I now buy, appliance-wise, from washer, dryer to faucets, toilets, they use less water. So I think it is kind of predictable that eventually, if everybody's buying higher efficiency items, that the water use would go down. And also, one thing I don't like about this plan, and I think Councilman Yanez might be in agreement with me, is that we're basically asking folks to use and waste more water to make us whole. And that, to me, seems to go against the ideas of our sustainability plan. It just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me in the long run, because I think water use is going to continue to go down as we have more and more efficient appliances and everything else. So Nothing I can do about it, but I just wanted the folks at home to know what's going on in our water department and why your rates are going to be going up. And I assume we're going to get a lot more calls because people whose rates haven't are going to increase a little bit, in my opinion. Is there anything else I wanted to really talk about? Oh, briefly, we have we are renovating the jail currently, and we're going to be adding an x-ray machine over there. And that's going to cost, I believe, you said $50,000, give or take?
That was at the court.
Sorry,
not
the
the
jail.
jail. Yeah,
Sorry.
okay.
I said jail. I meant the
Yeah,
court.
sorry.
Yes. And I read a study. I was initially questioning this item, but we have a security study, so that's a best practice. So I think we have to make sure the judges are protected over there. We're also going to be separating the magistrate from the jail administration, correct?
That's proposed, yes.
I know that I called you briefly and we spoke. You know, our court is one division of a larger court. And does Shelby Township currently have a administrator of the court?
I believe they do, yes.
Would it be possible, I'm not saying, right now, I know that Magistrate Pytek is doing a very hard job, doing two jobs at once, and we definitely need to have someone in that job. But I'm curious is if somehow we could share services with Shelby Township, and have we spoken to them at all or asked them? Because we share essentially a court, two divisions. I'm wondering, do we need to have two people for the same job, or maybe one person could share a job between the
So
two?
my understanding on that is that we did approach them, well before my time, years ago, and proposed combining the jail, and they
I'm not saying
were
combining, I'm
not
just saying
interested.
having one administrator for both departments, unless their one-person court is just so much for one person to overcome. Have we approached them recently?
Not recently, no.
Hopefully, we could ask them and see what they're up to, because as right now, I believe their court administrator runs one judge, and we have three here, and maybe by pooling our resources, we could save the taxpayers a little bit of money. I also had on my list what Councilwoman Schmidt had said about M59. I know that there were some issues this winter about snow shoveling. There are paths that go across M59, and I called the city manager and discussed it with him that no one was shoveling them. We essentially had paths that go into piles. And I'm wondering, is there something we can do to encourage our neighboring communities to help carry the load? Because I know that on Van Dyke and on 59, we do a tremendous amount to make them nice. And I'll be honest, for every person who makes a joke, I've never seen Sterling Heights featured on so many newscasts and so many broadcasts, on so many things. People have taken notice of the improvements, not just to 59, but to Van Dyke also. And they've made backdrops for shops and newscasts. So I'm curious, can we get the other communities maybe pitch in a little bit, because we're beautifying this area for all of us, not just Sterling Heights. For the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, I guess.
Councilman Radke, on the issue regarding sidewalk clearing, when we do clear sidewalks all the way across, we do bill the appropriate jurisdictions.
Wonderful.
And likewise, we have an agreement with the state where we get reimbursed for mowing all of M59 down to 94. Some of you may recall in the old days where the state didn't do a good job with that. And the grass grew, waist high in many cases. It was a big problem. We do a much better job. We do it at a much more reasonable price, and they reimburse us for it. So in essence, the other jurisdictions paid for that through their motor fuel tax.
So the one final thing I'll say is I'm loving the parks improvements, and I would like my Southern Recreation Center. I'd urge city administration to do everything they can, either by floating a bond or using CDBG funds or some combination. I'm sure we can make this happen if we want to. We have an esports arena we're going to get. Something for the people who live on the south side of the city, I think, would be in order. Because right now, I think that a lot of our improvements seem to be going into the north end, and there's no parks on the south end really in certain places. And I think the people there deserve to have a local park they can go to. One thing I've also focused on, I put a note here, is I want us to really, and we've been doing Six Sigma and thinking about a lot of things at the city. And one thing I think we need to really start thinking about when these census results come back is printing our material in different languages. Because I know that we have a large minority population that speaks a foreign language. I want to make sure that they can vote, that they can do business with the city, that they can register to vote, that everything that we do for all our residents needs to be equal. And if they're living here, we need to make it as easy as possible for them to do business with us. And I think right now it's somewhat overlooked. Maybe I'm wrong. But if it is overlooked, let's start really thinking about how we can produce materials in different languages so that all of our residents are served. And finally, just one point on my own thing, I think that if it would be monstrously wrong for us to use fund balance to cover unbudgeted items. You know, if we're being straight with the residents, we're asking them to pay a little bit more this year. I'll be asking you to pay a little bit more. But to me, these officers, these capital improvements, all of this is what makes Sterling Heights great. And in the past, whenever we've asked residents to foot the bill for the things we're doing, they have gladly stepped up to the plate. And this year, we're going to ask for a little bit more, but we're going to give you more police, the things you're asking for. And I think that if we were to just reach into our budget thing, we're going to end up what we did in the water department, where we're spending our rainy day funds for no reason at all. And then in future years, we'll have to come to them and say, now the bills come due. Let's pay for the things that we want. If we want these things, we should pay for them. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. First off, I see Mr. Bohorsky in the audience, and he's been sitting there so patiently. Maybe somebody would ask him a question, but I'll do an intro and then I'll ask the question. I noticed, I'm counting in the budget the 35 positions. So we've got 13 in administration, and it said as funded through the operating millage increase of 0.25. It isn't just for the administration positions, it's for all the positions, correct? Whoever wants to answer my question.
Ms. Verney.
The 0.25 funds the general fund positions, and then some of the water and sewer fund positions are funded through, an increase, as part of water and sewer rates. And then when you say 35 positions, some of these positions were already added. So again, the budget always compares this budget to last year's budget. So we added, for example, the 6 firefighters were already added at the first amendment. Those are funded through transport revenue and a SAFER grant. So if that answers your question.
It does answer my questions, or question. So I'm good there. As we always say that we have this great ratio of resident to employee, that we're one of the lowest in our comparables, but I keep thinking it's not something I'm proud of anymore, that we do need more people working here. I think everybody's overworked. I think this last year has stressed people out to their limits. So I'm glad we are adding a lot of these positions. Okay, now for Mr. Bohorsky, I know that in business, they're analyzing how their workforce is going to look in the future, whether it be a hybrid, especially after the last year, is how many people can actually work at home, how many people have to be in the office. Are we doing any research like that as far as what the city will look like in the future as far as our employment?
Yes, Mrs. Zarko, absolutely we are. The materials that, in one instance, the MML put out on this subject, we received those and reviewed them. So we essentially gone to every director and advised them that should we be blessed to get additional employees, and I know that's still an if, we'll know more by the end of the meeting tonight, but if we're blessed to get additional employees, we absolutely will have to undertake a study. And the way I see it coming down would be we will first ask each director to analyze their current workforce, who is able to work remotely, who is not, who has to work a counter job. Basically, based on that feedback, HR will sit down with every director, analyze what the workspace looks like currently. And the reason that that's really important is if you took a snapshot of what City Hall looked like, pre-renovations, we literally for 20 years had people working on top of each other. You remember the honeycomb effect that we had in City Hall. We had a really nice facade, but we literally stacked people in, and they were working in these cubicles and things like that. Well, COVID changed everything. In one fell swoop, everything changed, the world changed. Our job last March was, where in the heck how do we separate people? How do we keep them safe? Because everything now was defined in 6-foot increments. So literally, as many of you know, you saw the plan. We literally went through the exercise of asking directors who can work remotely, where can they be, what hours need to change, what PPE do you need? And I think, I'm proud to say, I think we came up with really a top-notch plan. I think we provide excellent public service, and most importantly, we keep our employees healthy. It hasn't been perfect, let's face it, no one's immune from COVID, but I'm proud to say, I think in most instances when our employees tested positive, it was largely through non-work, off-duty activities or associations or contacts. So I think we did a really good job. So to get back to your question, we've advised directors that the survey's coming. They will analyze who can work off-site and who can't. And then we'll sit down with them, look at workspaces. Those 16 additional, I'll exclude police because that's a little bit different with new police officers. But those 16 positions, it's going to be very hard to insert those people into our current workstations and keep them all 6 feet apart. It's just going to be very, very difficult. So we're going to have to, again, be creative, keep people healthy, make that the most important factor. Mr. Vanderpool and I have, talked, a little bit about this. What does the future workspace look like? Are we going to eliminate working remotely? I don't know. I mean, it's an attraction thing now. I mean, many businesses are promoting that they're going to allow people to work remotely. To some extent, it's an economic decision. Now, again, obviously, we invested close to $17 million in building renovations, but again, if the organization changes, I'm not so sure it makes sense to reinvest again or invest in new building to accommodate a growing workforce if we're fortunate enough to be in that position. Because sometimes it doesn't make economic sense to do that. So there's a lot of unknowns, but we're preparing for it. I hope that answers your question. I think we will be well prepared for July 1, which is the new budget year. It's going to be challenging for directors because obviously, recruiting and 16 positions is a big undertaking. So I see the next year as being important to how this will play out. More to come. I think council's going to have to weigh in. I mean, in days gone past, there were certain council members who we all know were very adamant that they wanted a live body answering the phone. Remember those discussions? So this is just kind of a byproduct of that. Do we need anybody else, besides people that provide counter service at City Hall if they can work remotely? I think to some extent, yes, you do. But I think the world has changed. In my viewpoint, and there'll be a ton of studies, academic studies and organizational behavior studies that will come out and how your workforce should look and where they should be. I guarantee you we'll look at all that. As Mr. Morris said, we take pride in being cutting edge. I think we proved that in the past year. So I'm pretty excited about the challenges. I just can't tell you exactly what it's going to look like, but it'll be a pleasant problem to have, I can assure you that.
Okay. Thank you. I just know that we're going in the right direction then. Thank you very much. Okay, I guess I'm going to ask the chief to come up first. Okay, we've all decided that if the transporting to the jail doesn't work, we're going to open our own back up. I guess my other question would be, are we going to contract that out, or are we going to use our employees?
Yeah, contracting out clearly is much less money. About 9 officers would be required to run that jail at, $85,000 to $100,000, depending on what that salary is, versus our $600,000 contract. So it is definitely cheaper. And not only that, it would be cheaper to run it with contract security. There's no doubt. Hiring outside, yes.
Okay. And when you were explaining the process of one of our police officers taking a prisoner to Mount Clemens, and you were saying that they have to fill out the paperwork, is there any way that paperwork can be done electronically so that it limits the time out of the city?
Yeah, so, well, they have to drive, the guys, so they can't fill out the form as they drive.
Right.
So a lot of times, if there's, like, they pull into a garage, there's like a big, if you've been to the county jail, there's 2 big garage doors. So you wait for them to open up the garage door, and you pull your car right inside the garage, and they close it behind you. But sometimes you're waiting because there's someone in there dropping off a prisoner. 5-10 minutes, perfect time. It's a card, literally a card, name. You ask some of these simple questions, health issues. You kind of fill out this booking form of who this guy is, and then by the time you get pulled into the garage, you hand him over that card, and you're done. The guy takes the prisoner from you, you jump in your car, and you pull out, and you're gone. So, yeah, digitally, we probably could look at that, where they can fill it out on their computer and then send it maybe to a bulk email address, so that the guy doing the intake can literally pull up that email and see that the booking card's waiting for him right there. That's a good idea.
Okay, and then they have the staff at the county to take care of this?
Yes, as we asked the sheriff point blank, we said, this is our average arrest rates. Can you, comply with this? And Sheriff Wickersham said, no problem.
Okay. For the marketing and communications manager, and for that particular department, that it's a new department.
That's the Community Services Bureau.
Community service, yes. Okay. Which captain would this division answer to?
Right now, the Community Services Bureau answers to Lieutenant Bastinelli. And then it's a weird, because it's the chief's office. The chief's office has myself, Lieutenant Bastinelli, Sergeant Allen, the SAB people, and Sergeant Aaron Susella. So they work directly in my office. So they would technically report to a lieutenant, Lieutenant Bastinelli. And then Lieutenant Bastinelli reports to me. So it's a little different, where the other parts of the police department do have a captain. They have a typical captain, lieutenant, sergeant structure. In my office, it's a little bit different.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the social worker. I believe that it's needed. I'm not sure that I can buy into it right now, and probably because I don't have enough information. And it's not anybody's fault. It's just that there's other questions that need to be answered. But I wonder, do our officers actually have training in how to handle maybe somebody that's panhandling, somebody that's homeless? Do they already have that training, and they know what to do? They know what resources there are for these people?
Yeah, so we have a resource card that all of our officers have access to. It has an entire sheet of places to call from the county level that these officers can hand out. And a lot of times in these difficult ones with the panhandler, we had an incident of the same individual on DeQuinder Road was paneling over and over and over. We sent our Corps officer out there, Officer Kashat, who was specially trained. All of our Corps guys have all the resources and the contact cards. So he was able to get that guy to relocate and give them different resources. But a lot of times those difficult ones, our Corps officers have those resources. But actual training on like how to get someone housing help through the county, that would be very difficult. How to get someone psychological services and through a nonprofit or through some other medical facility, that really is getting out of that wheelhouse of what cops do on a daily basis, which is difficult because in law enforcement, when no one knows who to call, and you're like, that doesn't make any sense. They point and they say, I don't know who to call, so they call 911. So our guys show up, and we're expected to be caseworkers, counselors, peer recovery coaches, police officers, law enforcement people. We're supposed to know every single law in the state of Michigan and federal laws. So you expect a lot out of these guys, where a social worker is trained, they have a college diploma, they know what they're supposed to be doing, ethically what they're supposed to be doing, morally what they're supposed to be doing when they do this client-patient relationships. Our officers are not caseworkers or counselors, but they do a really good job when they have to come across someone that needs help as much as they can.
Okay, I guess well, first of all, we don't, as Mrs. Koski referred, we don't have a job description for this particular position yet. And we can always adjust the budget later in the year for this position, but what I'm thinking is that we don't know if this person's going to be on call 24/7, because that's what police work is, 24/7, so we don't know this. We don't even know if this could be another position that's shared with another community because of, how much you need it. I mean, I guess my question would, how many times a day do you think a police officer would need to contact a social worker for a situation?
Yeah, I did these numbers just last week. I wanted to see how many times we reported to a call that was labeled as mental. Mental is the call code. It means it was a mental run. Someone's having a mental breakdown, some kind of mental issue at the house. We did 500 of those last year. That's just the call type mental. But we also know that so many other calls, domestic calls, suspicious person calls, a trespassing call turns out to be a homeless person that has severe mental problems. That is just the tip of the iceberg. The 400 that are labeled mental, plus so many other calls involving a mental person and someone that needs help or services. So if I had to guess, it could be easily 1,000+ calls that this caseworker could be involved with. And the question is one enough? I know Livonia hired 2. Livonia has 2 on staff. They use an outside, I think, some psychological services group, a hospital, and I think they're paying about $190,000 a year for 2 caseworkers. In conjunction, they work for the hospital, but they're assigned out to Livonia Police Department. I know Lansing has a full-time dedicated caseworker. We already talked to her at length. And if we were to get the social worker, they would be assigned to the Community Resource Unit, Officer Sergeant Susala. He already reached out to the Lansing caseworker. We have their operating procedure of how they operate in Lansing. It was great. It was really a 15-page kind of turnkey system. So I don't think I'd recreate the wheel because this program already exists in other departments. And nationally, this is what everyone is talking about. Residents are demanding it. That the officers in cities have this tool. Besides officers with guns, they want people that have trained skill sets to handle these situations.
I do understand that, and I understand in the environment that we're in right now, we do need more communication, more positive communication. So I'm not saying that we don't have a need for all of this, but, in the old days, some of the toughest decisions we had to make were the easiest ones because you didn't have a choice. And things aren't the same as they were in 2008, so now we have choices, and we just have to make sure that whatever choice we're making is the best for the time, is what I'm saying. And it's not that it's any less important, but we need to think about it, and and how we adjust the personnel. And when it comes to body cameras, did we say we're getting 50? Was that what it was?
All 50 cars are going to have them, yeah. Every single person that's on the road patrol officers will have them. About 50 patrol vehicles, all of them outfitted with the new body camera technology, and we'll have banks of these body cameras available. At any given time, you might have 12 to 15 guys on the road, so they have 12 or 15 cameras checked out, but you need another 12 or 15 when the next shift shows up. So you have to have at least 30, and then backups, spares, and ones for bail for breakdown. So I think we've ordered 50 or 55 total body cameras that'll be in these charging banks.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I think it's a great idea. But it's, so the actual camera can go with the car. It doesn't necessarily go with the person.
The camera goes with the person, believe it or not. So when they check out their shift, they say you have car 115 for the night, and then on the computer they type in my name, Dwojciechowski, and they hit enter on the computer, and it says take camera 23. It knows that camera 23 and bank number 23 is fully charged and the video is downloaded, and when they hit enter, the camera automatically says, welcome Officer Dwojciechowski. My name is on it. It's assigned to me right on the display in the camera. That's his camera for the end of the shift. And when he plugs it back into the bank at the end of the shift, it knows all that video belongs to me, and it's documented with date and time and my officer ID number.
So then the next night when you go to work, is it still the same camera?
No, they might pick a different camera. So totally random camera, whatever one's available. So it scrubs it, cleans it, charges it, but it could go out later the next shift, but I might get a totally different camera the next day I report to work.
Okay.
Some departments assign they buy a camera for every single patrol person, and that's their dedicated camera. They use the same one every single time. That would require us to buy substantially more cameras. I don't think we need that right now.
I think that's it. Thank you for everything and all the information. I appreciate it. Let's go to Mr. Moore. Happy Mr. Moore. I have to say that it isn't, you were really smiling during your whole presentation. You're bragging about the new building, and I don't blame you. I guess buildings do make a difference when it comes to the employees, because I just talked to someone that went to a new Henry Ford, it was like the cancer center downtown, and they were saying that they had remodeled everything, not just the people walking in having a different vision, it's more relaxed, but the people working there loved it. just absolutely loved it. So it does make a difference, and I'm sure you guys love it.
Sure does.
Okay, let's go to, we can go to the meters, I guess. We'll start with that. You know, we're talking, what's going to happen when people go, when you go make the actual transition in the home? I understand the outside where we can do this temporarily and that we can, because we can do it temporarily, we can go into the monthly billing sooner than in the in-house. But I guess if you were a resident that was listening tonight and they're saying, well, you're going to come into the house and you're going to change the meter, what actually happens at that meter?
Sure. So I think what the residents can expect is a lot of information coming out first, and that would be via means of some type of mailer that everyone's going to receive, social media information, and likely a door hanger and a phone call. So we'll make sure on the front side that everybody is educated and understands what's going to happen. So what a resident can expect is a agreed upon appointment date and time, and at that time they would have an individual or two show up to their home. They would be identified with the ID badge, and their vehicle and their clothing would have the said vendor's name on it. At the agreed upon date and time, they would show up and they would need to access the water meter, and predominantly it's in the basement in Michigan homes. It's not always there depending on home configurations, but what they would expect is less than a half hour of somebody entering their home. They would access the meter from the basement. They would use the shutoff, as I explained earlier in one of the images. They would close the valve, remove both sides, loosen both nuts on the side of the meter and swap out the meter. If there was any complications, these folks that are employed by the vendor that is going to be doing the meter swap, a lot of them are certified plumbers or have a very expansive knowledge of plumbing in general. So if something is identified during the meter swap, these folks will be capable to make a repair on site, or otherwise they will stop work, return everything back to its normal state, and then reschedule another appointment. But in short, residents can expect, most likely, if all things go well, less than 30 minutes that someone would be in their house.
Okay. When you were explaining to us the environmental safety supervisor, and you said there's so many different entities to work with, it was the county, it was Eagle, it was GLWA. Who does all that now?
I take on a good brunt of that. The operations manager takes on a good portion of that. The division supervisors take on some of that. So everybody kind of has their hands in it a little bit as far as what their current job responsibilities are, and then as well as what jurisdiction the reporting needs to go to. So I believe that sometimes when there's too many hands in the pot, that's when things can get a bit confusing and things can be missed. So if we can centralize all that information to one person, I think we'll have better, cleaner communication, better results.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, going back to those meters again, I know someone that lived in, I think she lives either in Macomb Township or Clinton Township, was at work. She got a call from the township saying there's a water usage in your home that's irregular, and she was able to stop her basement from flooding because they detected it with this new meter. So I think there's really an advantage to that. Okay. And from what you're saying, if we can't find the parts or have them made, we don't really have a choice but to replace them.
As far as the meters.
As far as the meters, I mean, you're saying the handheld meter, so.
We've been trying up and down to find replacements for them. They're quite old components, so really we've had no luck finding any replacements.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, Mr. Langlos, she wants to see, I can't see anybody on this side of the room. So if you're hiding back there, I don't see it. I think this e-gaming room that's in the teen room, I don't think is going to be big enough. So you should probably start working on Plan B. So, and what you're going to do to expand it, because this is up and coming. It's something I'm not going to use, just like I don't use a skate park, but there are people that are going to use it. It's very popular, and it's going to, I know it's going to be successful. So that's what I have to say there. And I'm glad that you were able to get some kind of sponsorship for that length of time. And certainly a big thank you to Christian Financial Credit Union. And I think I'm grateful, and then the smart bus, great negotiating for getting that larger smart bus, so good job. But above all that, I really think that we all need to thank you for letting us use this building, because even though we haven't used it as it was intended, we have been able to function as a city, whether it be public meetings. We've relied on this building so much, and I can't thank you enough for being the host here and letting us, do what we have to do when we have to do it. I mean, it's been an election center. It's been a lot of things. So just worked out, and I can't thank you enough for making all those arrangements.
Thank you.
And I think that's it. All right. And then, first of all, I want all the positions, I'm skeptical about the social worker. I'd like to wait on that, get a better feel for who they would report to, how long they would be working. So I'd like to hold off on that and maybe have an adjustment later in the year. However, I think we need another fire inspector. And the reason why I say that is because right now our fire marshal has already dedicated so much time to these illegal grow houses, and one of our fire inspectors. And I know we've been short for at least 8 years in this area, and we haven't been able to do regularly scheduled business inspections the way we have in the past. So I really think that that's something I would want to add to the budget. And also because I know that Mrs. Varney can do magic with her numbers, that I don't think I would want to pass on any type of millage increase to our residents. I said when we raised the 1.9 that I wasn't going to do this again. I have no problem asking the residents to raise their own millage by safe streets or by the recreation millage, but I'm not comfortable doing it. It's not something that I want to do. So I think that's all I have to say. Oh, I do have one more question through the chair to Mrs. Varney. The lifts for the ambulances, and this is what somebody has asked, is there a special fund that we keep for ALS transport where that's how we reach our break evens, or is this something that if there's over, it goes into the general fund?
So we do, as far as capital, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Or just, yeah, so every year as part of the transport model, we transfer $315,000 a year. So it's an expense. When I look at if transport is making or losing money, they have an expense every year of $315,000. I transfer that to the capital projects funds. I keep track of it. And that is for replacing ambulances, all the equipment that we know is going to be replaced. So right now we have over $1 million in the capital projects fund that's dedicated to transport, but the purpose of it is for replacing the things we've already bought. So these purchases are really new capital purchases. So I wouldn't really recommend using that money, because then we're using money that's meant to replace ambulances when they need to be replaced.
Okay, so then the lifts is not something we would want to take out of that fund. Is that what you're saying?
That would be my opinion, yes.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. I have a number of comments and some questions. I think I'd like to start by asking the police chief to come back up. So, Chief, we heard the math of what I think what you said was we had 1,900 people going back to the last normal year. 1,900 people were booked into our jail. And at a cost of about $600,000, that comes out to $315. Now, are those people staying, how long is the average stay in our jail? Is it, do any of the jailers there stay for multiple nights, or is it all just?
Very rare, usually one night till the next day when they can be arraigned by the judge. It can happen on a Friday where you get arrested on a Friday night, you don't see a judge till a Monday. That does happen. By far, most of our arrests are one night at the most. And if there's a bond to be paid, say it's $500 or $1,000 and they can't post that, we arrest them at 2 in the afternoon. They can't post it later that night, we take them to the county jail, and they sit there because they can't post their bond. We're not going to babysit them.
You talked about how there's fewer arrests because of some changes in the law. When did those changes go into effect?
April 1st, the first batch of changes started.
Of this, of
Right now, it just happened.
this year?
Yep.
Okay. So certainly not enough time to get a good sense of where that's going to go. But are you able to sort of look at the numbers and look at the statistics from years past and go back and say, okay, well, this person wouldn't have been arrested, that person wouldn't have been arrested, and have a better sense of where the numbers are going to be moving forward?
Yeah, I've not pulled the exact, like, which arrests were taken off the books. We make a lot of arrests for driving while licensed suspended, and warrant arrests are the biggest ones. Someone's got a warrant out for their arrest from another agency or our agency. Those are some of our biggest arrests. Warrant arrests, driving while licensed suspended, and domestic arrests. Because, as you know, when you assault someone and you're in a domestic relationship with them, the state of Michigan mandates that we arrest somebody in that case, so they go to jail. So a lot of arrests nowadays are domestics, warrant arrests, drunk drivers. Obviously, they're going to be arrested, and they're housed until they sober up. So a lot of those things are still, that's the bread and butter of our arrests. But I would say, you know, guessing without looking at the numbers, a typical year before COVID was about 3,100 arrests a year. It may be 500 to 800 of those arrests are going to fall off the books, or no longer just going to occur. And that was back when things were normal. And now I don't know what's going to happen. We have about 1,500 arrests this last year, less than half of what we normally have, and we're trending in the exact same direction this coming up year. So we're definitely way down. The question is, do we ever go back up? I don't think so. And I think, especially with the changes in the laws, I don't think we're going to hit 3,100 ever again.
Well, I hope we don't.
Yeah.
And I hope we don't. We've done phenomenally well over these past several years, and really going back decades, in terms of our safety ratings from the FBI. And we have very low, relatively speaking, to a city our size, violent crimes. Would you agree with that?
Extremely low. It's really the size of our city compared to other comparable cities where it's impressive, to say the least. And a lot of those things contributed to just great neighborhoods, people looking out windows, taking care of neighbors. We're a bedroom community that has a lot of gainful employment and factories that are full of jobs. So we do a lot of things right in Sterling Heights. Our parks and recreation amenities, our school districts are phenomenal here. So many things working in our favor in Sterling Heights, and has been from when I lived here in the 70s and 80s and 90s. It's a quiet, safe town. There's no doubt.
Now, I know we've talked with the fire department. A lot of what we hear from the fire department is run volume, because run volume really drives how many people you need, what kind of equipment you need, what kind of training you need, and importantly, when we don't just talk about run volume, but we talk about what kind of runs our fire department is going on. I don't hear that terminology used as often when I'm talking with you or talking with other police officers. But do you have an estimate of how many police runs the police department goes on over the course of a typical year?
Yeah, in our budget, without speaking out of turn here, I can go right to our volume of calls. And I believe it's around, let me get to that sheet here.
So you've got,
It's 55,000, I believe. Are you?
like if I'm on page 172 of the budget, I don't know if you're looking at the same thing as me, but you've got police incident reports completed, you're budgeting about 80,000. So that's police incident reports, and then it says
Yes.
Group A crimes, Group B crimes, and vehicular accident reports, all other reports. A lot of these are traffic violations. But if you take out the traffic violations, I guess what I'm getting at is this. We don't have a lot of violent crimes, thankfully. And so I would guess, based on what you've told me and just based on the numbers, if we can eliminate there are some violent crimes, there are some traffic incidents that our police are responding to. But the other touch points with our police are, I think a lot of those are incidents where, whether it's a police officer or a social worker, some additional skill set would be beneficial. Okay? It's like, I think of our fire department. Our firefighters are all cross-trained paramedics because the majority of what they're doing is not putting out fires. Okay? And no disrespect to our police department, they do a phenomenal job, even under the current situation that we have. But the idea that, to me, we've got how many sworn officers? 150 to 160?
152.
And the idea that we're thinking, well, in a department of 152 sworn officers, we can't figure out what to do with one person who's trained to deal with mental health issues, to deal with difficult situations. You know, I mean, there are people out there, frankly, that think we should have 152 social workers and maybe one cop. Now, I don't count myself among those people, believe me. But I certainly think that we can find a use for, I would say, a dozen or more people like this. I mean, we have a serious mental health crisis in our country, serious. And when our police are going in to deal with people who are having a mental health crisis, maybe this is the worst day of their entire life. They do a great job, but geez, you know, it's like, you know, I'm sure our firefighters would do a great job going and helping people, but having that paramedic background and having that paramedic training really comes into play when somebody's having a medical emergency. So unless we're going to cross-train all of our police officers to be social workers, which I don't think we can do, I think we have to have a partnership. And what we see it's working in our quick response team. I mean, we know that that's working. I've talked with Lieutenant Bastinelli about it. I've talked with you, Chief. It's a successful program that other cities didn't want to do, that our own police officers were skeptical about, and it's been an overwhelming success, and it's helping people get into recovery. It's helping people get off of narcotics and helping them to become functioning members of society. And it's something that you couldn't just do with a social worker, and you couldn't just do with a police officer. You couldn't just do with a peer recovery coach. You couldn't just do with a nurse. You got to put all those people together. And that's, I think, how this is going to work. And I think it's certainly something we have to do. And I feel like it's one of those jobs where you hire the right person and you tell them the problem, they're going to be the solution. You know, I'm not going to say, well, this is what you're going to do. You're going to come in the office at 9 o'clock. You're going to do da-da-da-da-da. You know, I don't need a fully, mapped out job description. You hire the right person with the right skill set to go after the problem, they'll figure out a way to fix it. So I'm fully in support of the social worker. I also believe that it is a good solution to transition the jail out. I want to understand something though, Chief. How many, so we're talking about if we have to, we can go back. But at that point, we will have already hired the 7 police officers, 5, 6, 7. We will have hired those police officers, and I doubt very much that there's going to be the stomach for eliminating those positions. And then, so what I'm curious about, how many police officers did we have before that were running the jail? Do you know?
I think it was 9, Mr. Vanderpool, when we did some studies about this. To staff that jail, 2 officers per shift, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, about 9 dedicated police officers were needed just to run that jail.
Okay. So that's why it's considerably more expensive. If we had 9 police officers and we're using about $100,000 per officer, then that would cost close to $1 million, whereas this costs this. So, you know, I'm in favor of it, and I'm going to support it, this transitioning of the jail, because I think getting more police officers out on the street, and particularly the way you've outlined it, I think is something good. But I'm definitely not looking to postpone or push out the social worker. I think it's an important step for our department and our city. You know, Chief, I want to commend you for all the work you've done in this budget and in the last several years as our chief. I think the results speak for themselves. So great job. Keep up the good work, and I'll be on the lookout for those green Dodge Chargers.
Yes. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll be looking out for you, Mike.
Yeah, they will. I drive a black Chrysler 300, by the way. Can I ask some questions of our Parks and Recreation Director? Mr. Langlois, something not necessarily budget related, but the splash pad is something, do we have any update on the state's guidance on the outdoor water parks, pool, splash pad?
Yes. The most recent epidemic orders that the Department of Health and Human Services has released still does not permit the splash pad to be open. That newest order does go through May 24th. As we've seen, though, throughout the entire pandemic, just when we think we're heading in one direction, we pivot and go in another direction. So we are preparing to open the splash pad on Memorial Weekend with the, hope and expectation that things will change as we get closer to that point. Certainly, the city has been second to none in push for getting people vaccinated, and that's going to play a huge role in probably getting to that point where those types of outdoor activities will be allowed again. Unfortunately, with the way splash pads are designed and made, it really encourages a lot of people to be clustered together for group play on those types of amenities. And so I certainly understand why they remain recommended or required to be closed at this point, but I'm hoping as we start entering into the season where pools and splash pads are generally open, that that'll become a topic of conversation that'll be addressed by the governor and her team at.
Okay, well, just today, the CDC relaxed restrictions on outdoor mask wearing among people who are vaccinated, and the governor made a comment that she would, look into it and to expect policy changes based on that, I think, is what she said. Will Parks and Recreation react to that? I know there are restrictions we have in place that mirror the state's restrictions in terms of spectators outside and at sports. And so does Parks and Recreation have a plan to revisit that in light of the new CDC guidelines?
It's a great question, and I think that policy poses a number of challenges for us. One, trying to figure out who is vaccinated and who's not, and trying to sift through that at each event or program will be a huge challenge for us to try and navigate through. I think what we like to do is err on the side of caution and keep it simple for everybody. We find that it's hard for people to figure out, I don't have to wear a mask at this moment, but have to wear a mask at this moment, and we get into those sticky points. So we are going to follow. We continue to have conversation every day between myself, our city attorney, Mark Kaszubski, city manager, Mark Vanderpool. I feel like I talk to those guys about COVID more than they'd like to talk about COVID, but I think we've done a great job of really taking the guidelines that are put out and following them and making sure that we are working within the spirit of each order, and we'll do what makes the most sense at that time. We're, again, incredibly optimistic that as we continue to get into the warmer months, there's a push for people to be outdoors, more vaccinations, that things will loosen up for our residents and for our staff to be able to have our programs and events with maybe a few less restrictions.
Yeah, I hope so too. And, you know, you've done a phenomenal job being nimble in these past 14 months and being able to provide for the residents what they expect. So kudos there. You know, esports is something that I've been talking to you about for years and years and working with you on, and I appreciate that. It's something that I do think is still an incredible growth industry. You know, it would probably, I don't remember the last time that we built a baseball field or a soccer field, or, you know, I actually do because we just put some in, but aside from part of the recreating recreation, it's like, you know, these amenities cost a lot. Like to build a baseball field costs a lot of money. And then you got to line it every game. You got to rake it. You got to seed it. You got to fertilize it. You got to cut it once a week. Whereas, you know, you can build like an arena for $50,000 is quite a bargain. And especially since we've got some sponsorship here and we're going to have user fees that are going to underwrite the rest of it. I too think that this is going to be a tremendous thing for the city. And there's not a lot of cities that are out there doing this. And I envision that we can be kind of a leader in this where we're not just having tournaments, but we're having leagues and we're having a venue. You and I spoke with the mayor, I believe it was Maricopa, Arizona, and their staff was very gracious. Maricopa, Arizona is one of the first cities to have an esports program in their Parks and Recreation Department. You got to get your mind wrapped around the fact that, you know, aren't we supposed to be getting kids out and playing basketball and playing football and playing baseball in real life, not on the video game? But what it does is it grabs a portion of the population that's not everybody's going to play football or baseball or basketball. Not everybody's going to do that. Not everybody's going to do dance. Not everybody's going to recreate that way. And a lot of kids and teens and frankly adults will recreate in this way. And I mean, we hear like, well, how are we going to, you know, I forget, I think it was Mrs. Sarowski would ask, how are we going to make sure that there's adults and kids? And, you know, the reality is like, there's kids out there playing on the internet right now, right, in their basement, 8 or 9 years old, and you don't know that, nobody knows who's on the other end of that line. And so so to bring that into the city, into a controlled environment here, where kids are learning the social skills of interacting with people next to them and being part of a game. What we do one of the reasons you get your kids into baseball and get your kids into organized sports is so that they have another voice other than mom or dad, a coach, telling them how to behave, telling them the etiquette, telling them what the rules are and what's expected of them. And so this is, to me, is grabbing a whole different portion of our population and giving that to them. And I'm proud to say that we're able to do it. And I think it's going to be a really exciting program. So thank you for, you know, for listening to me on this and humoring me all these years as it's been 2 or 3 years that I've been talking about this and meeting with, you know, people from really across the country and across the world who have been involved in esports. And there are some cities like Arlington, Texas has a huge esports arena. And I mean, they attract major tournaments there and major leagues. And all these, every sports league is creating this, whether it's Call of Duty or Overwatch or whatever it is, there's major, or NBA 2K, whatever the year is, they're all going to have these major leagues where kids are making a lot of money doing it. And so it's an exciting thing, and it gives them the ability to also learn a lot of other skills about, you know, computer and technology and information technology that I think is really important. So I'm happy that this is becoming a reality. So thank you, Kyle, and keep up the great work. You've really been a model for our city, really for the whole state of Michigan, that people look up to what you've done here, and we appreciate it. Michael Moore, Mr. Moore, thank you again, Kyle. I don't have a whole lot, Mr. Moore, but I do want to ask about going to monthly billing. Is there a reason why there needs to be a paper bill at all? Like, I see a monthly bill as adding some expense, and the one criticism I've heard is that you're going to, you know, there's more expense there. Why? Maybe it's for Ms. Varney can take that. Do we need a paper bill? Can we do electronic bills?
We have electronic billing now. When we switch to our new financial system, we have that ability, and we have advertised it somewhat on the bills. I don't know offhand how many people we have signed up, but part of the lead up to monthly billing, we will be doing a much more visible campaign to try to increase the number of people that sign up for electric billing, because obviously monthly billing is 3 times the postage. Right. So if, you know, the more people we can get signed up, the better. And along with automatic debit and, you know, all those things will be part of our campaign on our education campaign on monthly billing.
Well, you can sign me up, okay? If you have my email address. I'll do that.
Take care of it.
I don't understand. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. So that's good to know. And I'm sure a lot of other residents don't realize it either. That will save a considerable amount of money. So I would think that there should be something we can do to like incentivize people.
Yeah.
Give them a discount on their first bill if they go to paperless billing. So that's good to know. Mike, I really don't have much more other than to say that I recognized your excitement again today as well. So, you know, keep up the great work, and I appreciate your responsiveness when dealing with residents who have a concern about, you know, whether it's trash pickup or whatever the case may be. You're always on the spot, so I appreciate that, and I know our residents do as well. I want to, not to harp on water bills, but so we've talked a lot about the average winter consumption model and how that's going to work. So I'm comfortable with that. I think what a lot of people are frustrated with is that they say, like, even if we're using less water, if you use more water, you pay more. If you use less water, your rates go up and you pay more. You know, if you water your lawn, you pay more. If you don't water your lawn, you're going to pay more. It just seems like it's hard for people to wrap their minds around it and understand what's happening here. And would you say that the problem is that there's so many fixed costs that the way I understand is there's so many fixed costs and we're trying to bill it based on a rate. And so if you use less water, the city collects less money, and then that fixed cost isn't going to get paid unless you increase the rate. Is that essentially fair to say?
Yeah, very good job. So yeah, so 100% of the cost from Macomb County Public Works is fixed. Every year they say, we are going to charge you $30-something million a year. Doesn't matter if now again, the calculation of that fixed fee is based on a 5-year average of our usage in their sewer system. But again, when I set rates, I am collecting a fixed charge on a variable volume. So yes, it's difficult to understand that, you know, if the system uses less water, I still have to collect $30-something million. So therefore, the rate, and even on the water side, the rates we get from the GLWA are about 60-40, 60% fixed, 40% variable. So, you know, then even if you consider the city costs, you know, the people that work for the water and sewer, the equipment we buy, that's really all fixed. You know, a DPW worker doesn't make less money because we use less water. So it's just an inherent issue of collecting a primarily fixed fee on a variable commodity.
Okay, I want to switch gears and ask you about the new hires. How many of the new hires are directly related to the 0.25 proposed mill increase?
13.
And how many of the new hires, So you've got 13 proposed new hires paid for with a 0.25 mil increase. Then you've got the 7 proposed police officers. And is it fair to say that those police officers are paid for by closing the jail?
Closing the jail plus we did estimate about $100,000 increase in fines through tickets, which we feel is very conservative, actually.
So that gets us to 20.
Right.
And then how many more are there?
There's 4 that are paid through water and sewer rates.
Okay. So I've heard from 2 of my colleagues today that they seem to be in support of these positions, but not in support of a millage increase. What's not clear to me is whether the 11, 4 and 7, would go through as sort of proposed. But those 13 positions, general fund positions, 0.25 mils, how much does 0.25 mils generate in tax revenue to the city?
About $1.2 million.
$1.2 million. And that's what's needed to cover those positions.
Yeah, that covers, again, within, a few $1,000s, that covers the 13 positions.
And how much money do we have in our fund balance right now?
Right now, we have $30 million. This budget already includes a use of fund balance of $2.1 million, which would have us at $28 million at the end of 2022.
28 million, you said?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what is the sort of generally accepted practice for a safe cushion in our fund balance?
Our goal is 25%, 25 to 30, but 25 is
25% of general fund?
of general fund expenditures.
And our general fund's at like 115 million this year?
Right. So I had it, yeah.
The easy math is you need at least 25 million and then 25% of 15 million. So
Yeah, so
we're right there.
Yeah, so the 28 million has us at about 24% at the end of 22. So obviously, if we used more fund balance, that percentage would go down.
So with next year's budget, we have to figure out a way to get back. For the last several years, we've been adding to fund balance. Then COVID hit, and obviously that's a major concern. We've got $20 million from the federal government that's going to help us, but what we've talked a lot about is how that needs to really be a one-time expenditure. We can't program that into the budget because it's going to be gone. So what my concern is, how do we pay for 13 new positions out of fund balance and keep our fund balance in line with where we want it to be in terms of a healthy cushion in case of something catastrophic?
I mean, the only way to do it would be to cut, if you want to keep it the same, then we would have to cut something else. It's definitely, in my opinion, it's not sustainable. Again, we're hiring these positions not for 1 year, we're hiring them forever. So, if we got rid of the 0.25 this year and then knowing we would need to bring it maybe next year, but if it's forever, it's, it's $1 million every, and it's going to go up because, every year.
So we could spend $1 million this year out of the bank and hire these positions. But the bill is going to come due. It's not a long-term solution to just keep using fund balance. So the options are to either eliminate the positions from the budget and keep things the way they are, or, this isn't a question, Ms. Varney. The way I see it is the options are either to eliminate those 13 positions from the budget and not spend $1 million plus in fund balance, or to hire those 13 positions and adjust the millage rate up by 0.25 mils, which is a difficult decision to make, but a decision that I think has to be made. So 0.25 mils, is my math correct, that if your taxable value is $100,000, that's $25?
Right.
And the average taxable value of a house in Sterling Heights is around $80,000?
Yep, 81 about, yeah. Yeah, so it's about $20
$20.
for the average homeowner.
Yeah, I mean, it's not insignificant, and I know with every expense going up, another 20 here and another 20 there, it all adds up. And there are other additions in this, I mean, there's the police and fire pension has to increase in order to meet our obligation. I mean, I would not be in support of using fund balance. And I would not certainly vote on a budget that uses fund balance to fund those 13 positions. It's not a solution. It doesn't make any sense to me. All right, I'm going to say we're going to close this portion now. We're going to move on to communications from citizens. Is there anyone in the audience? So what I'm doing for those in the audience is that communications from citizens is, we're required to take up communications from citizens by 9:30 if it hasn't already come up. And it's now 10:30, so we don't cut in the middle of a agenda item. So we're going to go to communications from citizens, which is, you can talk on any item not on tonight's agenda, which is sort of bizarre because we're talking about everything that has to do with the city. So if you have anything to talk about not on tonight's agenda, now's the time to do it. There will not be another portion at the end of the meeting. So communications from citizens, going once, twice, okay. That's closed. I'll move back now to item 5B in our agenda, which is budget amendments. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on budget amendments? Not council. We have at least one budget amendment that was proposed at the last meeting, the striker lifts, right? And so I guess what we can do is I'll give the floor to anyone who would like to make the motions.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Yanez.
Resolve to increase the 2021-22 general fund proposed budget by $167,500 to purchase 5 power loader systems in addition to the 2 already budgeted.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mr. Yanez?
We heard from the fire chief, our last budget hearing, the importance of having these devices. They will protect the firefighters from back injuries and other injuries. It's important to have this sort of safety equipment. It doesn't really make any sense to have only 2 ambulances with these devices and have the balance of the ambulances without them. It's still a risk to for injury to our firefighters. So I think it's important that we equip all 7 of our ambulances with these devices.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Council, anyone else? Mr. Radke.
Briefly, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to Mrs. Varney. Right now, we have 5 ambulances that are traditionally in service and 2 in reserve.
Correct.
I guess I'm curious how often we dip into the reserves. Do those ambulances tend to roll, or are they pretty stationary? I guess my question is, you know, we talked to the police chief earlier, and we're buying everything through the police chief in batches. You know, we buy so many helmets and so many tasers and so many guns and so many, I'm trying to think of it. We buy lots, cars, everything in batches. And I know that every officer wants to have a working gun, and we do our best to make sure everybody's protected. But at the same time, when we're spending capital like this, we have to make sure that we can afford it. So I'm curious, I'm not against equipping our ambulances, and I'm wondering maybe if instead of buying 5 additional ones, maybe we should buy 3 for our mainline ambulances, and the 2 that are in reserve would not be equipped with this device at this time. Not because I don't want them to be protected, but at the same time, I want to be fiscally responsible. And at this point, we'd be dipping into our reserves even further. Correct, Mrs. Varney?
Correct.
Pay for this. So I guess I would make a motion to amend this motion to reduce the number to 3. And how much are they budgeted for, Mrs. Varney?
Whoops, I'm just doing the math quick. So they're $33,500 each.
So So that would be 67,000?
Yep, so times 3 would be 100,500 for 3.
Sorry, say it again, I'm sorry.
100,500 for 3.
100,500. So I move to amend the 2021-22 general fund budget, motion by Councilman Yanez to reduce the number by 3 and reduce the cost by 100,500. Is that sufficient, Mr. Koszybski?
Yes.
Was that, can I ask for point of order? Is that reduced by 3 or reduced by 2?
So 100,500 is the total cost of 3.
Correct.
I'm sorry, so I misunderstood.
I would say, why don't you withdraw and clarify your motion?
Okay, I withdraw. We're already paying for 2. We need 3 more? We need 2 then, right? We need 3 more, we need 3 more. So, okay, I'm sorry, I got it in reverse. I apologize. I understand now, Mike. So I move to amend the 2021-22 general fund motion proposed by Councilman Yanez to increase the budget by 3 additional power load systems for a cost of $100,500.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Yanez is recognized.
I will, through the chair to Mr. Koszybski, I've already made a motion. The motion has been seconded. Do we not have to either, 1, vote on that motion, or 2, Mr. Radke can ask me to make a friendly amendment?
He's actually, thank you, Councilman Yanez, he's made a motion to amend your motion, which has to be voted on, and then if it passes, then we would vote on that amendment, and then if it passes or fails, it goes up to the main motion as amended or not.
Very good.
I'll support the motion. So it's been moved and supported. Mr. Radke, any other discussion on that?
Just briefly, I want to do what's fiscally responsible while also protecting our firefighters, and I think this kind of squares that circle. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, council, anyone else on the motion to amend? Well, Mr. Yanez.
I couldn't disagree more. It's playing Russian roulette with an employee's health. The fact of the matter is, we do use those reserve ambulances. I don't know how often we use them, but we do use them. And, you know, when you lift a patient up, you're lifting a patient up, whether it's a frontline ambulance or a reserve ambulance. The whole point is to protect our employees from serious injury. So I cannot support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Taylor?
Thank you. Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you. I actually reached out to Chief Edmond today about this very discussion, because I wasn't fully understanding the piece of equipment we were buying. I was thinking, why can't we just buy 5 total, and when one of the ambulances goes into service, put the stretcher from the one going into service into the reserve. However, he explained to me that it's not an interchangeable piece of equipment. It's actually bolted to the floor of the ambulance. So it's just not so simple to switch it out and put it into another ambulance. Because I was thinking the same at myself, that we could save money by just purchasing 5. I wish the chief were here, or Assistant Chief Miller were here to answer the question of how often we go into that reserve. But I would imagine, as busy as our ambulances are, we probably have them in service with our own DPW quite often. Maybe Mr. Moore knows.
He's coming to the microphone. He knows something.
Sorry, I do not know. Sorry for the dramatic pause. I thought it'd be better than just shaking my head from a distance.
Stop smiling.
No, I'm sorry. I don't have
I thought he was ready.
any knowledge of how often they are out of service.
Okay, I mean, that would help me to make a decision on this. So that's all I have to say.
Does anybody, do you know, Mr. Vanderpool, do you have any way of figuring it out?
Call the fire chief?
I mean, so just, yeah, if you know, go ahead.
I don't know the run volume of the ambulances in reserve. However, if you want to, we could come back to it and try to get an update in the next 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Let me
Mayor
ask,
Taylor?
can I ask, where did the number 2 come from? How did because just so the public is aware, I mean, every department has a list of projects that they want, capital that they want, right? And it starts at the moon, and it's whittled down to what we can afford and what meets our highest priority. And so I'm certain that the fire department said, we want 7 of these, right? And then somehow it got determined that 2 were going to make the budget. Can you speak to that, Mrs. Verney?
Yeah, so again, just like you said, every year, all the directors and managers ask for their capital, and no one's requests are frivolous. Everyone is thoughtful and asks for what they need for their department to succeed. This year, we had $10 million of requests. I don't have $10 million to spend in capital. One of the ways, as Mr. Radke pointed out, we've been doing over the past year is these projects that require replacements of multiple things we do over time. And so, again, like the tasers, the ballistic helmets, we spread these very large costs over 2 or 3 years. So it basically was, this was an expensive item, over $250,000 for all 7 of them. We've been trying to spread these purchases over 3 years. 7 divided by 3 doesn't work perfectly. And so, and this was in the budget meeting with the assistant fire chief. At that time, we decided, let's start with 2 with the commitment to buy the rest over 3 years. The other thing I'll say is, again, it's hard when, everyone's requests are legitimate, but we do also prioritize replacing equipment over purchasing new things that we never had before. So again, I don't have $10 million. We have to prioritize replacing old equipment, that we're already using sometimes takes precedence over buying something new. So that's kind of what the idea was.
All right, thank you. And then, what you're getting at right there is what went unsaid is that within that $10 million, there could be other applications that are just as important to employee safety, just as important to, maintaining our information technology, maintaining our infrastructure, maintaining what we need, but we're not necessarily hearing that because this application was brought up. And so I'm not saying that it's invalid or that it's not important, but what other things are out there that could be just as important, if not more important, but it didn't make it to the discussion here. I wonder if Mr. Bohorsky might know the answer to this.
We'll try.
I'm sure you might not have been necessarily listening intently on the conversation, but as our Assistant City Manager and Human Resources Director, you would know, I think, maybe workplace injuries. And Councilman Yanez brings up a very important point, which is that, our firefighter safety is incredibly important. Do you know of any history of injuries with our firefighters related to this particular application or not having it? And can you speak to that at all?
Historically, Mayor, we did have one firefighter injured a while back. That was, if I remember correctly, an injury incurred when trying to lift, not into the back of an ambulance, but I believe he was, they tag teamed the person and they were going down on stairs. So it was an uneven surface. I don't know of anybody particularly loading into an ambulance, but obviously that's just because our work experience only dates back to 2017, 2018 when we first started the service. I'm not aware of any claim. I did unfortunately see a comp claim come through past my desk, which was a back injury, but I don't know the details on it. So they do occur. As you know, Mayor, I'm sure you know, there is a presumption in Michigan for firefighter injuries, heart, lung, things like that. So it's known to happen. Back injuries and the service are known to happen. So I hope that helps a little bit, but I can't identify one direct cause and effect from loading into the back of an ambulance. I don't think I've seen one of those as of yet.
Right.
I do want to point out, and Jennifer, I don't know if, I don't mean to stray into other business, but I think it's important. I sit on the Capital Committee with Jennifer, and the department does prioritize their capital needs. So in other words, they come to us and they may rank them from 1 to 35, and we take that into great account. Your number 1 is going to get more attention from Jennifer than your number 35. I don't even know, if I remember correctly, I don't know how the lifts were, I don't even know if they were ranked. If you might, and I think that might be important for council to maybe know about, because I do think it's, I don't think this came up in our capital as a ranked item, but Jennifer, do you recall?
Ms. Varney?
So yeah, this particular thing was actually not requested in the capital budget at all. They requested it in the operational budget, which was actually, in theory, too late to even request it. I mean, but we still considered it. It really wasn't ranked in the capital because they didn't request it until the operational budget.
Did the FD have other capital requests?
Yes.
And did some of those capital requests get cut?
Absolutely, a fire engine
So
was
that's what
cut.
so that's what sort of my concern is here. It's like the FD isn't even here to say that there might have been things where the FD would say, well, if you're going to spend another $100,000, we want it over here. This would be better. So I'm just not. So here's what I will say though. It sounds like what we're proposing, and thank you very much, Mr. Bohorsky. What's sort of being proposed is to do this over, it sounds like 3 years. It could be 2, 2, 2, 1, 4 years, but probably would go something like 2, 3, 2, right? So what's the amended motion is for it to go 5 and 2, right? Essentially what it would be doing is we would be front loading the 5, and then that would cover the frontline ambulances. And now, of course, we don't know exactly how often. We can get that information before we vote on this budget a week from today, and we can amend the budget again if necessary. But if we're going to be doing this over 3 years, really what's being proposed today is to by Mr. Radke's motion, is to do it over 2 years and get all of our frontline ambulances running right now. I can live with that, and I'll support that. And I spoke, I shouldn't say out of turn, but I didn't speak last. So if there are other people that would like to speak, Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. When I asked my question to Ms. Varney before about the transport funds, I really think that some of the employees may have thought that they could use those funds to take care of this expense. So, and you explained that it wouldn't be a good practice, so I understand that, but I think it's needed, and I think we need to, and I have to agree, in the past when we went to buy anything, we never did everything at the same time because we always worried about technology. Supposedly the technology for this has been in place. Very limited changes there would be in the future. So you could do it, is what I'm saying, is to do more than what we, or do a different practice than what we've done in the past. But that's just from the research that I've done. And like Mr. Schmidt says, we've been asking questions because we didn't fully understand how you couldn't say if there was ambulance that needed service, that you couldn't take this lift off of that one that was getting service and putting it on the one you're going to use. And from what they were explaining, to me, is that if we were to buy a brand new ambulance, we could take this lift off and put it on a brand new one as we got rid of an ambulance, but it's not something that's easy to take on and off just for service issues. So nothing further.
Council, anyone else?
Yeah.
Mrs. Koski.
Through the chair to Ms. Varney, Is there enough extra money in that $1 million to cover this $167,500 to complete this purchase for the ambulances?
Mrs. Varney?
I mean, we could take it out of there, but again, that money is really being set aside to replace ambulances, which, from my understanding, are probably going to be needed to replace sooner than later, just based on the amount of miles. So when we calculated that $300,000 that I put aside, it's the amount needed to first re-chassis the ambulances and then eventually replace them. So
Well, 3 from $1 million is 7.
Yeah, and right, but again, eventually we're going to have to replace all the ambulances, and that's
Yes,
what
and
that.
aren't we going to continue to put money into this fund?
Yes, every year we put money into this fund because, again, the ambulances are going to continue to need to be replaced every, 5 to 7 years.
And haven't our runs continued to increase, and aren't we doing a good job collecting funds?
The runs did decrease a little bit due to COVID. Right now, again, you also have to remember we added 6 firefighters. So right now, the 10-year forecast of the transport model is very close to break even. So, if we took an extra $250,000, it would take us out of break even.
Well, I was only talking about 167.5. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Yanis?
if I could ask through the chair to Mr. Bohorsky. Mr. Bohorsky, we've had fire department employees leave under Article 19 of the contract, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And
And,
in the last 5 years.
pardon?
We've had a few in the last,
A few in the last 5 years. Were any of those back injuries?
yes.
Do we have an idea how much it cost from the time the person got hurt to paying for all their medical bills to leaving and having to hire a new employee? Do we have any idea what something like that costs?
I've never put, Mr. Yanis, never put a total value on it. I will say that Article 19 is, obviously, and just so council, let me explain Article 19.
Yeah.
So Article 19 is in the collective bargaining agreement, and it basically says for on-the-job duties, it provides kind of like a guaranteed benefits, it generally protects a firefighter for a back injury, lung injury, heart attack, things like that incurred on duty. And again, as I said earlier in my comments, under Michigan law, those tend to be presumed. So if a firefighter has a heart attack, it's likely to be presumed to be related to their duties. So that contractual provision pays them full wages for a significant period of time. So I think that's what you're alluding to, that a back injury can add up relatively quickly. So yes, under Article 19, in that one instance that I was involved in on the Article 19, I don't recall exactly the nature. I'm sure I can say this with great confidence that occurred prior to 2017, 2018 when we started this service, the ALS service. So that injury occurred prior to the officer being involved in, I should say the firefighter involved in ALS.
But it was a back injury, correct? And so paying this amount of money over a period of time, can you say that it would come close or maybe even exceed $167,000?
Oh, sir, yeah, sure. Comp
Certainly.
claims are expensive, yes. And
Very good.
like I said, just so council, I don't want to kind of gloss over this. So the way Article 19 works is that obviously it's work-related, it's a comp claim, but under the contract, the city continues to provide over and above the customary statutory rate for a comp claim. So we make the firefighter whole for those types of on-duty injuries.
Thank you, Mr. Bohorsky.
Okay, anyone else on the amended motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. Okay. So I do, after listening to all of this, and I have been, as you know, most of you know, I'm a nurse, and back injuries are certainly something that I'm very familiar with and I'm very used to dealing with. I have also been in a lot of emergency situations where I've called our particular Sterling Heights officers when I've been in a home with a patient and had to see the amount of physical effort it takes to get a patient on the gurney, through their home, out their door, and then into the rig. I am completely in favor of making these, every single unit, every single rig that we have whole, and having the one thing that we know will work in preventing injuries, even if we, as Mr. Yanis was alluding to, or did get pretty close to saying, if we prevent one injury by having these lifts, we've paid for them, essentially. I am, however, not in favor of adding more to this budget. So I do agree with Mrs. Kuski that we find a way to get that $167,000 off, use it it's a one-time deal right now, and make all of the rigs whole, make all of them functional, and then when we replace them, we're going to replace them with these new devices if we need to, or we can pull them off and put them on a new rig. I think that we need to provide the best, and I do remember when we first started transport and we had the show, open house at the firehouse, and one of the captains mentioned to me that we really needed those lifts, and they really were not happy that we didn't have them. So I would like to see them on every unit, and I would also like to see that come from the rainy day fund, the budget, the cushion. So that is what how I feel on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sarowski. Mr. Radke.
Just briefly.
Thank you.
I don't disagree with anything that's been said here, but I think that we have to be fundamentally honest to the citizens. You know, when we proposed transport, and I was not on this council when it was proposed, the agreement was that it would be neutral, that we would either make a profit or break even. And if we do this from the funding that we have for future ambulances, it's not break even. Now it's costing us more money than we expected. Things have to be budgeted, they have to be paid for. I'm not trying to hurt anyone or get anyone injured, but I think that we are playing budget games here when we're just not doing what we said we were going to do. That's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on the motion to amend the motion.
Mayor Taylor?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Schmidt.
I'm sorry. So the amendment is to still pay for it out of the general fund. Is that correct?
Correct. The motion is to, really just to reduce it from 7 to 5.
Yep.
But,
Really, from 5 to 3.
but the funding is coming from the general fund, not from the ALS rainy day fund.
Correct.
So how do we have to make a motion to have it taken out of the rainy day fund?
Mrs. Varney, do you have
Because
an
that will be
opinion on
my
this?
decider on how I vote.
If you want it to come from that, the funding should come from the capital projects fund. That's where the money is sitting. The $1 million that we've been putting aside to buy future ambulances is sitting in the capital projects fund.
Okay. Can we have can we have a clarification, Mr. Yanez? Your motion was based on, you read verbatim from the script, right?
Yes, sir.
Which is resolved to increase the 2021-2022 general fund proposed budget by $167,500 to purchase 5 additional power loader systems for ALS transport. So the motion doesn't indicate whether the funding would come from the capital projects dedicated for new ambulances or whether it would come from fund balance.
Okay.
So I would-
The motion increases the general fund.
Oh, general
budget.
fund. So it would come from fund balance.
Says general fund.
Yeah, the original motion.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko.
Okay, I have a question then on the ambulance replacements. I know that we have 7 now. did we replace any of those in the past? Or are those all the ones that we've had for the last 3 years?
Those are all the originals.
The originals?
At this point.
Okay. Then in doing my research, I was told that sometimes you don't have to replace the whole ambulance. Sometimes the box is good and the chassis is bad, or the chassis is bad and the box is good. So you're not replacing an entire ambulance. So that would bring down, I would think, the cost of an ambulance.
The model already assumes that first we're going to re-chassis the ambulances and then replace them.
So that's already worked into the budget. Okay. Nothing further.
Anyone else final? I mean, one final thing, if we take it out of capital and then we need to buy an ambulance and the money's not there, we have to buy the ambulance, we're just going to transfer it out of fund balance, right? So
That would be
money is fungible. It's going to be, it can move around. It doesn't really matter much to me whether, I mean, the bigger issue is, you know, whether we can afford it and whether it's the right priority. And that's, you know, what I'm hearing is that it's going to get done over 3 years. So I would say do it over 2 years, is the right balance between being fiscally responsible and protecting our employees. And I mean, if you could tell me that a firefighter is going to injure his back, and I mean, I would vote for this in a heartbeat, okay? But I'm sure there's a lot of equipment we could buy to better protect our police officers and better protect our firefighters. And if we had an endless supply of money, we could spend umpteen $1 million and, you know, turn our police officers and firefighters into impenetrable fortresses unto themselves. But we can't. We have to balance the money we have versus, you know, versus protecting them the best we can with the money that we have. And so I think that this strikes the proper balance. There's still a week until we have to ultimately vote on this so we can get the information from the fire chief. If the fire chief said they're essentially, if the fire chief came back and said they're essentially, you know, rotating out and there's no difference, then maybe that would make a difference to me. But I'm comfortable with this motion, and why don't we vote and see where it goes? And so, Mrs. Riska, can we please have a roll call vote on the motion to amend?
Can you read the motion, please?
The motion on the floor is a motion to amend Mr. Yanez's motion, moved by Mr. Radke, to eliminate approximately $66,000 from the amendment for a expenditure of $100,000?
$1,500.
$100,500 to purchase 3 additional power loader systems for ALS transport.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Through the chair to Ms. Varney, what price are you quoting on the power loading systems?
I rounded it up to $33,500 each.
And that's just for the system, not for the maintenance contract? Because I thought the bill, the quote we got was $22,000 per system, and then there was an additional maintenance contract.
I mean, I based the cost on what they asked for 7, and we budgeted 2, so I took the unit cost from the 2 and extrapolated it to 7.
So, Mr. Mayor, can we just verify, it's in our documentation from, I think, a couple weeks ago, the fire department sent us, it was how much per unit cost, and then there was also an additional cost for a maintenance contract. Does anybody have that? It's on my iPad, it's just I have no idea where it's at.
Fighter.
Equipment, it's what she said.
Yeah, I'm looking.
It's on page 5 of capital equipment.
Or if
I mean,
someone could
again,
call
we
Chief Miller.
forecasted out the 2nd and 3rd year We did increase it a little bit, assuming there would be inflation in the second and third year.
On page 5 of the capital equipment.
Two of them. Yeah.
So,
I mean, I don't have the original request with me at
so,
this
I mean,
time.
Mr. Yanez, what we have here is, we've got, we've got two at 66,820. And then the future requests are 68,830 and 106,340. So it looks like the way that they had set it up was to do 223. And those future units, like in budget year 23, 24, you're looking at roughly 35,000 per.
And we just assume that there's going to be some
Yeah.
inflation in the future.
So no matter how you slice it, you know, it's, like if we were to just do it in budget years 22, 23 and 23, 24, the expenditure would be 68,000 plus 106. It's about the same as this 167. You know, it's just inflationary increases and cost increases, so.
Yeah.
Anybody else, anything?
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Smith?
I still struggle with this coming out of the general fund if we possibly can take it out of the capital fund, the capital equipment fund. I mean, I would like to see it come out of the capital equipment fund instead of the general fund.
Yeah.
So if the maker of the motion, A or B, would like to amend it, I would be more comfortable voting for it that way. But
Well, Mrs. Schmidt has asked for an amendment. She hasn't made one. Mr.
Oh.
Radke, do you have any response?
I mean, I really don't care. Money is fungible. We take $5 from here, $5 from there, we got to pay for it somehow. You know, there's only so much money in the budget, so if she wants to make that, that's fine. It is what it is, you know?
Yeah,
I'll be amenable to it.
Excuse me.
Mr. Yanez.
So I found the original quote that Chief Miller sent to me, and it says for 7 power loaders, fastener, my apologies. Mass casualty floor mounts, short rail option, ambulance cot, fast ops manual, 1-year parts and labor. This is for 7 of them. The price was $170,253.23. And then if you bought the 7 prevent power load, it's the extended warranty basically. That was another $9,000. So I see where you got your $33,000. We don't have to buy the warranty. We can just buy the power loader for $23,000 each. Well, I take that back. There's also the fastener, but $23,736.24 plus $585.64. That totals $170,253. So I'll be happy to amend my motion to buy 7 power loaders at $170,253.23. I don't know how that plays because we already have 2 included. I'm not sure exactly how to word that.
from what fund?
From what fund?
Well, I've been told twice tonight, money is fungible. So whatever fund you want to take it out of.
Okay.
Whatever fund you want to put it in the motion.
So
Call the question, Mike.
So let's do this.
let's call the question.
Why don't we vote on the motion on the floor as presented?
Which one is that?
This is the motion to amend. This is Mr. Radke's motion to amend
And it's from the capital fund.
from the general fund.
The general fund.
Okay, vote.
Mrs. Riska.
All right. Mrs. Kosky.
Now we're voting on
Motion to amend,
3.
yes.
3 from the general.
No.
Mr. Radke.
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt.
No.
Mrs. Sarowski,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Yanez.
No.
And Mrs. Yarko.
No.
Okay. Motion fails. Mr. Radke, I'd entertain a motion to amend the motion on the floor to,
No, we don't have a motion.
we have a motion. I've got the floor. Thank you. Thank you all. I have the floor. I will recognize you if you ask for the floor. Mr. Radke, I would entertain a motion to amend the motion on the floor to spend $100,000 from the capital projects budget to purchase 3 additional power loader systems for ALS transport.
So moved.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Does anyone want to discuss this motion? If not, the motion on the floor now is a motion to amend Mr. Yanez's motion to provide for $100,000 from the capital improvements budget for 3 additional power loader systems.
For a grand total of 5.
For a grand total of 5. Mrs. Riska, can we please have a roll call motion on the motion to amend?
Mr. Radke,
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt,
No.
Mrs. Sarowski,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Yanez.
No.
Mrs. Yarko,
No.
Mrs. Koski.
No.
Okay, motion fails. So it didn't really matter whether it was from the capital improvements budget or from the general fund.
It does, though. It
Okay,
does.
the
There's still
motion
an
on the
motion.
floor is, all right. The motion on the floor is a motion to increase the general fund by $167,500 to purchase 5 additional power load systems. Mr. Yanez spoke briefly on this. I believe Mr. Radke spoke and made the motion, and then discussion was on his motion. So we'll continue. I believe Mrs. Koski supported the motion, so I'll give you the floor first if you want it. I'll give Mr. Yanez the floor first, and we can just start all over. Mr.
Okay.
Yanez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've thrown a lot of numbers around here tonight. So through the chair to Ms. Varney, if we pass this based on your numbers, the 33,000 per unit, and then we come back later and find out that it's really only $22,000 per unit, we just paid the $22,000, right?
Of course.
So we could end up buying 7 of these. If this quote is still good, you can't see my phone, I apologize.
No.
But if this quote is still good, the most we're going to pay is $170,253.23. As of right now, my motion is for $167,500 for 5, but the reality is we can get all 7 of them, again, if this quote is still good, we can get all 7 of them for just $3,000 more.
Yeah, I mean, again, this number was based on what the fire department requested in there, and if that included extended warranties and such, that's what this number was based on. If they can now want to buy them cheaper or without the warranties, and yeah, I mean, we would only spend what,
So just because
quote
we
came
vote
back.
on this number doesn't mean we have to
of
actually
course, not.
spend this
No,
money.
absolutely not.
And I will tell my colleagues, Mr. Mayor, that I've had a conversation with both Chief Miller and another firefighter whose name escapes me right now, but the departments around us, Shelby Township, Warren, that do transport and have these systems, they don't buy the warranty, they maintain the system themselves. So they pay the cheapest price. They pay just for the actual mechanism. So I think we get all 7 of them for the $170,000. And I'm not sure where everybody wants to take the money out of, but I think my motion, as it stands right now, to add an additional 5, which will give us 7, adding an additional $170,000 or $167,000, I think we're going to find out that we're going to get all of them for $170,000, period. So it's a roll of the dice. Maybe we spend the 167, maybe it's only 170 for all of them. But here's the quote, so.
Thank you, Mr. Yanez. Anyone else on Mr. Yanez's motion?
Mayor Taylor?
Mr. Schmidt?
Through the chair to Mr. Yanez, I'm going to ask you to amend your motion and have the funding come from the capital improvements fund instead of the general fund.
Mr. Yanez?
Yeah, I'd be happy to amend the motion.
Okay. I would entertain an amendment to the motion on the floor, Mr. Yanez, for the funds of $167,500 to come out of the capital improvements fund rather than the general fund.
Yes.
Say so moved.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Doesn't he just have to withdraw his original motion and make the new motion, make it easier on us all?
I suppose that could be, so
Or could it be a friendly
avoids
motion from votes?
Two votes, yeah.
Yeah, so you want to just withdraw your motion and just say capital improvements fund instead of general fund?
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I withdraw my original motion.
It's withdrawn. Is there a new motion, Mr. Yanez?
Yeah. Yes. Resolve to increase the 2021-22 capital budget, proposed capital budget by $167,500 to purchase 5 power load systems.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and supported. Anything more, Mr. Yanez?
No, I think we're,
Okay. Mrs.
We talked this morning.
Sarowski, I think.
Nope.
Anyone else on council? No further discussion from anyone on council? Okay. I don't quite understand the difference between the capital improvements budget
Principal.
and the general fund, since it's coming from the same place. Mrs. Varney, when are the ambulances scheduled to be replaced?
I believe we're scheduled to read chassis starting next year.
Okay. All right. With no further discussion, Ms. Riska, can we please have a roll call vote?
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Mr. Yanez?
yes.
Mrs. Yarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Koski?
Yes.
Mr. Radke?
No.
Okay, motion carries 5-2. That's our first amendment. Are there any other amendments to the budget? Mr. Yanez?
Mr. Mayor, resolve to increase the 2021-22 general fund proposed budget by $135,000 to hire 1 fire inspector.
Council, is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mr. Yanez?
I think it was very clear from the discussion we had 2 weeks ago with the fire chief that fire inspection is overwhelmed with the marijuana grow houses. They are unable to keep up with their annual city inspections, and the department is just short of manpower in order to clean up the neighborhoods and get back on track with the regular city inspections. They need additional help, so therefore I feel that we need to hire 1 more fire inspector.
Mrs. Zarko?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm not sure that if we, I'm not sure about the amount of money. And the reason why I say that is because it's already somebody that's working for us, and they would get promoted, and the increase wouldn't be as much as what you're saying.
May I respond?
If you know the answer, Mr. Yanez.
I got the $135,000 from Ms. Varney tonight.
Is this a new position or is it a promotion?
Hold on, Mr.
Yes, that's
Radke.
what I'm wondering.
Okay. Ms. Varney, can you address that concern?
Yeah, so this would be a new fire inspector position. So yes, someone would get promoted, but then we would replace that. I mean, eventually there would be a trickle-down replacement, so all that salary would stay the same, and the true addition to the budget is the fire inspector. The step 1 rate of a fire inspector is $98,000 salary, plus, benefits is approximately $135,000.
Okay, so the true cost would be 135. Not, the true cost isn't the lowest man on the totem pole getting hired.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, do you disagree, Mr. Yanez?
No,
We're adding a fire inspector. We're
according
not
to the
adding-
police chief, yeah, it's the lowest man.
No. I'm saying, according,
I
what I
apologize.
think you were saying is that if we hire this person, that really the true cost to the city would be whatever it costs to backfill that position trickling all the way down. And what Ms. Varney is saying is, which I agree, is that that's not the case because the new position added is the fire inspector. So you just take this budget and then you add a fire inspector that costs 135, and that's the simple math to me, right? So I would like to ask Mr. Yanez or anyone who intends on voting yes, is this going to be paid for out of the fund balance? And if it's going to be paid for out of fund balance this year, what is the long-term plan? Is it just going to be paid out of fund balance every year? Or is there a plan to reduce the budget by 135,000 somewhere else or increase the millage rate to cover the 135,000? Because we have, I guess, three competing priorities. That we have a need for a fire inspector. We have a need for our fund balance. And we have a need for a funding source. So do you have any ideas? Is there a funding source that comes along with this, or a reduction in the budget somewhere else, or is this just?
So let me just say this. Nothing is more important. We talk quite often about Sterling Heights being one of the safest cities in America, one of the safest cities in Michigan. And that's always based on, police reports and police runs and FBI reports. We don't talk about how safe the city is because of the fire department, or frankly, for the DPW as well. We don't even think about what they do to keep us safe. So, where's the money going to come to pay for this? I guess it's going to come from the general fund. Do we not do this because the general fund, money out of the general fund is more important than public safety? I don't think anybody up here believes that. But I think we should be looking at this problem as we have a need. The need is we need another fire inspector. Now, let's figure out how to pay for it. But I don't know that we should be up here going, well, we don't have the money and we got to find the money somehow. We can't have this if we don't find the money. We have the money. We have the money. It's just a matter of where we take it out of. And the fact of the matter is, we need another fire inspector. We need to get rid of these marijuana grow houses. We need to make sure that all these businesses in Sterling Heights are safe and executing safe practices. And we can't do that without having proper fire inspection.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Through the chair to Mrs. Varney, this was a new fire inspector on the wish list, request list from the fire department.
No, in the, when they submitted their request for the manpower study, it did not include a fire inspector.
Thank you. I'm going to vote no on this, Henry, and I understand the need right now, and I certainly have to live and breathe, literally sometimes, the issues of home grows with my, the people that I live with, dealing with that on a different level, of a legal level. I understand the need. We need to be a little bit more creative. We can't give everything to one department in 1 year, and that's kind of where I am at this point at 11:30 at night. But we do need to do what we know will work. We do know that lifts will work. I'm happy with that. I do know that more fire inspectors will help, but it wasn't even a request. And I think we can also be creative with our ways of managing these homes. We know that we can use DTE as an ally, and we also have drone opportunities. We have other opportunities. So I'm going to be voting no on a fire inspector for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sarowski. Council, anyone else? Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I have to agree with Mrs. Sarowski, and I totally understand how there is a need for this. However, we can't keep adding to this budget. We just can't, we can't do that to the residents. I think, if somebody wants to sharpen some pencils and get some erasers out and find
someplace where this $137,000 is going to come from.
Every year.
You know, but I'm not going to rob Peter to pay Paul when Peter's already hurting. It makes, I can't do that. And I understand, you know, the need. But I really struggle with these two big expenditures for the fire department. Not that they're not worth it, but there are other departments that are worth it as well. So I'm not sure I'm in support of this at this point. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Mrs. Zarko?
Mayor Taylor, this is one of those times that I supported Mr. Yanis's motion because this should be discussed. Yes, I do want another fire inspector. However, because the lifts all passed at the rate that they did, I think that this is one of those times that I would choose to postpone this until another time. So do I have to, first of all, can I vote against my support, or should I withdraw my support?
Yeah, you can vote against your support.
Okay. But no, I think that because the lifts went through at the cost that they did, I'm not going to disagree with my colleagues that we can't just keep bumping up. But I still do want another fire inspector. I think that it's needed, but there are other things that are needed as well. And because of the fact that I don't want to raise the millage, I got to take all that into perspective. So nothing further.
Okay. Anyone else on this? Ms. Varney, the math you gave me before, I believe, was that 0.25 mils raises, was it $1.25 million or 1.3?
Yeah, about 1.2 million.
1.2 million. Okay, so do you know to add another 135,000, what it would have to be instead of 0.25?
Yeah, I actually calculated that if we did 0.28, that would add another 143,000, so close.
Look, I don't, so the 0.03 additional mils is going to cost the average taxpayer a dollar or two, okay? So it's not a lot of money. And I would actually probably support it if there was a dedicated way of paying for it. I mean, I trust you, Councilman Yanez, I really do, and I trust your experience as a firefighter and your belief that this is a high priority for the department. I do believe that. I think that, you know, an argument can be made, well, they didn't even ask for it. Well, you know what? We're the policymakers, and if we determine that the policy of this city is that we're going to be aggressively inspecting these properties, that's our decision to make. And I think it's within that's well within what we should be deciding. I would say without either a corresponding reduction somewhere else or a corresponding increase, I can't support it. But I would with a corresponding increase or reduction somewhere else. Anyone else on this motion? Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Ms. Varney, how about a trade-off? Do you have a price list of all the positions that you recommended on the budget summary? What if we were to postpone the social worker? How much money is that?
82,000.
How much?
82.
82. Okay, how much more do we need? 50? Can you get me 60,000?
I'm not really comfortable, you know, suggesting a position to cut.
Well, then I have a suggestion. Why don't we postpone the fire inspector and ask city management, I'll make a motion to ask that The 2021-22 general fund proposed budget have no millage increase and city administration to make any required adjustments.
Support.
Been moved and supported. But I want to understand, Mr. Koszubski, I think the motion is out of order
I'm sure it is.
because it doesn't really amend the motion on the floor.
No, it doesn't.
Right, there's a motion pending on the floor, needs to be dealt with first before that motion by Councilwoman Koski could be made.
I wasn't really making a motion. I guess I should have
I'll support it.
rephrased that. Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a suggestion.
Okay, well, does it relate to the motion on the floor?
No.
Yes, it does, because the motion on the floor is to hire a fire inspector. And there's not going to be any support for the fire inspector unless we can show ways to pay for the fire inspector. So my thought is maybe we need to go through this list of what is causing the 0.25 mils increase and see what can be delayed to a later date. We've done without these employees for some time because of the economy that we were in. We had to make cuts. We had to make a lot of cuts. Now, according to a study, we have said, okay, these are the positions that you need back. This is what you need. Well, sometimes what you need, what you want, is not what you get. You have to take it piece by piece. And apparently, we need to relook at these positions and put them in a order as to what is important today and what can we do tomorrow and what can we do next year. And the only one that really knows this is city administration. So I'm saying we have next meeting, take it back, look at it, make some adjustments, no millage increase. The people have given us safe streets, the people have given us the rec center, the parks. Let's not give them any more increase. We're going to give them an increase with the water. I think that's enough. I think we need to look at the list because apparently this 2.5 or 0.25 mils is caused from hires, people that we're bringing back. Maybe we should not bring them all back at once. Maybe we should go back through the list, see what's important, and put into the budget what is really necessary today, and then add the rest as we can afford them. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Radke, if we could sort of stick to the fire inspector.
Sure. Just briefly, we need to hire more people, and a fire inspector included. It really is true. We're losing employees now because they don't feel supported and they feel overworked, and they are actually leaving our city and going to other cities who are poaching them. That's happening. And if we do not hire more employees, I think we're going to lose even more employees. Because we tout the number that we have the fewest number of employees per resident, but I agree with Mrs. Zarco. I'm not proud of that. Because when Mr. Nadi was up here, he always said that someone would answer the phone if you called City Hall. And we've strayed far from that ideal. And to me, when I ran for office the first time, I knew we were understaffed. And I know we need more. And this has been a long-term payoff to what we've all been doing, which is trying to keep the millage down, keep everything in control, but at the same time, be smart with our expenses and be smart. And I think I'm damn proud of all that we've done to make sure that we've delivered, I think, the best city services in the state at the lowest cost. But everything has a cost. So I'm in agreement with your idea earlier. I'm not against another fire inspector, but if we're going to be honest in our budgeting, we have to increase the rate. And that would be how I would do this. Otherwise, I cannot support this. And, it's an election year. People start thinking, well, maybe next year, maybe the year after. But we were elected to make the hard decisions. And there's nothing harder than a budget because it's actual dollars. You know, people pay taxes, everyone pays taxes, no one likes to pay taxes, but for the services that we deliver, I think you're never going to get a better deal than you are going to get in Sterling Heights right now. That's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Everyone's had a chance on the issue of the fire inspector. Does anyone else have any final things to say? If not, Ms. Risco, we need a roll call vote on the motion to increase the budget by $135,000 to hire a fire inspector.
Mrs. Sarowski?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Mr. Yanes?
Yes.
Mrs. Yarko?
No.
Mrs. Kosky?
No.
Mr. Radke?
No.
Mrs. Schmidt?
No.
Okay, motion fails 5-2. Are there any other budget amendments tonight?
It's 6-1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
6 to 1.
6-1, my fault.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
I just have a brief budget amendment. Try to find some of that money that we spoke about earlier. Resolve to decrease the 2021-2022 general fund proposed budget by $38,000 by not purchasing security cameras for Dodge Park.
Motion is to decrease the budget 38,000. Is there a second? No second. Motion fails for lack of support. Councilors, are there any other budget amendments?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Yanes.
through the chair to Ms. Varney.
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Varney, what's the cost of one of our new 7 police officers?
The annual cost for the first year is 80,000, but they're only budgeted for 6 months in the current year.
So what's the total pay and benefits then? If I was
So
going to make
it's 40,000 in the current budget because it's only 6 months, so 40,000 each.
So 40,000.
Because again, there's only 6 months budgeted, so the pay and, so a police officer starts at about 48,000, so it's about 80,000 annual cost for a first-year police officer, but because the jail could not, the services of the jail, the contract goes through January. So if we were closing the jail, it wouldn't happen until January, so we wouldn't be hiring the police officers until January.
And is that pay and benefits? Or just
Yes.
pay? 40,000
pay.
of pay and benefits?
It's 80,000 annually, pay and benefits, so half of that is in the budget,
So it'd
because
be-
6 months worth.
It'd be 40,000.
Yes.
Well, that doesn't get us to 135, so.
Any other motions, council?
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Kosky.
I make my motion now.
Go ahead, make a motion.
I move that the 2021-22 general fund proposed budget will have no millage increase of 0.25 mils, and that city administration to make any required adjustments.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mrs. Kosky?
Well, one of the suggestions that I would like to make is that city administration consider not hiring a social worker at this time until we are able to have a description of performance and what is expected, who we would share this position with.
Is this an additional motion?
No, that's just my comment. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing it.
Mr. Vanderpool, is the proposed budgeted social worker in the police administration budget part of the 13 new hires that make up the 0.25 mils?
I would ask Ms. Marnie to clarify that.
No.
Right. Okay.
That's why I did it.
Okay. Anything else, Mrs. Kosky?
No, that's it.
Mrs. Zarko?
We're going to have to take a vote on meeting after midnight before this is over. So if I am understanding Mrs. Koski, she doesn't want a millage increase, but even doing that doesn't eliminate the social worker position. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that means if you were going to amend your motion, you'd have to include that.
Yeah, I would have to, but I'm not doing it.
Okay. I agree with Mrs. Koski. I don't want to see, like I said, I have no problem asking residents to vote a millage in for themselves, but I did it once, not doing it. That's it.
Okay, council, anyone else? Mrs. Sarowski.
Very briefly, I almost said Your Honor, Mayor Taylor. Yeah, I happen to agree, and it is on principle that I am against raising anything. This is a pandemic. I was not in favor of raising other things during a pandemic because we are asking people who are really just strapped. Great for us, lucky us, that an extra $20, $30, $50 a year isn't going to hurt us, and it doesn't really seem like a lot. It's wonderful, but there are people that they struggle, and there are people that also take this on principle and understand that every time it increases, it's just another. So I am completely in favor. We need to stay within our budget. Yeah, we could do a lot of great things, have a lot of millages increased under Headley, but I do not want to see that at this budget, so I completely am supportive of that.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you. I am in support of this as well. I think, you know, the $20 here and the $20 there and the average homeowner, it adds up. It doesn't turn into just $20. And with the water bills, you know, I happen to be one of the ones that my bill's going up because I have a steady flow of water all year long. We can't keep doing this to the residents during, as Mrs. Sarowski said, these tough times. There are a lot of people still out of work. Unemployment is drying up. People have added expenses. You know, there's a lot of families that were 2-income families that are now 1-income families because schools are virtual and they're having a tough time. I hear every day the stories of our residents. And I can't, in good conscience, raise the taxes. And, okay, it's $20, $30 for the average homeowner. But, you know, not everybody is an average homeowner either. So I am in support of Mrs. Koski's motion on the floor.
Mr. Radke.
Thank you. I'm surprised we're still here today. If the move would be to not add positions and do the budget the way we did, we've spent several months in a pointless exercise that is only going to lead to further staff departure, decreased city services, and I would say no faith in employees that this council will deliver on at least the promises that I've made. I will not vote for this motion, or I will vote against this motion, excuse me. It's an election year. That's all I got. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Council, anyone else on this item?
Mayor Taylor, can I say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead, Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you. My intention is for all of the positions to still be filled. To be perfectly clear, that's my intention. I'm not sure about anybody else in how they're supporting or not supporting this motion, but my intention is erasers need to come out and pencils need to be sharpened, and not by eliminating positions, because I will tell you firsthand, we are losing some of our best employees because of how stressed and strapped and overworked they are. So that is not my intention of this motion, to be perfectly clear to administration. Thank you.
Okay, well, very respectfully, Maria, or Mrs. Schmidt, this is our job to pass a budget. So we have to determine the policy of this city. The policy of this city is going to be, we're either going to hire these 13 people and take it out of the rainy day fund, which we've already heard is stressed and is being depleted and needs to be built up, or we're going to do it by raising taxes. Those are the two options. The other option is to cut spending somewhere else. So I don't hear clear direction to the city administration to come back with a new budget. I mean, we've got to vote on, we've got to adopt a budget in a week. When do we have to adopt the budget? We did it in almost July last year, but aren't we required by, and we're still under the state of emergency though, so I mean, theoretically, we could we? I see Mr. Koszybski shaking his head one way and Mr. Vanderpool the other way.
We are still under a state of emergency, Mayor, but the delay wouldn't be related to COVID, so it's probably why the city attorney was shaking his head no. But we have suspended charter rules before, but you know, May 4th is when the budget really needs to be approved, and that's next Tuesday. It sounds like the direction that I'm hearing, maybe I'm interpreting it wrong, is that there's interest from the city council in funding, in hiring the 13 positions, which, by the way, the manpower studies came back. It took us a couple of years to get through all the manpower studies. They're very comprehensive. 70 positions need to be added back into the organization, and that still doesn't get us back to what we eliminated during the Great Recession. We eliminated over 120 positions in the Great Recession. So over a period of years, 70 are identified as being highly, a high priority. We winnowed that down to the 13 that's in the proposed budget that we considered to be the absolute highest priority. So we did go through that exercise. It'd be really hard to get it down any further based on a lot of the concerns that were mentioned by City Council and the need to reduce some of the stress levels in the organization and so on. So what I heard is that there's a desire to hire these 13 positions, to fund it out of fund balance this next year, and that we continue to look for ways over the ensuing years to cut costs and or reconsider the millage required for these 13 positions next year, possibly the following year when the current situation in the community in terms of the pandemic effects on households and so on may not be as great. That's kind of how I deciphered some of the comments, but perhaps I'm wrong.
So what essentially, your interpretation is that this council would like to raise taxes after the election next year, would like to hire 13 people
This year.
right now, use our fund balance to pay for positions that are going to be permanent positions, and then we'll figure out a way to pay for it next year after the 4-year terms have been put in place.
Mayor,
I don't think that that's responsible. Now, listen, if that's what the council wants to do, I'm going to vote against that because it's not responsible. And it's not the way that we should be conducting our budget. You know, you either buy things with a plan to pay for them or you don't. And if our plan is that we can't afford, like the people who are struggling to pay bills and struggling through the pandemic, I understand that completely. I understand that 100%. So we have to make a decision whether the policy of this city is going to be that we're going to hire these new people so that they can provide the services that we want to provide to our residents, or we're not. And if the decision is that we're going to pay for them or that we're going to hire them, we have to have a plan in place to pay for them. The plan cannot be fund balance. It cannot be fund balance. That is an absolutely irresponsible plan. So if somebody is willing to say up here tonight, I want to hire those 13 people, I want to use fund balance this year, and I want to raise the taxes next year, at least say that. But don't say, we're just going to hire those people, we need those people, figure out a way to pay for it, Ms. Varney, and then we'll figure it out in the future. What are we going to figure out in the future exactly? Ms. Varney, where's the money going to come from next fiscal year? Is it going to come from some program that I'm not aware of? Is it going to come from fund balance? Is it going to come from cuts in other I mean, I don't need your answer. I'm sorry for making the rhetorical question. I'll tell you the answer. These 13 positions will be paid for by fund balance this year if that's the way the council wants to go. Next year, it's going to be a tax increase, it's going to be fund balance, or it's going to be decreases somewhere else. Okay? And it's going to be year after year after year. That's the way it is. Those are your options. We can't hire 13 people if the permanent funding source is going to be fund balance, because that'll just deplete our fund balance. And it's totally irresponsible. We shouldn't hire 13 people if the plan is to just put it on the fund balance this year and then find cuts next year. Well, let's do the hard work right now. And 3, if the plan is, well, let's just raise the taxes next year, that doesn't make any sense. So can somebody explain to me what I'm missing?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you. Who said fund balance? Who said this was coming out of the fund balance?
Mr. Vanderpool
He
did, and I saw
suggested
all
that
of
was a possibility.
Okay, well, where's it gonna come?
He suggested, it's going to come from the general, it's going to come from general fund. And if you don't think that's possible, then it isn't possible. We're asking them to try to find the possibility. Never said fund balance, and never said raising taxes next year when it's no longer an election year. That was your interpretation that no person here said. So please do not put words in our mouth. Please, I'm still have the floor. So please, I appreciate your passion and wanting to run the city the way you see fit. But this is also not only on principle, but also on honesty. And I'm being very honest with you when I say don't put words in my mouth, don't put words in anybody else's mouth. That was Mr. Vanderpool's options that he felt might be an option. That was not specific direction. Thank you.
Where else, Mr. Vanderpool, could this come from? Will it come from fund balance? Or if it's not fund balance, where will it come from?
That's not a rhetorical question.
No, this is,
Okay.
you're being.
Yeah, Mayor, the only other place it can come from is through cuts. There's only, there's 3 ways to get the money. And I agree, fund balance is not a viable option long-term. It's either fund balance, increased taxes, or cutting, and or some combination of all 3. But somehow there has to be a permanent funding solution.
And what I'm saying, Mrs. Sarowski, is that it's our job to pick what that is. That's what we're up to.
It is.
So what is it going to be? What I'm hearing is, I don't want to raise taxes, I don't want to use fund balance, and I want to hire 13 people. I mean, I want to live in Malibu, and I don't want to pay anything for the house. Like, this is not some fantasy land we live in.
I'm not
We
asking.
have to pay the bills. So how do you propose we hire 13 people if we're not going to raise taxes and we're not going to use fund balance?
Are you asking me directly? May I
Yes,
respond?
I'm asking the council, because that's the direction that I'm hearing.
So asking me, and thank you, Mayor Taylor. So yes, I am not asking. So our options are, as is, to accept the budget that has been given to us, or to ask for additional options and additional changes. This is what we're doing. I don't accept the budget as it is right now with that 0.25 mils. So if they cannot come back with changes, then I will reject those positions. And I know that I have people that are going to be upset, but I think that there is a way to at least, maybe we won't get 13, maybe we'll get 7, and then 6. Let's see what we can do with doing some true math, knowing that the direction is we are asking them, administration, not to raise the taxes. If they knew that was the direction prior to this budget, they probably would have been able to come up with something different. So now they have that direction. Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
Anyone else want to give direction to administration as to what to present us next week? Because I'm not sure what we have an appropriations ordinance that's been introduced. Right, Mr. Koszubski?
Correct, Mayor.
And it's coming back for adoption on May 4th. And the motion that's on the floor right now is to reduce the millage rate proposed in the appropriations ordinance by 0.25 mils. And that's it. That's it. There's nothing else. So it would be essentially like if we just said, you know, we're going to reduce the budget by $10 million. Figure it out. Now, we can do that, right? But we're not really, but it doesn't really work because the budget has several line items that say, this is what this department's budget is, this is what this department's budget is. So unless we go in there and make corresponding cuts to the rest of the budget, we're going to be budgeting to recover or we're going to be budgeting for revenue that's well below what our spending is, right? So we're going to have an unbalanced budget, essentially, unless we give direction to the administration as to how we want to balance the budget. And I think it's incumbent on us to tell the city administration, because we're the ones voting. I mean, can we pass a budget if all we do is reduce the amount of revenue, but have the spending? I mean, what'll end up happening is it'll just come out of fund balance, right?
Yeah, I mean, that would just, if we just reduce revenue and don't reduce expenses, we would use more fund balance.
Okay. So that's what we're doing. So let's just at least be honest about it. That's what, unless the council affirmatively says, well, we're going to cut 50,000 here, 100,000 there, 250,000 there. So based on, if nobody else says anything more, Mr. Vanderpool, what is your interpretation of what will be voted on Wednesday?
Mayor, my interpretation still remains the same. I have not heard anything different than bring back the budget as proposed, but minus the 0.25 mils, which means we would be using approximately an additional $1.2 million out of fund balance. Now, that's not deficit spending because we do have fund balance. If we didn't have fund balance, you couldn't pass that budget because that would be a deficit budget. You know, the only other option I could suggest to City Council that you may want to consider, it's not an ideal option, but it's a bit of a compromise perhaps, and gives us a little more time to kind of sift through this, digest some of the concerns that have been raised by City Council, gather more data, for example, on the fire inspector and on the social worker and so on, that we defer the 13 positions until the December amendment, which we've done periodically. There is a December amendment that you can look at these things on. You know, maybe that's an option for City Council, but we would need that direction tonight.
Okay. Anybody else on the motion on the floor?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
I just wanted to clarify, the budget would not be in deficit, it would just be on the city's credit card. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else? Ms. Riska, can we please have a roll call vote on the motion to amend?
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Mr. Yanes?
No.
Mrs. Yarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Koski?
Yes.
Mr. Radke?
No.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
And Mrs. Sarowski?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3. Any other motions to the budget tonight? Or motion amendments to the budget, I should say? If not, I'll close that portion, go on to reports from city administration. Anything tonight, Mr. Vanderpool?
Mayor, I just wanted to mention for the listening audience, we did have a malfunction earlier in the meeting. The live streaming on our website, it appears like halfway through the meeting went down. We were not able to get it restored. However, the live meeting was broadcast on all 3 cable channels. It's being recorded tonight, so we'll run it on our cable channel, and I think we can post the recorded meeting on our website as well. We'll take a look at that with IT, but I just want council to know that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. I'll open it up to council for any unfinished business, new business, or reports.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko?
Okay, I'm going to try to be brief. You know how I feel about vaccinations and how important they are. I would like for city administration to consider doing some PSAs that would encourage people to get vaccinated, and myth busters about vaccinations. But as Mayor Taylor said last week, people aren't going to listen to us. But I think we should ask some of our leaders in healthcare from the hospitals that maybe they should be doing the PSAs for us, and that might have a bigger impact. Nothing further.
I agree. Council, any other reports, new business, unfinished business? If not, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Support. It's been moved and supported. No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned.